Welcome back to Manhua Recaps. In the previous part, we witnessed the world-shaking awakening of Grandmaster Yi Bei after his 300-year slumber. Once mistaken for a complete novice, he unleashed the true power of his supreme demonic bone to crush anyone standing in his way. He swept through the mortal realm and sent shockwaves across the immortal realm to reclaim his former students, who have now become legendary overlords in their own right. Most notably, in the final moments of Part 1, we were all left stunned by the unbelievable glow-up of his 27th disciple, Yunk. In the blink of an eye, the mischievous little lowly transformed into a bombshell beauty, leaving even our cold-hearted Grandmaster breaking a sweat. Now, for those of you who just stumbled upon this video and haven't seen the beginning, the epic Part 1, lasting nearly 12 hours, is already live on the channel. I've placed the link to the full playlist in the description below, and pinned it in the top comment. Make sure to check that out first to catch up on the full story, but for now, Yi Bei's quest for dominance is far from over. How will our master handle the fiery and seductive Yunk? What mysterious forces are pulling the strings from the shadows, and just how terrifyingly powerful are the remaining lost disciples? Everything is about to be revealed. Let's dive straight into Part 2. She pointed her index finger at the sky, recalling, at that time, I was studying the charming wonders of these flowers. As a result, I accidentally inhaled some pink pollen while sleeping, and then I fell asleep. Fortunately, they took care of me, so I didn't suffer any injuries even after sleeping for many years. He closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can put my mind at ease too, she asked happily. By the way, Master, why are you here? Did you come specifically for me? Yi Bei casually responded with a single word. No, remembering the appearance of the demon cave leader, he asked, Did you see a man here? I followed him inside. Yunk pouted, casting him a contemptuous look. Are you stupid? Master, I couldn't see anything while I was asleep. Yunku grumbled a bit upon hearing this. She then summoned a golden pearl. But if you can give me a sliver of memory about him, I can use this pearl to help you find him. Yi Bei was shocked when he saw it, quickly examining it. Where did you get this pearl? This is Ling Wei's memory pearl. Without it, she will lose all her memories. He tightly grabbed Yunku by the shoulders and shook her. Where on earth did you get it? She was startled by Yi Bei's intense reaction. I got it from a man. I tricked him out of it. Then she quickly stuffed the pearl into Yi Bei's hand. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't know this was Senior Sister's memory pearl. I didn't do it on purpose. He observed it with a solemn face. When Ling Wei was 3 years old, her family was slaughtered, and all the spiritual treasures in her home were plundered. To inflict a more cruel revenge or prevent her from seeking vengeance, her enemies purged her spiritual root and memories. The pearl emitted a brilliant glow. Since then she had suffered from amnesia. Back then on the Xuanchen continent, I fought with all my might to snatch this memory pearl back from a giant demonic beast on Lingxin Island, which finally helped stabilize her memories. He couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Now that this pearl is in your hands, I dread to imagine what Ling Wei is going through right now. Yi Bei pondered and deduced. You said this pearl can track everyone's location based on memories. This proves that the skill Ling Wei developed has succeeded. If we utilize this skill, maybe we can find the demon cave leader and Ling Wei. Yunku immediately comforted him. Senior Sister Ling Wei is so strong, she will definitely be fine. Master, can you use your memory to sense where they are? He closed his eyes and replied, All right. A moment later, he saw Sand City and the ancient battlefield. Yi Bei ordered. Understood, let's go. She respectfully replied, Yes. The magic circle on the ground lit up, and in the blink of an eye they appeared in another plane. Yi Bei and Yunku landed at the center of the array simultaneously. In front of them were Hong Yu and Shui Shang, who were surrounding the weakly kneeling demon cave leader. Hong Yu stepped on its head and warned, If you run one more time, I'll break your legs. Yi Bei called out, Hong Yu, she reported, Master, we've captured the demon cave leader. Yunku poked her head out and waved. Long time no see, Senior Sisters. Shui Shang was somewhat surprised. Yunku, she asked in confusion, Master, what happened to you down there? Why is Yunku with you? He replied flatly. It's a long story. Tell me first how you found this guy. Hong Yu explained what had happened. She had gone out for some fresh air because she was in a bad mood, only to run into the leader at another exit. Pointing at Hong Yu, she explained, He was injured, so Hong Yu caught him very quickly. The demon cave leader stared wide-eyed in terror. How could you possibly recognize me? This is impossible. Yi Bei reached his hand forward, summoning a soul-searching array. An energy sphere enveloped it, and it screamed in agony. Panicking, it begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. He clenched his fist, deciding coldly. Too late. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the demon cave leader exploded. Bang, Shui Shang asked with a serious face. What did you discover? Yi Bei spoke of his discoveries in the immortal realm, which revealed the Tinluo Immortal Lord's true intentions. Yi Bei reminded them that the matter regarding the Tinluo Immortal Lord could wait. Right now we have something more important to do. We must find Ling Wei's whereabouts, Shui Shang asked in confusion. What happened to Ling Wei? She curiously sized up Yun Ku's figure. How did Yun Ku become so sexy? She excitedly hugged Yun Ku's head tightly, pressing it against her chest. I'm so glad senior sister noticed. Isn't it great? Hong Yu slapped her butt in slight annoyance, startling her. She demanded that Yun Ku explain herself and not tease people like this. Yi Bei helplessly faked a cough. Ahem, cough, let's talk as we walk. They obediently replied, yes. In Sand City, Yun Ku had just finished telling her story. Shui Shang had a blank look on her face. Does this mean junior sister Ling Wei's life or death is currently unknown, and we still don't know the details? Highly likely. Yi Bei stated solemnly that Ling Wei had lost her memory pearl for many years, and worrying was useless. Once we deal with the matters of Sand City, we will head to the ancient battlefield to search for Ling Wei's tracks. A little boy ran over from the distance. General, you've returned safely? Hong Yu was somewhat surprised. Xiao Liang, why are you here? The boy held up a small bottle and warmly invited her. General, this is the tree water I've saved for a long time. Please drink it. She declined. Thank you, Xiao Liang, but my younger sister doesn't drink it. The boy thought he knew the reason and comforted her. Why, General, are you saving resources for us? Don't worry, I can find more water in the sand. Yi Bei spoke up to get his attention. Hey kid, do you still remember what you said you wanted to do when we first met? Xiao Liang dreamed sadly. I said I wanted to see the grasslands, drink fresh water from a big bowl and see how green the trees are. Why can't I do that? Yi Bei closed his eyes and affirmed, that's right, you can. I can fulfill your wish right now. Hong Yu looked at him in surprise, and then Yi Bei gently snapped his fingers. Desolate small world binding Sand City, converting a portion of it. The system's voice resounded, connecting to the desolate small world. The sky suddenly turned dark, black clouds gathered, and lightning flashed with thunder. Xiao Liang was dumbfounded by this scene as raindrops began to fall on Sand City, which had been dried up for years. This is water. Tiny sprouts poked out from the cracks in the stones. Grasslands, these were grasslands. A crystal-clear stream wound its way through, with lush meadows and water sources on both banks. Yi Bei asked, now that you have water, do you still need tree water? Moved, the boy tightly hugged his waist. No, not at all. Thank you. I know you were the one who brought the general to us, defeated those monsters, and saved my little sister. Thank you, he smiled gently. You're welcome. Hong Yu was also extremely happy. Thank you, Master. Thank you for everything you have done for the people of Sand City. Yi Bei waved his hand and complained, I'm tired of hearing all this flattery. Hong Yu, stop torturing me. She replied, yes, Master, he instructed. Hong Yu, I have already broken the restriction imposed by the Tinluo Immortal Lord. You can lead these people out of here, or you can stay with them to continue guarding this place. But I must leave now. She was reluctant to part. Master, Yi Bei turned away to avoid her gaze. I don't know if Ling Wei is still alive. As her master, I must head to the ancient battlefield to find her whereabouts. Rest assured and stay here. Yun Ku innocently pointed at herself. What about me? He decided coldly. You stay with senior sister Hong Yu. If the Tinluo Immortal Lord returns, you must join forces with Hong Yu to face him and send me word in time, understand? She obediently threw herself by Yi Bei's side. Understood, Master. I will do as you say. I will miss everyone. Shui Shang reminded her with a blank face that she had better not get distracted by any men and forget about all of us. She deliberately ignored these words. I didn't hear anything. Eldest senior sister, you guys can set off now. Hong Yu chuckled softly. At the ancient battlefield, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The two stood before a cliff, and after observing, Shui Shang asked Yi Bei, Master, do you feel it? She frowned warily. I feel a wave of death chi behind us. While Yi Bei was focusing on his observation, an unidentified object came flying over. He was startled, glancing sideways before catching it. It was a young spiritual lion. He recognized the creature. Just then, three strangers appeared. The leader, who had his right eye covered, said fiercely, Kid, freeze. Yi Bei and Shui Shang looked at him simultaneously. The yellow-haired youth pointed at him, arrogantly threatening, You blind fool, hurry up and give me back that spiritual lion or I'll hack you in half. Yi Bei glared back with sharp, angry eyes. Say that again. The spiritual lion in his arms also seemed to sense danger and whimpered. Whimper, whimper. The three men turned pale, cold sweat dripping down. The cowardly lackey whispered, Boss, he is too terrifying. Should we attack? The yellow-haired youth immediately smacked him hard on the head, declaring, They can only scare you fools. When Ling Wei arrives, we'll teach them a lesson together and show them that I am the king here. The lackeys responded in unison. Yes, yes, yes. Shui Shang was surprised. Master, they mentioned Ling Wei, our 13th junior sister. How do they know her? Yi Bei instructed, Something is wrong, let's wait and see for now. Suddenly, the spiritual lion sensed a familiar aura and cried, Whimper, whimper. A blue-haired young girl leapt down as gracefully as the wind. Yi Bei was surprised. It really was Ling Wei. Shui Shang was also stunned. Junior sister Ling Wei. The yellow-haired youth spoke up. Ling Wei, you're finally here. She inquired, Did you catch that spiritual lion? Having found his backer, he immediately became much more confident, pointing at Yi Bei to complain. That guy dared to challenge me and even snatched our spiritual lion. Kill him quickly. Ling Wei glanced sideways. Who dares to snatch my things? Yi Bei and Shui Shang looked at her with a playful smile. Seeing this, she mistakenly thought they were mocking her, gnashing her teeth in rage. Damn it, are you mocking me? Ling Wei charged forward in fury, warning, put down the spiritual lion, or today will be your funeral. Yi Bei didn't even dodge as her sword thrust straight toward his chest. She was utterly terrified. The tip of the sword didn't leave a single wound. What on earth was this? He didn't even budge. Yi Bei glared at her. Ling Wei, you dare draw your sword against your master? He then flicked her forehead forcefully. The three men were still cheering wildly. Go Ling Wei, kick his butt. She clutched her head, her body swaying. What did you do to me? He revealed a sly smile. Nothing, I'm just helping you retrieve some things. She knit her brows, enduring a splitting headache. Ling Wei found herself alone in an isolated space surrounded by eerie dark red light. Her eyes were hollow. My name is Ling Wei. I don't know when it started, but I began to lose my memories. Every time I wake up, the world is completely new to me. Without memories, the only way I can protect myself is through slaughter. Behind her were the corpses of countless monsters, her cold blade dripping with blood. Blood, corpses, and death filled her life. But the next day I will forget everything again. Her face was cold and cruel, like a grim reaper. Until one day the insidious yellow-haired youth informed her, your name is Ling Wei. You are the person we are looking for. You cannot kill me. With a confused expression she repeated, Ling Wei. Afterward they gave me a medicine that could maintain short-term memory. They said that in order to cure my amnesia I needed to keep killing people to find that magical cure. The blue pill looked extremely suspicious. This soul-stabilizing pill can help temporarily stabilize your memory. Ling Wei took it and expressed her thanks. Ling Wei focused on channeling her power, smoke and dust swirling. Several times my life was threatened, but they all said it was for my own good. Sometimes I wanted to refuse them, but for some reason I would pass out afterward with a throbbing pain in the back of my head. When I woke up I would find myself in a beast's lair, left with no choice but to keep fighting. She fought alone against countless massive ferocious monsters. It wasn't that I never suspected them, but every time they called me senior sister, a sense of familiarity would well up from the depths of my heart. That feeling dispelled my doubts. The three yellow-haired youths called out with sinister eyes, senior sister. But as the spiritual beasts of the ancient battlefield grew fewer and fewer, the way they looked at me gradually became strange, like they were looking at prey, wishing they could devour me alive. The unconscious Ling Wei was surrounded by those filthy hands. The yellow-haired youth smiled sinisterly, and announced that after so many battles her soul and body had reached their limits. She no longer has any utility value. Make your move quickly later, and make sure she is dead, then bring the things back to me. Did you hear me clearly? The lackey took the order. Understood. In the forest, Ling Wei lay motionless on the ground. The spiritual lion stood in front of her to protect her. It seemed she was severely injured. That was the time it saved me, and I fled desperately. So it was the little spiritual lion that saved me all those times, yet I didn't remember any of it. It walked beside me like a guardian, Ling Wei summarized. And they, once my memory was completely refreshed, wanted me to kill the little spiritual lion with my own hands. The yellow-haired youth pointed at it and ordered, senior sister. It's the one that made you lose your memory. Kill it. Its body trembled nonstop, letting out pitiful whimpers wanting her to recognize it. Ling Wei opened her eyes wide and suddenly snapped out of it. I remember now, she exposed them. I remember now, you tried to kill me intentionally time and again and even set a trap for me to kill the little spiritual lion that saved my life multiple times. The yellow-haired youth stroked his chin and gloated. Ha ha ha, you actually remembered? But it's too late to remember now, senior sister Ling Wei. Just as the words fell, a square barrier appeared above her head, instantly trapping the three of them. Yi Bei was excited, casually waving his hand to summon a high-grade, immortal treasure like the soul-snatching cage. This ancient battlefield is quite interesting. The yellow-haired youth stood with hands on hips, insulting Ling Wei. If you still had utility value, we would have kept you around a bit longer. Blame your own uselessness. She gnashed her teeth in anger and cursed. Junior brother's my foot, you wanted to treat me as a killing puppet from the very beginning, he affirmed complacently. That's right, I don't think anyone understands the law of the jungle better than you. You trusted us too easily, and got tricked. It serves you right. Ling Wei drew her sword, her aura becoming violent. Since that's the case, I don't need to show you any mercy either. She decisively slashed hard at the soul-snatching cage. However, the sword chi only swept past, having no effect on it at all. Ling Wei was greatly shocked. No reaction. How can this be? Did I hit the wrong place? A red space suddenly appeared beneath her feet. Sensing danger, countless spirits surged out from it, trying to drag her down. The yellow-haired youth laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, Ling Wei, you didn't expect this, did you? This is the soul-snatching cage forged from the souls of 3,000 malicious ghosts. It can tear through every layer of a human's spiritual power until it shreds their soul. This was a battle achievement you personally snatched for me, and now it's specifically used to deal with someone with a fragile soul like you." She was too angry to speak. He spoke with fake sympathy. "Don't be sad. Once your soul is shredded, I will absorb your spiritual power. This way you won't have to worry about being used by others, and you won't have to fight and kill every day." Contrary to the tense atmosphere here, Yi Bei and Shui Shang had been calmly watching the battle. Only now did the yellow-haired youth gasp in shock. "What's going on? Why are you not injured?" Yi Bei complained coldly about his constant chattering. "I've tolerated you for a long time. If you had even a shred of kindness toward Ling Wei, this deity might have considered sparing your life. Unfortunately," Yi Bei then shot out a wave of power, easily shattering the soul-snatching cage. The three men retreated in panic. The yellow-haired youth still couldn't believe this was reality. How could something so absurd happen? Yi Bei looked at him coldly and ordered, "Kneel down before me." They immediately obeyed without daring to resist, their faces filled with despair. The lackey cried in fear. "His realm is even higher than a true immortal. We stand no chance at all." "Boss, what should we do?" the yellow-haired youth, pale-faced, stammered. "No, impossible. I have so many magical treasures and so many pills. How could I be controlled so easily? What do you want to do to us?" Yi Bei's eyes flashed as he cast a spell, announcing coldly, "I shall trap you here for 100 years, never to escape," manipulating her by exploiting her memory loss. "Today, this deity will avenge my disciple. I will make you suffer every ounce of pain that Ling Wei has endured. I will cripple your cultivation and sentence you to endless torment in this ancient battlefield, never to be reincarnated." He scrambled to defend himself. "I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness, but I swear I have never harmed your disciple." Yi Bei gave him no further chance to speak, and a shrill scream echoed instantly. Clinging to Yi Bei's arm, Shui Shang smiled warmly and introduced, "Junior sister Ling Wei, this is Master. He has just avenged you, and I am your senior sister. Come over here, we will help you restore your memory." At this moment, Ling Wei was like a startled bird, once bitten, twice shy. She asked warily, "I trusted them with all my heart, only to be exploited. As for you, are you just more sophisticated swindlers?" She resolutely turned to leave, adding, "I will never trust anyone again." Shui Shang hurriedly called after her, then turned to ask, "Master, Ling Wei has run away. Should I catch her and bring her back? Why didn't you just plant the memory pearl directly into her sea of consciousness? Wouldn't that bring her memories back instantly?" Frowning in worry, he replied, "Ling Wei's mind is currently in chaos. If we force her now, I fear it will only make things worse. I only slightly awakened her consciousness just now." Shui Shang asked curiously, "What if Ling Wei loses her memory again and goes missing?" He calmly instructed, "No need to rush. Let us rest first. She will return." Hearing this, she looked completely blank. "Huh?" Yi Bei prompted her. "Silly girl, think about it. If you were Ling Wei, what would you do?" Stroking her chin in deep thought, she murmured, "If I were Ling Wei, with no one around I could trust and constantly facing the danger of losing my memory, the first thing I would do is..." Suddenly, a light bulb went off. "Look for an immortal medicine that can stabilize memories." Sitting down, he confirmed, "Exactly. Those three men carried medicinal pills which I have already confiscated. She will definitely return." Shui Shang praised, "Master is indeed brilliant." Although Yi Bei was secretly pleased, he maintained a modest front. "No need to praise me. If I didn't possess this level of insight, how could I be the master of 108 disciples?" In the blink of an eye, deep night fell, the stars shining brilliantly as Ling Wei reappeared. She warily scanned the surroundings, thinking, "Those two should have left by now, and those three scammers are probably still unconscious. The soul-stabilizing pill must still be in their possession. I have to steal it carefully and leave immediately, as long as nothing goes wrong." Suddenly, Yi Bei spoke from a nearby tree branch, startling her into a cold sweat. "You are looking for this, aren't you?" Ling Wei looked up at him, warily probing. "Not only did you not leave, but you also snatched the soul-stabilizing pill. What exactly are you after?" Instead of explaining, he simply said, "You will understand in a moment." Then he ordered, "Make your move, girl Luo." Like a ghost, Shui Shang materialized behind her in an instant, inserting a needle into her neck. Groggily clutching her neck, Ling Wei cursed, "You despicable!" Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted, and Yi Bei caught her with swift reflexes. Shui Shang marveled, "Junior sister Xingqian's immortal needles are indeed extraordinary. To be able to instantly knock out a veteran of the Emperor's sovereign realm." He instructed, "Luo, this ancient battlefield is fraught with danger. Guard this area to ensure our safety, while I restore Ling Wei's memories." She respectfully replied, "Yes, master." A golden barrier enveloped the area. Yi Bei closed his eyes and concentrated, casting his spell as the motionless Ling Wei lay before him. A golden glowing pearl floated in the air. Assuming a stance, he said, "Little Ling Wei, this memory pearl carries all of your past memories. Once you absorb it, you will never have to worry about losing them again. With that, he reached out and tapped her forehead. Transfer art, however, the memory pearl was instantly deflected by the barrier surrounding her body. Gritting her teeth, she cried out in agony. My head hurts so much, it feels like it's splitting open. Yibei's face drained of color. How could this be? Shui Shang was equally astonished. Master, what is happening? After observing her for a moment, he solemnly diagnosed, her soul is severely damaged and cannot withstand the immense spiritual power of the memory pearl. Her physical body is rejecting it out of self-defense. From behind, Shui Shang pleaded, Ling Wei looks to be in so much pain, Master, please help her. Green light flickered in his palm, which then transformed into a gentle, purifying golden glow. Ling Wei slowly opened her eyes, calling out softly, Master, eldest senior sister. Shui Shang asked with deep concern, Ling Wei, have your memories returned? Assisted up by Yi Bei, Ling Wei murmured, Just now, fragments of memories flashed through my mind. I saw you in them. You are my master and my eldest senior sister. Shui Shang was overjoyed. Master, Ling Wei's memory is restored, but he countered. This is only the result of memory fragments forcing their way into her mind. She will still lose her memory again. Shui Shang froze. How can this be? Seeing her reaction, Ling Wei hugged her to comfort her. Senior sister, don't be sad. I have never seen you cry before. In my memories, you have always been incredibly strong. She then turned to Yi Bei and said, Once dawn breaks, I will forget everyone again. If I forget you once more, please forgive me. I don't mean to. Smiling, he rubbed her head. Silly girl, we will help you repair both your soul and your memories. She bowed her head, replying, Thank you, Master. Beyond the towering rocks, brilliant sunlight began to spill over the landscape as the sun rose. The three of them stood in silence as a gentle breeze swept past. Ling Wei closed her eyes against the bright light. When she opened them again, she asked, Who are you? Yi Bei chuckled softly. We are your master and eldest senior sister. If you don't believe us, you can spar with your eldest senior sister. Once you've traded blows, you will know we are telling the truth. Beside him, Shui Shang muttered helplessly, Master, you're egging us on to fight again. To their surprise, Ling Wei declined. No, I believe you. Shui Shang blinked. You believe us just like that? You certainly didn't yesterday. Ling Wei explained, You two are far stronger than I am. Killing me would be as easy as snapping your fingers, so there is no need to deceive me. Besides, looking at your faces feels incredibly familiar. It gives me a profound sense of trust. Shui Shang sighed. If I had known it would be this easy, I would have just waited for your memory to reset before approaching you. Yi Bei spoke up. In that case, come with us. We will search for treasures to restore your soul. Ling Wei replied, Thank you, Master. Thank you, eldest senior sister. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, sunlight bathed the steep cliffs. Ling Wei asked in confusion, Master, you said this is the ancient battlefield, but why is it so desolate? We haven't even seen the shadow of a single divine beast. Yi Bei replied, Before you lost your memories, I examined your soul. You were exploited by those men, and they completely ravaged the treasure lands on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield. Shui Shang sneered meaningfully. You really were an excellent helper to them. They scavenged this place until absolutely nothing was left. Ling Wei smiled awkwardly. Ah, was it because of me? I'm so sorry. Yi Bei continued, Those despicable cowards only dared to skulk around the outskirts. The true core battlefield is where the real treasures lie, containing the very things they could only dream of. Shui Shang chimed in. Indeed, venturing deep into the core battlefield, Shui Shang marveled that the place where ancient deities clashed certainly lived up to its reputation. The area brimmed with powerful spiritual energy and turbid qi, with immortal herbs and divine weapons scattered everywhere. Ling Wei agreed, This is indeed a prime location for rapid cultivation, Yi Bei instructed. Girl Luo, Ling Wei, this place may seem calm, but it is actually fraught with hidden dangers. Turning around, he warned. I will not interfere today. You must defeat the divine beasts of the immortal realm yourselves. Only then will they willingly yield their souls for you to truly absorb their energy. The two answered in unison. Yes, a bird darted between them, flying straight into the depths ahead. Watching it, Yi Bei said, Go. He then turned to girl Luo. This is your chance, she replied. Yes. Suddenly, Ling Wei sensed something. This is my chance as well. She turned to face a white wolf. It let out a ferocious roar, its spiritual power erupting. Remaining perfectly calm, Ling Wei thought, Oh dear, is it calling for backup? Up in the sky, a colossal bird swooped down like a tempest, its piercing shriek shattering the quiet of the battlefield. The massive bird charged straight at Luo Shui Shang, exhaling a torrent of green flames as if to reduce her to ash. The fire scorched the earth yet failed to harm her in the slightest. Standing perfectly still, Shui Shang calmly awaited the approaching heatwave. I possess the chaos immortal body and obtained a natural destiny back in the prodigy pavilion. Your flame attacks are useless against me. As her spiritual power fluctuated, she cast a spell to absorb the flames entirely. She looked at the phoenix before her. It's over, little phoenix. Using a mere fraction of her strength, she transformed into a beam of light and locked onto the phoenix's throat. The giant bird dissipated completely, leaving behind a single feather that drifted slowly downward. She reached out to catch it, clenching it tightly in her palm. Done. Now to wait for Ling Wei. On the other side, two ferocious white wolves let out deafening roars, poised to pounce. Facing them alone, Ling Wei channeled the Tao of heaven and earth, her sword strikes flashing like lightning. Charging at the two wolves, she sent them flying dozens of meters away with a heavy slash. One of the wolves let out a painful whimper. Driven mad by the pain, it charged recklessly, kicking up a storm of dust. Ling Wei stood her ground. With a swift raise of her hand, her blade fell, severing the wolf's neck in a spray of blood. One down. Seeing its mate killed, the second wolf pounced in a rage, but she easily sidestepped the strike. An attack at this speed couldn't touch her. Too slow, Ling Wei muttered disdainfully. Suddenly her body froze as a realization seemed to strike her. She clutched her head in agony, completely failing to notice the rows of razor-sharp fangs closing in on her. Arriving just in time, Luo Shuishang gasped in horror at the sight. Fortunately, Yi Bei intervened just in time, blasting the massive wolf away with a single punch to save Ling Wei. Shuishang asked anxiously, "Master, what do we do now? Ling Wei can't fight these giant wolves in this state." Ling Wei continued to clutch her head in agony, crying out that her head and soul were splitting. Yi Bei said worriedly, "This seems to be the backlash from the forced fusion of the memory pearl. The battle just now has damaged her mind and soul." He scooped up the unconscious Ling Wei. "We must leave here immediately." Shuishang quickly replied, "Yes." She then opened a spatial portal between the cliffs, leading directly to the desolate small world. He brought Ling Wei there to heal. Yi Bei knew her injuries were too severe. With her soul heavily damaged, she could no longer converse with them in a lucid state. "I can only ease her pain for now." Shuishang silently pleaded in her heart, "Master, please, is there really no other way?" Although he shared her worry, his hands were tied. Her soul is completely shattered, and now it must be patched using another soul. She needs to subdue a spiritual beast to heal herself, but in her current state she cannot possibly manage it. Ling Wei remained slumped against the rock, her eyes shut tight. Beads of sweat rolling down her face, he continued, "I have stored countless natural treasures in the desolate small world. If we use them all on Ling Wei, her condition might take a turn for the better." Yi Bei extended his hand and barked an order, attempting to summon them. Blood spirit ginseng, weeping spirit pills, blood python branches, yet not a single item appeared. Leaving him frozen in place, clenching his fists, his face turned grim. "Why can't I summon anything?" Sensing that something was wrong, Shuishang ran over and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Staring at his empty hands, he replied in utter bewilderment, "All the herbs in the desolate small world have vanished." She was shocked and incredulous. How could they suddenly vanish? Were they stolen? After a brief pause, she added in confusion, "But that's impossible. This is your personal territory, Master. Who would dare steal from you?" Stroking his chin, Yi Bei recalled the lion from that day. Could it be? Before he could pursue the thought, a behemoth with blood-red eyes materialized, breaking him and Shuishang into a cold sweat. Accompanied by a earth-shaking roar, another colossal beast revealed itself. Shuishang's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized it as the little lion. Yi Bei calmly revealed, "It devoured all of my treasures." Hearing that this little creature had eaten every single one of her master's natural treasures, Shuishang immediately rolled up her sleeves, fuming with rage. "Master, let me kill it so we can feed its meat to Ling Wei." He reached out to stop her. "Hold on, it has something to say." The little lion put on a pitiful expression, letting out a series of low whimpers. "Grr. Whimper." Yi Bei seemed to understand. "I see." She looked at him. "Master, what is it saying? Is it begging for mercy?" Yi Bei replied gently. "It says it is willing to sacrifice its own soul to help Ling Wei repair her soul and memories." She froze in surprise, a look of skepticism crossing her face. "What?" Yi Bei cleared his throat and asked the whimpering beast, "If a stroke of luck hadn't allowed you to enter this desolate world and consume the longevity fruit, given your innate talent, you wouldn't have reached your current realm even after 10,000 years of hard cultivation. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your soul to save Ling Wei?" The little lion nodded, letting out a few soft whimpers. Closing his eyes, he sighed softly, "Since this is your wish." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cluster of purple flames materialized in midair, initiating a soul sacrifice ritual. A powerful purple aura instantly enveloped Ling Wei, the surging energy humming with power. Yi Bei announced, "The sacrifice ritual was a success." Shuishang asked in confusion, "Master, sacrificing one's soul and discarding 1,000,000 years of cultivation is an astronomical price for any living creature. What exactly is its connection to Ling Wei?" Relaxing his expression, he slowly explained, "It was originally the son of the ancient divine beast Lion King. However, because of its mediocre talent and distaste for cultivation, it was abandoned by its parents and brothers. After years of hard cultivation, its kin ascended to the immortal realm long ago, leaving only it behind in its original state." The little beast lay quietly on top of Ling Wei. Yi Bei sighed. Abandoned spiritual beasts hold a lowly status, often ending up as prey for other divine beasts. Yet over 100 years ago, it miraculously survived disaster after disaster. After Ling Wei arrived at the ancient battlefield, she happened to appear and rescue it every single time it was in danger. He continued to recount the past. Even though Ling Wei forgot it every time her memories reset, no matter how many times she lost her memory, she would always save this little lion and keep it company until the next reset. Later, when those three brothers helped her temporarily stabilize her memories, it continued to follow her. Watching the little lion snuggle affectionately against Ling Wei, he realized that it had finally understood Ling Wei was in danger and had lost her memories, which is why it willingly sacrificed its soul to save her. Deeply moved by the story, Shui Shang murmured, "Master, if you ever find yourself in such a situation one day, I am willing to sacrifice my soul for you." He frowned. "I am this powerful, why would I ever need you to sacrifice yourself?" Her face flushed crimson as she twiddled her fingers, whispering, "I know you're strong, I just said if." He hesitated for a moment before replying, "I understand." Ling Wei gradually regained consciousness, rubbing her still throbbing head as she sat up. Master and senior sister Shui Shang rushed over to support her. "Ling Wei, you're awake." Ling Wei politely knelt and bowed. "Thank you, Master, senior sister, I have successfully restored my memories." She painfully recalled the past. "This was all my fault. Back then, I sensed premonitions of someone's betrayal, and as a result my memory pearl was snatched away. If senior sister hadn't come, and if the little lion hadn't sacrificed its soul to save me, I would probably have completely vanished by now." Ling Wei looked troubled, hesitating to speak. Seeing through her thoughts, Yi Bei said softly, "I am your master. If you have something to say, just speak freely." She stammered, "Master, I'm afraid I must stay here, because I want to take the little lion to cultivate, repair its soul, and help it grow." Yi Bei gladly encouraged her. "You value love and loyalty. You are a good disciple." "Of course I will agree." With that, he took an item out of his sleeve. Although she had just recovered, the ancient battlefield was fraught with danger, so he handed a box to her, inside of which a purple pill emitted a faint glow. "Keep this pill safe, it can save your life at a critical moment." Clutching the little lion tightly, Ling Wei wept with gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Standing to the side, Shui Shang muttered softly, "Master, I thought all the pills had been eaten by that little lion. How do you still have more?" He laughed uproariously. "A sly rabbit has 3 burrows, as your master. How could my treasures be so easily cleaned out? Ha ha." He turned to Ling Wei. "Now we must set off to search for your other senior and junior sisters." Ling Wei suddenly recalled something. "Master, I once obtained a cultivation method in the depths of this battlefield, but I could never fully comprehend it, and after my memories were damaged I forgot it." She took an ancient book from her bosom and handed it to Yi Bei. Receiving the book, Yi Bei discovered that it was actually the commentary on the ancient cultivation method that Ming Xuanchen had given him, recording detailed ancient martial arts moves. As Yi Bei flipped through each page, a slight smirk played on his lips. After studying 2 pages, the light of dragon breath within his body began to condense, and the living spiritual energy that had previously been scattered was also enhanced. Suddenly, he noticed traces of torn pages and asked Ling Wei, "Huh, why are there a few pages missing here?" She replied embarrassedly, "Master, this ancient book is extremely mysterious, once owned by tens of thousands of people across 3,000 planes. I only managed to snatch a fragment." With her cheeks flushed slightly, Ling Wei lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. As for the missing pages, rumors said they were scattered on Dongyu Island. Shui Shang noticed her strange expression. "What's wrong? Your face is as red as a tomato. Is your body not fully recovered yet?" Ling Wei waved her hands to deny it. "No, it's something else." Shui Shang pressed further. "What on earth is it?" Unable to dodge, Ling Wei stammered with a red face. "Well, I've made up my mind to say it. The people of Dongyu Island have no sense of shame." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the phantom image of a man and a woman in an intimate embrace materialized. Shui Shang let out a startled cry, and Ling Wei turned and ran away in embarrassment. "Master, hurry and go find the missing pages of the cultivation method." Sensing his disciple's unusual behavior, he realized something was amiss. Just as she turned her head, Shui Shang ran into another couple embracing. She wanted to avoid them, but found the other side was even more passionate, causing her to scream in fright. "Ah, what on earth are these people doing?" Looking at his disciple's state, Yi Bei laughed uproariously. "Ha ha, girl Luo, your look right now is truly adorable." Just then, a peddler passing by bumped into her. "Excuse me, make way, please make way." Using the momentum of the bump, she fell straight into her master's arms, who held her carefully. Blushing furiously, Shui Shang stammered incoherently, "Master, I didn't do it on purpose." Yi Bei comforted her gently. "Desire is the fundamental nature of mortals, there is no need to panic." The peddler apologized repeatedly. "You too, I am terribly sorry." The things I'm carrying are too heavy and I didn't see the road clearly. Shui Shang replied softly. It's all right. On the outside she appeared calm, but inside her heart was blooming with joy. Thank you for that bump. I haven't hugged Master this tightly in so long. To express his apology, the peddler offered a piece of jade. Please accept this spiritual jade, young lady, as an apology. With that, the peddler turned and left. She asked her master curiously, Master, I feel the commoners here are a bit strange. She raised the jade to inspect it, finding it hard to believe that an ordinary peddler could casually pull out a piece of immortal spiritual jade. This was far too unusual. Yi Bei calmly told Shui Shang, take a close look at the faces of the people around us. Sure enough, every single person here had a beaming smile. She exclaimed in surprise, everyone is actually smiling, whether they are elderly or children, their faces are all covered in smiles. He patted his disciple's forehead. What on earth is going on? Subsequently, her eyes sparkled as if they had been blessed with spiritual sight. Yi Bei proposed, look closely to see if they are actually smiling or crying. The people here were extremely bizarre, and their simultaneous crying and laughing was terrifying. She asked with her mouth wide open, could they be evil spirit illusions? Shui Shang looked at her master in surprise. Is all of this an illusion? Yi Bei said calmly, no, both the crying and smiling are real. It's just that the crying comes from within while the smiling is only on the surface to be able to keep people in this state. How intriguing, let me see what's going on. He immediately executed the soul-searching art, enveloping an elderly man in spiritual energy. Yi Bei furrowed his brows, not understanding why the spell was ineffective. I cannot peer into their past. Hearing this, Shui Shang also wanted to try. Let me try. She shot spiritual energy toward the old man, but there was also no result. Aside from their memories on this island, I cannot find any information regarding their past. Who took away their memories? What are they plotting? Just then, the scenery suddenly shifted and flower petals began to cascade from the sky. A sudden realization struck Yi Bei. I understand. He caught a petal and explained. Someone is using these cherry blossom petals to constantly erase and block people's crying, making them forget the past and keep smiling forever. He fell into deep thought. If we can find the source of these petals, we can unravel the secret behind Dongyu Island, and finding the ruins of the ancient cultivation method will not be difficult either. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a grand mansion appeared ahead. She hesitated. Master, is it there? Yi Bei replied. Let's go have a look. The two stopped at an extremely mysterious place. Shui Shang discovered this was a brothel. He said calmly, let's go inside and have a look. Before they even entered, a crowd of women swarmed around them. This brother is so handsome, I want to sleep with him, another chimed in. The girl next to him is also quite stunning. These women did everything they could to flatter them. Young master, would you like to sign up for a membership? We have both men and women here. It's only 2,000 and the first order is 50% off. Exactly, handsome men get even better discounts. If two of you come together, multiple companions can accompany you for free. Two of them reached out and hugged Shui Shang tightly, startling her into screaming, Master, save me. Instead of letting go, they hugged her even tighter. Don't be in such a hurry. We have male attendants here too, guaranteed to satisfy you and this handsome guy. Yi Bei swiftly tossed a spiritual bead into the air, which sparkled in midair. He announced loudly, this is a top-grade immortal crystal. Whoever grabs it gets to keep it. The women immediately began to scramble for it. An immortal crystal that can last a lifetime. It's mine. I want it. With this, I won't have to work anymore. Yi Bei took the opportunity to pull Shui Shang along. Let's head to the back. Feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, she softly replied, all right. Along the way, the two suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette from behind. Shui Shang called out, Yi Meng, why are you here? The woman turned around with a bewildered expression. Who are you? She was indeed Yi Meng. Shui Shang hurriedly stepped forward to grab her hand. He is master, and I am your senior sister. Do you not recognize us? Yi Meng panicked. You have the wrong person. I don't know you. I have things to do. I'll be leaving first. Seeing her about to leave, Shui Shang let out a loud shout, feeling extremely disappointed by Yi Meng's reaction. Did Yi Meng lose her memory? Entirely unconcerned, he replied calmly. I probed her soul. She hasn't lost her memory. She is deliberately avoiding us. Shui Shang widened her eyes in surprise. What? She found it hard to believe. Although Yi Meng wasn't as close to us as the other senior sisters in the past, she always held Master in high esteem. She once cultivated desperately to open up the king's spiritual realm. How could she pretend not to know us? Yi Bei analyzed with a serious expression. She appeared in the inner courtyard after leaving. It seems she has a very deep connection with this place. He decided to go inside to investigate. Let's go take a look. Shui Shang followed closely behind. Yes, the courtyard was dead silent, the morning light shining on their vigilant faces. Shui Shang accidentally stepped on a thin wire which seemed to be a trap against intruders. She screamed, What's that sound? A voice shouted sternly. Those who trespass into the inner courtyard shall have no way out. A violent explosion erupted where they stood, strange lights flickering amidst the thick smoke. Covering her nose, Shui Shang cried out, "Oh no, it's a soul-confusing array." He also held his breath. "Deal with it carefully. I want to see exactly what secrets you are hiding." Yi Bei and Shui Shang pretended to collapse to the ground. Faintly hearing approaching footsteps, two beautiful women stepped forward, whispering their conspiracy. "This guy is definitely no ordinary mortal. He is perfect to serve Mother. Bring him to see Mother." The woman in green led him to a bizarre giant tree. Yi Bei continued to pretend to be unconscious, thinking to himself, "These fellows have separated me from girl Luo. What kind of tricks are they trying to play?" The woman bowed to the giant tree. "Reporting to Mother, this person has just arrived on the island and possesses incredible physical strength. He is the prime candidate you have been searching for day and night. Your servant has specially brought him back for your review, Mother." To his surprise, the tree actually spoke. "I know, you may leave." The woman bowed and withdrew. "As you command." Yi Bei thought with his eyes closed, "They want to sacrifice me to serve a tree? Do the people of Dongyu Island have some mental illness? No wonder every single one of them looks so bizarre." Countless branches turned into tentacles, surging out from the tree trunk. The branches rustled as they charged straight at him. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, no longer enduring. Yi Bei leapt into the air, raising his hand to slice the branches apart. Pointing at the tree crown, he barked in anger. "A rotten tree dares to play the ghost here. Watch me refine you into actual firewood." He cast the heavenly fire manifestation, five-colored light bursting forth as the giant tree vibrated violently, golden light exploding. As the dust cleared, a woman with a graceful figure wrapped in fallen leaves slowly stepped out. The two stared at each other for a long while. Yi Bei thought to himself, no conflict occurred, which means she is certainly no ordinary figure. If we truly end up fighting, the outcome will be hard to predict. This is indeed a troublesome enemy. A scheme formed in his mind, and a sinister smile played on his lips. If she is interested in this physical shell, perhaps I can lure her into a trap. The peach blossom deity descended as gracefully as a falling leaf. "Undying monarch," she bowed in salute, speaking joyfully. "Please forgive my earlier impudences. I did not know your identity earlier. Please forgive my offense." Yi Bei was taken aback by her words. "Undying monarch?" His mind was filled with questions. The originally lush green trees now turned into a dreamlike pink, with petals dancing in the wind. The peach blossom deity said respectfully, "I never expected to meet the reincarnation of the Undying Monarch. It seems this is destiny." Yi Bei secretly pondered, could the reincarnation she speaks of be related to the dragon breath longevity body within me? Yi Bei asked in confusion, "Why are you so sure that I am the Undying Monarch? What is the origin of this island?" She lowered her head. "Please do not be anxious, Monarch. I would never dare hide anything from you. But before I answer, could you please grant me a request?" Yi Bei replied without hesitation. "What is it?" She stepped closer and gently cupped his chin. "I wish to engage in dual cultivation with you. Once it is finished, I will faithfully tell you everything I know." Yi Bei calculated in his mind. Dual cultivation is a method to harmonize yin and yang and join forces to enhance power. She has incredible potential. After dual cultivating, my cultivation will definitely surge. He let out a wicked smile. Thank heaven she is in human form and not a tree. Otherwise dual cultivating would have been a real hassle. For the sake of my disciple Yi Meng, I will go all out. Looking at her fiery figure outlined by her tight-fitting clothes accompanied by waves of refreshing fragrance, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Yi Bei nodded. "All right, I promise you." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she joyfully took his hand, closing her eyes to concentrate. "I will begin now." Startled, Yi Bei pulled his hand back and shouted, "So this is the cultivation method of a tree demon?" She still explained with a beaming smile. "That's right, when our branches connect, our two consciousnesses interweave, becoming inseparable. This is the dual cultivation method of our god clan." Yi Bei was temporarily speechless. The two sat facing each other, gripping their hands tightly, and began the process of dual cultivation. Waves of blue light cascaded out, and a surging force filled his entire body as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from Dongyu Island rapidly poured into him. "Undying Monarch, you do not need to thank me. This is not only of great benefit to you, but Dongyu Island will also share in the glory." Once it was finished, she withdrew her hands. Yi Bei pressed urgently. "Now you can answer my questions, right? Why do you call me the Undying Monarch, and tell me all the secrets of this island?" She tactfully explained, "The reason this humble one calls you the Undying Monarch is extremely secret. If I were to explain the details to you, I fear I would suffer divine retribution. For now, I must keep it from you. But I believe that when the time is ripe, your majesty will naturally learn the truth." Yi Bei's eyes widened, and he said with irritation, "Are you going to go back on your word like this after you've used me?" She pacified him. As for the truth about this island, this humble one can still reveal a thing or two to your majesty." He sighed in frustration. "You had better be telling the truth this time," she began to reminisce. "It all started with a thought of mine 1,000 years ago." Her mind drifted back to 1,000 years ago, to that distant era. "At that time I had reached adulthood and began to travel the mortal world, gathering countless valuable experiences. I discovered that even if mortals worked tirelessly day and night, braving wind and rain, most still ended up as failures due to a lack of talent or simply bad luck. There were countless reasons, all of them heartbreaking," she continued. "They sank into painful silence, losing friends, family, and even their dreams. Because of this, their lives became increasingly miserable. These hardships inspired me to create a place of their own. There they could forget the past, live entirely in the moment, and everyone could do whatever they desired. Even if they faced setbacks, their spirits wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. New doors would always open for them, allowing them to start over. If they had no grand ambitions and simply wished to accompany their loved ones and enjoy the beauty of the mortal world, that was fine too. They could enjoy their leisure here." Thinking of the happy faces of those she had rescued, she firmly believed, "This is the paradise I poured my heart and soul into creating for them." Yi Bei stroked his chin and nodded. "I see. No wonder the commoners here are all smiles. You erased all of their memories, and in exchange, you passed your spiritual energy through the petals to those mortals who wanted to soothe their minds but had no way of doing so." She nodded and replied, "Precisely so." Yi Bei pressed on. "Is this what you want? To let them consign their past to nothingness, indulging in this freedom and illusion?" He turned his head, his gaze deep. "Actually, you have a more noble purpose, don't you?" Having her thoughts read, she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "Yes, this is merely a beautiful dream woven for those who have suffered greatly in their original lives. Here, they can accomplish whatever they desire. I believe that if they have the courage to leave these enticing illusions in the future, they will surely have the guts to face the hardships and pain they once suffered. By then, they will no longer yearn for the wonderful life they had here, because all of it was essentially transformed from their forgotten pasts." The sun had risen overhead, shining on the backyard. Yi Bei turned slightly and said, "Yi Meng didn't refuse to leave because she desired the affluent life here. Rather, she was too disheartened and didn't dare face her past, right? But can she truly find genuine joy here?" she explained. "She once begged me not to erase her memories. Even after all these long years, she still hasn't found the courage to leave. But now, since your majesty has appeared here," she opened her sparkling eyes and looked at him with delight. "This humble one is firmly convinced that with your majesty's help, she will surely find herself again and seize her own destiny." Yi Bei raised his chin and said, "I truly hope she can pull herself together. To achieve this, I need your cooperation." Her expression visibly turned excited. "What does your majesty mean?" A gentle breeze swept through the garden, rustling through the flower bushes. She bowed deeply. "Undying monarch, you do not need to thank me. Your will not only bring you convenience, but the entire Dongyu Island will also benefit from it. This humble one will assist you with all my might." Yi Bei smiled with satisfaction. "Very well." Luo Shuisheng looked at the building before her and said, "Master, they captured us but did nothing and just let us go like this," she added, completely bewildered. "And they were so respectful to you. What on earth happened?" Yi Bei replied softly. "Luo girl, where is the highest spot on Dongyu Island?" she replied immediately. "The top floor of the pleasure pavilion overlooks the entire island." Amidst the romantic cherry blossoms dancing in the sky, he spoke. "Come with your master to have a look, and you will know what happened." Suddenly, the petals changed color, shocking everyone. "What's going on? The petals have turned yellow. Did something happen?" A petal fell into a water cup. Yi Meng looked in shock at the falling petals. The crowd fell into panic and commotion. "These are the petals dropped by the peach blossom deity who protects us. They should never wither throughout the 4 seasons unless, could the peach blossom deity be injured and her spiritual energy depleted? What on earth happened?" The citizens scattered for their lives, shouting, "Mother is injured, everyone run!" Someone had invaded Dongyu Island. It was the people of the Hehuan Sect. Something shot straight towards the village, triggering a violent vibration as purple smoke billowed under the barrier shield. Yi Meng spoke up. "The Hehuan Sect 100 years ago, they wanted to invade the Peach Blossom Island, only to have their entire sect wiped out by Mother. Why have they suddenly launched a sneak attack?" Hearing someone call her name, Yi Meng was startled. He Kai stood in midair with a crowd of subordinates, speaking. "We meet again." She fired back. "It's you. Was the lesson from 100 years ago not enough? That you've come looking for a beating again today?" He raised his voice and countered. "Back then, you snatched away the male favorite I dual cultivated with, and even crippled my cultivation method. Fortunately, over these years I restored my power by absorbing yang to supplement yin. After secretly investigating for years, I have finally found this opportunity. Today all the women on Dongyu Island will die and all the men must join my Hehuan Sect. With that, he decisively ordered, "Kill her," forcibly seizing Dongyu Island. The subordinates accepted the command and charged forward. She lightly waved her sleeve and sneered, "Seeking death." Colossal blocks of ice appeared out of thin air as she unleashed the Tao of ice, instantly sealing and imprisoning the group of subordinates. Kai stood opposite her and praised, "The power is indeed as formidable as back then." Yi Meng provoked, "Your turn," he sneered, "You've fallen into my trap." Instantly her hands and feet were tightly locked. "What?" He stepped forward and grabbed her chin, saying arrogantly, "Do you think I would fall for the same trick after being defeated by it back then? You are too naive. Today is the day of my revenge." His face was dark with malice. "Aren't you all supposed to be very kind? Didn't you want to protect this place? This king will destroy all of this right before your eyes today, making you experience the pain I felt back then." Cries for help echoed one after another throughout the village. "Is anyone going to save us? Is Dongyu Island going to be destroyed?" Raging fire was everywhere, and everyone was in a panic. "The cherry blossom tree. The fire has reached the cherry blossom tree. Everyone put out the fire." "What? Quick, go put out the fire." He looked to the other side and sneered, "Without that tree, everyone here will regain their memories and die in agony." Yi Meng warned Kai, "If you dare destroy that tree, I will definitely send you to hell." He looked at her and replied, "Since you say so, then I must destroy it." With that, he unleashed a wave of purple flames shooting towards the cherry blossom tree. A violent explosion erupted, and people wept and cried out for help. "Quick, save the divine tree. Someone save our god." Yi Meng's face turned dark. Just as she was about to unleash the Tao of ice, she was tightly bound by his purple chains, causing her technique to collapse. Kai mocked arrogantly, "This is the immortal locking crimson, which can lock down all of your spiritual power. Right now you are nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Watching Dongyu Island being destroyed, tears of regret welled up in the corners of her eyes. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so disheartened, thinking that hiding here and pretending everything would be safe and sound." She lifted her head, screaming with all her might, "Master, I was wrong. Please save your disciple, save Dongyu Island." A beam of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a voice that echoed through the heavens. "Those who dare harm my disciple shall die." Kai was startled, raising an eyebrow. Looking at Yi Bei and Luo Shuisheng, who had appeared out of thin air, Kai asked, "Who are you? How dare you block my path?" Before he could finish, he took a heavy kick. He plummeted from on high, smashing a deep crater. After getting up, he clutched his face and cursed, "Who dares strike my face, I will definitely make you." Yi Bei's spiritual energy erupted as he stepped heavily on He-Chi's head. As the dust cleared, Kai was pinned firmly to the ground. He lifted his head, about to curse, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. This, he looked at the cold expression on Yi Bei's face, feeling his imposing physique, overwhelming spiritual energy and astonishing aura. Kai instantly changed his tune, extending a hand to propose. "My brave hero, you possess matchless talent. You are the absolute prime candidate for absorbing yang to supplement yin. If you are willing to join my Hehuan Sect to cultivate, you can reach the peak in a mere 500 years. Furthermore, this seat can plead with the sect master to let bygones be bygones regarding your rudeness just now." Yi Bei turned his head, completely bewildered. "Why does everyone want to dual cultivate with me? Now even a man is doing this." Luo Shuisheng stepped forward and said in rage, "Master, he dares to insult you. Let me kill him." He replied, "Luo girl, don't kill him. Your master thinks keeping him around might be of some use." She raised her hand to condense a purple energy sphere. "Understood, master." With a single strike, it seemed as if she would tear through the very sky. She was surprised to find a ball of chains emitting a bizarre aura appearing in the air. Kai stood arrogantly amidst the red chains. "This seat is the second in command of the Hehuan Sect. Not only do you dare decline, but you actually want to kill me?" Kai manipulated the chains to charge straight toward Luo Shuisheng. Seeking death, she opened her eyes slightly, completely fearless. The moment the chains met her sharp gaze flashing with cold purple light, they came to an abrupt halt. Kai cried out in shock. "What?" Her eyes were filled with killing intent, spiritual energy overflowing as the chains began to disintegrate. She released an extremely powerful, blinding energy, making him break into a cold sweat of terror. This strength was too terrifying. How could this be? It seemed he had kicked an iron plate today. Running away was the best option, Luo Shuisheng declared coldly. "Want to escape? No way." With teleportation-like speed, she flashed directly above his head, violently slamming his head into the ground, and then dragged him before Yi Bei. "Master, I've captured him. How do you plan to handle him?" he warned. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the sect master will definitely wash Dongyu Island in blood to avenge me," he said flatly. "So there is still a sect master. It seems you are indeed useless. Luo girl, dispose of him." Luo Shuisheng accepted the order and raised her hand. "Yes," Kai pleaded for mercy in terror. Wait a moment," he pointed at 3 white dots in the sky. Look over there, she asked her master for instructions. The realms of these people are all above Emperor Sovereign and they seem to be heading for Dongyu Island. Please allow your disciple to clean them up, Yi Bei replied solemnly. Go. Luo Shuisheng stepped forward and said, Master, your disciple will go and capture them all right now. Cherry blossom petals drifted from somewhere and landed behind Yi Bei. The peach blossom deity spoke up, her face filled with confusion. What? He turned to look at her and asked, What's wrong? What are you saying? He answered calmly, Peach blossom deity, you don't need to worry. This deity's disciple will help you deal with these lackeys, she exclaimed. Lackeys? Those people have already cultivated to the Emperor's sovereign realm. A single strike from them causes countless casualties. You actually let a young girl go deal with them before she has even completed her training? Are you her newly acknowledged master? Yi Bei replied calmly. Of course I am her master. The peach blossom deity held her hand to her forehead, worrying secretly. Even if she is the disciple of the reincarnated immortal monarch, her strength shouldn't be underestimated. Forget it, I'll trust them for now. If anything really goes wrong, it won't be too late for this deity to step in. She raised her hand to suggest to him, Then what about the plan we originally agreed upon? I pretend to be weak and show a vulnerability to lure those who covet Dongyu Island to reveal themselves, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop to eradicate them, he replied solemnly. That was your plan, not this deity's plan, she shouted in exasperation. Then are the arrays I set up, the traps in the pleasure pavilion, and the extra actors I arranged all going to be useless? He comforted her softly, leaving her stunned. Don't be in a rush to draw conclusions. Look over there, on the other side. Luo Shuisheng sent an enemy flying with a sweep kick. Her movements were fierce and sharp, launching consecutive strikes that left the opponent completely powerless to resist. Seeing her charge over, another person screamed in terror, Don't come near me! Her eyes flashed with deadly purple light. Tao of destruction, this strike shook the entire village. She landed gracefully before Yi Bei and the peach blossom deity. The deity marveled secretly. This power is practically comparable to a god of war. The immortal monarch's disciple is too terrifying. Luo Shuisheng ran back to report, Master, it seems I went a bit too hard. These people, he replied. They are not worthy of pity. Yi Bei emphasized the situation. Now that Dongyu Island's issue is resolved, the top priority is to save your junior sister Yi Meng. She responded, Junior sister Yi Meng was pierced by the soul lock, and her foundation must be damaged. Master, please allow your disciple to transmit spiritual energy to heal her. The peach blossom deity interrupted. Wait a moment, she stated. The immortal monarch's disciple indeed lives up to her reputation. Helping this deity eliminate the threat in the blink of an eye in that case. Yi Meng's issue should naturally be handled by this deity. Luo Shuisheng turned to ask for her master's opinion. Master, he replied. She can be trusted. The peach blossom deity extended her hand to cast a spell, saying, As for junior sister Yi Meng, this deity will certainly do everything to ensure her safety. But before that, I must ask the immortal monarch to help me with one more favor, she calculated secretly. Since they are already here, they might as well help me to the end. Your disciple is in my hands. I don't believe you won't help. Luo Shuisheng whispered, Is she really the mother of Dongyu Island? Why does she look so unreliable? He could only remain silent. Yi Bei raised his hand to form hand seals, creating a barrier of light and shooting a beam of intense light toward the unconscious Yi Meng. The peach blossom deity looked utterly bewildered. What happened? Yi Meng slowly woke up. She was astonished. She was fine, he informed her softly. You are fine now. Yi Meng walked to his side. Master, thank you and I am sorry. Recalling the past, she said with worry. Master, earlier when I was with the second sect master of the Hehuan Sect, I sensed the aura of 41st junior sister Su Lingling. Startled, Yi Bei pressed. What? Yi Meng explained. So I suspect junior sister Su Lingling was captured by the Hehuan Sect. Luo Shuisheng said in worry. Su Lingling has the lowest cultivation base among us disciples. This is bad, she replied. I will go rescue junior sister Su Lingling right now. Suddenly an invisible cage trapped Yi Meng. She was terrified. What is this? The peach blossom deity stepped forward, opening her palm and saying, This is the barrier of Dongyu Island, and it is also your heart demon. Those who cannot break through their heart demons can never leave this place. Yi Meng, what on earth are you fearing? She looked at her hands in dejection. Ah, clearly I was already prepared. Why is it like this? Yi Meng clenched her fist, saying with determination, Yes, I am simply not worthy of being Master's disciple. I once lost Master, lost everything, was beaten black and blue, and couldn't even protect Dongyu Island. Just after making her decision, she realized the cruel truth. As expected, why did I think I could just leave whenever I wanted? Suddenly, a call snapped her back to reality. Yi girl. Yi Bei stepped forward, saying gently, We will wait for you outside. He revealed a warm smile and held out his hand. We will wait for you at the sect. Yi Meng found her fighting spirit again, replying cheerfully, Yes, Yi Bei and Luo Shuishang came before a colossal stone monument. Ahead of them was the Hehuan Sect with a gate leading to a dark cave standing wide open. He stepped forward. "Let's go inside and have a look." Suddenly, two figures appeared on high, watching them enter. The subordinate behind them asked, "Third Sect Master, is this the man who killed the Second Sect Master? Are we really going to just let him walk in that easily? Shouldn't we report to the Sect Master and have him captured?" She scolded her subordinate. "Foolish. Someone is helping us clear out our eyesores, so of course we should throw the doors wide open to welcome them." He expressed his concern. "This person's cultivation realm is highly advanced, I fear," she interrupted with a face full of excitement. "The stronger they are, the greater their utility value. No man in this world can escape this face of mine. As long as I can control him, let alone the matter of the Second Sect Master, even the Grand Sect Master will have to show me some respect." Moss-covered stone steps appeared. On the other side, Shuishang wondered to herself as she walked, "Have we fallen into an array?" Yi Bei calmly said, "No need to rush, someone is already on their way." A shrill cry for help rang out. "Help?" That subordinate was pretending to be a thug, bullying the Third Sect Master. "Ha ha ha, scream at the top of your lungs. No one is coming to save you." A swarm of paper spirits swiftly attacked, sending the subordinate flying. Yi Bei stepped forward. "You're safe now," the Third Sect Master sobbed. "Woo woo woo, thank goodness you two saved me." "You two are so powerful, if not for you, I'm afraid I would have," Shuishang asked coldly. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "Putting on a weak and fragile act," she replied. "I live at the foot of the mountain. I came up the mountain to find my brother, but I didn't expect to run into that bad man just now." With wariness in her eyes, she thought to herself, "This woman is too alert and hard to deal with. It's safer to cozy up to the man instead." The Third Sect Master approached Yi Bei, trying her best to be flirtatious. "Big brother, thank goodness I ran into you, otherwise I'd be in deep trouble. I can tell you two are kind-hearted. Could you please help me all the way and assist me in finding my brother?" Yi Bei replied cheerfully. "Sure, but we don't know the way, so we wouldn't know how to help you search," she informed him. "It's fine, I know the way. I'll lead the way for you two, you just need to protect me." Yi Bei looked confident. "No problem." The Third Sect Master then began to lead the way. Yi Bei calmly instructed Shuishang in secret. "This woman and the man from earlier are partners. They've targeted us. We'll split up in a moment. You trace that man's aura to investigate, while Master follows this woman to see what tricks she wants to play. On the side," she thought triumphantly to herself, "once you enter my territory, an inescapable net will be waiting for you. Just obediently become my prey. I'm really looking forward to this, he. The Third Sect Master turned back to look only to be startled, wondering to herself how did the woman next to him disappear. Did she slip away seeing things turn south? The Third Sect Master thought triumphantly. "Oh well, anyway, we've already arrived at my territory. Without that woman, it's even better. As long as I catch this man, it's not a loss. If I conquer this man right now, would I still need to fear any of his conspiracies?" She leaned against Yi Bei, pretending to be delicate and weak. "Oh my back is so itchy. Can you check for me and see if I was bitten by a bug?" Yi Bei pretended to smile, thinking to himself, "Is this all the Hehuan Sect is capable of?" He replied, "Sure." As the Third Sect Master plotted, she took out a poison needle, thinking, "Sure enough, men are still easy to deal with. Once you're hit with my unique skill, no matter how strong you are, you will have to obediently listen to my orders." Just as she raised the poison needle to strike, the power bursting from Yi Bei scared her out of her wits. "What?" The Third Sect Master took a combat stance and said, "You actually found out. But this is my territory. Let's see where you can run," he replied contemptuously. "Is that all? And here I thought the Hehuan Sect was capable of more." Yi Bei's figure flashed, instantly choking the Third Sect Master by the neck. She turned pale with shock. "So fast," Yi Bei coldly ordered. "I'll give you 3 seconds to prove you still have value to me, otherwise I won't guarantee whether you live or die." At this moment the Third Sect Master was filled with absolute terror, feeling as if her body were being crushed by a mountain. With every breath she took, her body felt like it was about to burst apart, and even her soul felt excruciating pain. "If this lasts one more second, I'm afraid my body will explode and I'll die," she begged in terror. "I can take you to see the Sect Master of the Hehuan Sect." Clutching her throat and coughing repeatedly, she pleaded with Yi Bei. "I am the Third Sect Master of the Hehuan Sect. I can help you see the Sect Master, don't kill me." He merely said coldly, "Take me there." She replied, "I can't right now." His eyes flashed with anger. With a pale face, the Third Sect Master explained, "No, I'm really not lying to you. Please don't kill me," she confessed. "Our Sect Master is incredibly powerful, a name that strikes terror into the people of the Dongyu Plain, but she goes into seclusion in the back mountain every year. There are top-tier arrays and barriers there, so it's extremely difficult for ordinary people to see her. That is why I said it's not possible right now." Yi Bei held up 3 fingers. "I'll give you 3 more seconds to explain clearly. 1, 2, terrified, she burst into tears. All right, stop counting, I'll make it clear right now. Although the sect master rarely shows her face, she hosts a sect assembly once every 3 months to handle inter-sect affairs, and the next one happens to be tomorrow. That's why I can only take you to see her tomorrow. No matter what deep feud you have with her, just don't drag me into it. Yi-Bei turned around. Your little life is temporarily spared. She let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he ordered her to lead the way. I want to rest, she replied. Yes. Then she plotted secretly in her mind. You fool from Dongyu, you have a deep feud with the sect master. Tomorrow, once you and the sect master fight to a mutual defeat, I will teach you a good lesson. The next morning, in front of a grand building, the third sect master walked in front, warning him. Those who are coming today are all prominent figures. Don't provoke them later. If trouble arises, even I won't be able to save you. Yi-Bei shot back. With your pathetic character, you can actually be the third sect master. Do these minions really think they can harm me? She endured his words, gnashing her teeth. The sixth hallmaster teased. Third sect master, I heard your attack on Dongyu Island failed. How do you still have the face to return? The hallmaster next to him chimed in. Tisk, you even brought back a decent-looking man. Are you trying to use him to redeem yourself? The third sect master furiously shot back. You dare be rude to me. The people of Dongyu Island are already dead and gone. Do you want to try it too? Channeling his cultivation method, the hallmaster said, Stubborn as a mule. Since the sect master hasn't arrived yet, this hallmaster will teach you a lesson on her behalf. The two instantly clashed, preparing to trade blows. An energy sphere flew toward Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei stared at it and smiled confidently. Seeking death, with a casual wave of his hand, he sent the Hehuan Sect hallmaster's energy sphere flying right back at him. The attack bounced back, heavily striking the hallmaster and sending her flying backward. Yi-Bei then swept his cold gaze to the other side. The sixth hallmaster widened his eyes in horror, thinking, Is that look trying to kill me? Unexpectedly, Yi-Bei simply turned his head away. The sixth hallmaster narrowed his eyes, thinking in anger, He doesn't even put me in his eyes, he's even too lazy to kill me. This is absolutely insulting, he calculated. Damn it, he must be a helper invited by the third sect master. If someone of his strength enters the Hehuan Sect, won't our resources be hogged by him alone? No, we absolutely can't let this happen. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a glowing statue. He remembered that ever since the sect master office, what she valued most was this damaged statue. This was the supreme treasure of the sect. If this newcomer broke it, the sect master would eliminate him immediately without him having to lift a finger. He slyly sneaked a glance at Yi-Bei, snickering to himself. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you break in. Newbie, just wait to die. In the next second, the sixth hallmaster triumphantly threw the statue toward Yi-Bei. Newbie, take this. The third sect master instantly recognized it as the sect master's most treasured statue, and her face turned pale with shock. Yi-Bei's eyes were full of disdain. For such a cheap trick, he simply flicked his finger and shot a beam of light, breaking the statue in half. Smoke was still rising from Yi-Bei's fingertip, and everyone stared intently at the fragments beneath his feet. Everyone who witnessed Yi-Bei shattering the statue was completely dumbfounded. What? After a long while, people finally clutched their heads and screamed in panic. The statue is broken. The sect master's most precious statue is broken. Run! The sect master is going to explode with rage. Is it still in time to go get our mounts and flee for our lives? This life is too short. Let's meet in the next life, everyone. Su Lingling suddenly appeared at the door, her face dark. Gnashing her teeth, she demanded, Who has such guts to dare shatter this sect master's statue? The disciples of the Hehuan Sect were startled. The sect master has arrived. The sixth hallmaster immediately pointed at Yi-Bei. It wasn't us who broke it, it was him, Lingling asked solemnly. Was it you who shattered my statue? Yi-Bei turned his head to glance at her. Ah, it was me, so what? The third sect master broke into a cold sweat. It's over, he actually offended the sect master. It's completely over. If I had known, I shouldn't have brought him here. Forget about the position of second sect master. Now I'll probably have to peel off a layer of skin. The sixth hallmaster wore a sinister smile, thinking, Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. The man next to him sighed. Don't look, when the sect master kills people it's too bloody. This newbie is dead meat. Yet to everyone's absolute shock, the moment Yi-Bei turned around, Su Lingling actually knelt with a thud and kowtowed twice, shouting loudly, Master! The entire crowd was shocked, crying out in unison. What? Su Lingling lifted her head. Master, what wind blew you here today? He replied. Don't perform such a grand gesture the moment we meet, get up and speak. She shouted, What are you all still standing there dazed for? Hurry up and pay respects to Grandmaster. Instantly, everyone fell to their knees and kowtowed, shouting in unison, Paying respects to Grandmaster, only the 6th Hall Master was still frozen in shock, unable to accept this reality. Su Lingling pointed at him and ordered, "You, come over here and wipe the chair clean for Grandmaster to sit." The 6th Hall Master clenched his fists, roaring in fury, You go too far." Angry red light flared in the eyes of the 6th Hall Master of the Hehuan Sect. Clenching his fists and gathering spiritual energy, he roared, "You go too far, I will kill you." With a cold sweep of her eyes, Su Lingling instantly detected the violent wind laced with killing intent approaching. Her gaze was sharp, her brow furrowed slightly as she said coldly, "Go to hell." Just as the words left her mouth, she spun around agilely, her robes fluttering, her long slender leg whipped toward him. This lightning-fast kick slammed directly into his face with a dull thud. The massive force sent his head snapping back, causing him to stumble to the ground. He knelt on one knee, clutching his throbbing face, staring at her with eyes full of rage. "Su Lingling, you don't deserve to be the sect master of the Hehuan Sect at all." She stood tall, looking down on him with eyes full of disdain. "Survival of the fittest. Being able to stand here is this sect master's capability. If you, 6th Hall Master, are unsatisfied, feel free to try and take it. I, Su Lingling, will be waiting." Clutching his swollen face, he gnashed his teeth. "You are indeed strong, but you are so arrogant that you don't care about the Hehuan Sect's survival at all. We worked so hard for so many years just to hope for a Hall Master position." Then, pointing at the person next to Su Lingling, clearly unwilling to accept this, "But then another newcomer arrives. Just because you say he's the Grand Master, we have to kneel to him immediately? By what right?" With growing rage, he threatened. "Fine, we have already found a new sect master for the Hehuan Sect. He is the supreme of the immortal realm, the Tinluo Immortal Lord. We have already sent someone to invite him over. Once he arrives, not a single one of you will escape." Standing with his hands behind his back, Yi Bei couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, driven out like a dog, and yet you're still putting on airs here. Since you want to change the sect master, this deity can reconsider." He stroked his chin, evaluating the idea of selecting a new sect master for the Hehuan Sect. "Are you serious?" A smug grin curled on the 6th Hall Master's lips. "Laugh all you want. When the Tinluo Immortal Lord arrives, it'll be too late, even if you kneel and beg for mercy." The grand gates were suddenly pushed open, intense light pouring inside. The massive sound seemed to tear through the void, causing everyone to turn back in shock. He was overjoyed. "Lord Tinluo Immortal Lord has arrived." Lingling turned and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Shuisheng's silhouette appeared at the door. Backlit, she looked exceptionally majestic. She said in a deep voice, "Master, your disciple has arrived late." Hearing this, Lingling ran over in pleasant surprise. "Senior sister." At the same time, Shuisheng walked in with giant strides. Without saying a word, she slammed a person heavily to the ground. The 6th Hall Master stared with wide eyes, spitting out a mouthful of water in shock. "Ah, you captured the person I sent." They completely ignored him, chatting among themselves. Lingling bounced over. "Eldest senior sister, you finally came. This is wonderful." Shuisheng greeted her warmly, asking softly, "Your mind is always full of mischievous ideas. What are you planning this time?" She stared wide-eyed, replying excitedly, "All those years of preparation have finally paid off. I've finally waited for this day." Shuisheng was surprised. "What?" Right after, Lingling couldn't help but say, her tone filled with gratitude, "Master, eldest senior sister, back when I was at the sect I was the most mischievous, yet everyone always tolerated and doted on me. Every time I caused trouble, everyone cleaned up after me. Later, I snuck out alone and didn't return for so many years. Not only did you not blame me, but you also specifically came to find me. I am truly touched." She snapped her fingers triumphantly. "So after preparing for so many years, I want to give everyone a surprise. Come out." Yi Bei and Shuisheng looked at her as she stood there with a face full of anticipation for praise. "This is the surprise I prepared. How is it? Do you like it?" He smiled in approval. "Girl Ling is indeed thoughtful." Shuisheng, however, angrily grabbed Lingling by the neck and roared, "Gifting master so many beauties, explain yourself clearly. Where exactly is the surprise?" She hurriedly explained, "These are the absolute best spiritual cultivation bodies in my Hehuan Sect. Dual cultivating with them will help you improve by leaps and bounds. I was reluctant to give them to anyone else, wanting to keep them only for master and senior sister." Hearing her say this, Shuisheng's expression softened slightly. Lingling continued with a smug face, "Not only that, I've also prepared an even bigger surprise. Once master and you find out, you will definitely praise me." With anger burning in her eyes and killing intent surging, Shuisheng grit her teeth and hissed, "An even bigger surprise? Are you trying to repay kindness with enmity?" Lingling tilted her head, pressing a finger to her cheek, and asked with a grin, "What's wrong? Is senior sister unsatisfied with my arrangements?" Shuisheng roared with a face full of grievance, "Su Lingling, if I, Luo Shuisheng, stay single for the rest of my life, it'll be entirely thanks to you." But she only tilted her head, looking completely confused. "What? Senior sister, what on earth are you talking about?" Listening to their conversation, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Shuisheng glared at him. Master, you can still laugh, aren't you going to explain? She widened her eyes in confusion. What? Explain what? Why is it that from the very beginning I haven't understood a single word senior sister said? Yi Bei cleared his throat, his face flushing. Ahem, cough. Your eldest senior sister and I, he hesitated, then leaned in to whisper in Lingling's ear. She widened her eyes, jaw dropped, stammering incoherently. This, then she covered her mouth and snickered, her eyes full of playfulness. That is wonderful, eldest senior sister, you finally succeeded. Scratching his cheek, Yi Bei declined. Girl Ling, Master appreciates your kind thoughts, but with your eldest senior sister here I wouldn't dare act recklessly. She shut her mouth guiltily and spoke no more. Shuisheng chimed in. At least you know you were repaying kindness with enmity. Lingling let out a sigh of relief, waving her hand to dismiss the women behind her. You may leave. After everyone left, Shuisheng returned to the main topic. Lingling, what exactly is the big surprise you mentioned just now? She made an inviting gesture. As for that, Master, senior sister, follow me and you will understand. Passing through two towering cliffs, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Purple clouds drifted about, presenting a mysterious and alluring scene. At the Tinling Lake in the back mountain of the Hehuan Sect, the three figures appeared beside a cascading waterfall. She spoke. This is the big surprise I prepared for you two. A voice filled with doubt rang out. Spiritual liquid. Standing there, she shook her head and explained. This is no ordinary spiritual liquid lake. This is the supreme treasure of our Hehuan Sect. Yi Bei looked at her with a face full of doubt. So the statue in the hall was just a cover-up used to divert attention. Seeing that he had read her mind, Lingling immediately beamed with joy. That's right, Master knows me best. Those things were just for show to scare people. This is the Hehuan Sect's true ultimate treasure. Amid the roaring waterfall, she gave a loud explanation. This heavenly spirit lake has existed since the creation of heaven and earth, containing the primordial chaos power of the universe. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. Cultivating here brings a thousandfold pleasure to both body and mind. The first sect master of the Hehuan Sect established a firm foothold in Danyu precisely because of this lake. Then she generously shared a secret. When I took over, the previous sect master once told me that a massive mystery lies hidden at the bottom of the lake. If one can comprehend it, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate for an individual, and a complete reversal of fortune for the sect. Shuisheng asked curiously, what mystery? How much of it have you comprehended? Lingling's body froze instantly. Facing the query, her eyes darted around, and she let out a couple of dry chuckles. She felt deeply ashamed. After all, she had always slacked off during her training. Although she could put on a front in public, she knew her own limitations only too well. Quickly changing the subject, she pointed at the lake water and said, Actually, let alone comprehending the mystery at the lakebed, your disciple hasn't even seen it. I've just been waiting to bring Master and Senior Sister here to investigate together. Resting her chin in her hand, Shuisheng murmured thoughtfully. Although Lingling's cultivation was below the false immortal realm, her status was among the very best, yet even she couldn't see through what was hidden at the bottom of the heavenly spirit lake. Yi Bei stepped forward and said calmly, We'll know once we go down. With that, the two leaped into the lake together. Standing on the shore, Lingling cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Master, Senior Sister, make sure to cultivate well. Don't let this opportunity go to waste. I'll be waiting for you on the shore. And preferably, bring the little one back. Deep at the bottom of the lake, faint light filtered through the water, refracting shimmering ripples as bubbles drifted lazily upward. Hugging herself, Shuisheng complained with a flushed face and a racing heart. That sly brat Lingling claimed this was a cultivation holy land, but this is clearly a giant aphrodisiac pool. A crab quietly appeared behind them, listening to their whispers. Dual cultivation is also a form of cultivation, girl Luo. Let's not let Lingling's good intentions go to waste. It paused slightly, then quietly scuttled sideways to another spot. What a sensible crab. 3 days later, the two still remained at the bottom of the lake. She said excitedly, Master, under your guidance, your disciple has broken through to the false immortal realm. Then her eyes dimmed slightly as she sighed in dejection. But your disciple has searched twice and still hasn't found any mystery at the bottom of the lake. Yi Bei fell into contemplation with his hands behind his back. We cannot see the true face of Mount Lu simply because we are standing in the midst of it. Frowning, he said in a low voice, The mystery is right beside us. In other words, it is ourselves. Shuisheng looked over in confusion. What? As the two stood quietly in the clear water, the lake suddenly vibrated violently, sending layers of ripples undulating across the surface. Luo, Shuisheng and Yi Bei looked down, their eyes filled with suspicion as a violent shockwave erupted. A colossal ghostly hand accompanied by a massive water vortex emerged beneath their feet. She suddenly felt a heavy pressure crash over her, her body seemingly dragged in by an invisible force. She instinctively reached out and cried, Master, he hurriedly reached out to grab her. Girl Luo, panicking, Xueshang's body shook uncontrollably. Master, save me, this thing is absorbing my spiritual energy. She grit her teeth, her face deathly pale as she struggled with all her might, but her entire body had grown rigid, leaving her unable to move. It seemed she was completely controlled by it, with no room to resist. Yibei's brow furrowed tightly as his gaze darkened, and he dashed forward like the wind. Gathering his strength, he struck the vortex. The colliding energy waves erupted into a blinding light that swept through the entire space. I can't destroy it, he concluded in shock. I used at least 60% of my power just now, yet this vortex didn't budge an inch. What secret is hidden at the bottom of this lake, or is it a trap? A blurry silhouette gradually materialized within the churning vortex. He murmured, "This vortex is in a completely invincible state, and it is still frantically absorbing Girl Luo's spiritual energy. If this continues, a head-on clash probably won't yield a high chance of success." Yibei paused slightly, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes as his lips parted. That is, staring intently at the center of the vortex, he discovered an ancient structure gradually revealing itself. With his hands behind his back, he finally understood. So this was the mystery beneath the heavenly spirit lake, rumored to change the cosmos. It was the passage leading to the immortal ladder and the immortal pavilion of the immortal realm. Then his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with suspicion. But that immortal pavilion just now seemed a bit off, as if it had been damaged. Could this vortex be the immortal ladder's automatic repair system, and it is absorbing Girl Luo's spiritual energy precisely to repair the immortal ladder and the immortal pavilion? Looking at the painfully floating Xueshang, Yibei felt a pang of pity. If this goes on, Girl Luo's spiritual energy will probably be drained dry. No, I must save her. With that, he immediately channeled his power. Beams of golden light shot straight toward the energy vortex, attempting to shatter it. The attacks only left trembling ripples on the surface, while absorbing the power of the strikes. A teal glow flashed continuously, fiercely protecting the city gates within. Yibei frowned, thinking to himself, this glow is likely a divine trace. Even if ordinary attacks can affect it, they cannot interrupt its absorption process. Unless I take Girl Luo's place and become its target of absorption. Sensing his intention, Xueshang shouted, "Master, do you plan to?" Ignoring her protests, he placed his hand on the barrier. She knit her brows in worry, trying to stop him. "Master." Yibei closed his eyes, forming a sword hand sign to channel his power. A golden magic circle manifested. He comforted her. "Don't worry, Girl Luo. This vortex can't do anything to me, trust me. What does a minor thing like this count for to your master?" Her eyes reddened as tears welled up and spilled over, her voice choking up. "Master, your disciple trusts you." With a sweep of his eyes, he ordered, "System, get out here." Upon hearing the summon, the system materialized immediately. "Dear host, at your service." With a dark, furious expression, he barked, "System, we've wandered through these plains and retrieved quite a few disciples. Logically speaking, there should be plenty of skill cards and rewards by now, right?" In an instant, he made his decision to use them all to repair the immortal ladder at the center of the vortex. The system accepted the command. "No problem. The skill cards are ready, please check." Yibei stood tall, forming hand seals with both hands as a majestic aura filled the space, the surrounding floating golden runes gathering into a massive array. The vortex before him grew even larger, swallowing the brilliant golden light. Yibei murmured, "A bit stronger." With a roar, his eyes blazing like torches, the spiritual energy within his body continued to erupt frantically. A bit stronger. A cubical object gradually became clear at the center of the vortex, surrounded by layers of rings resembling stellar orbits, forming a shocking array formation. Watching the scene before her, Xueshang was deeply shocked, blurting out, "This is," with a flash of teal light, bubbles dispersed, and the lake's surface returned to a deathly silence, as if it had never vibrated. Looking at this, Yibei said softly, "Girl Luo, let's go. It's time to return to the immortal realm." Beside him, Xueshang quickly replied, "Yes, master." The water surface churned violently as two figures soared into the air, leaving behind a blurry afterimage as they charged toward the city gates. Suspended in midair, the two beams of teal light crashed into the barrier, instantly triggering a powerful wave of spiritual energy and kicking up brilliant golden light. Two streaks of light plummeted from the illusory sky, landing in front of a grand gray hall. Xueshang turned to him excitedly and said, "Master, we're back." Looking around, a look of doubt crossed her face. "But isn't this the welcoming hall? How did it become so desolate?" The collapsed walls on all sides made her wonder. This place looked as if it had experienced a massive battle. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. Peeved, she cried out in horror. Master, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, clinging to his chest in pain. Yibei had inevitably lost some spiritual energy while resisting the divine vortex earlier. "Don't worry," she anxiously supported her master. "Your disciple will heal you." Suddenly, a foot stepped on and shattered the long stone slab on the ground. Hearing the noise, the two quickly turned around and barked, Who is it? Holding a flower branch and a green medicine bag, Xingqian spoke with a face full of smiles. Master, eldest senior sister. She was thrilled to have finally found them. She gasped, Xingqian, how are you here? Paying no heed to anything else, she joyfully hugged Xuesheng tightly. Master, eldest senior sister, I've finally found you. Yi Bei looked at Xingqian with doubt in his eyes. Xingqian, why are you in the immortal realm? She explained softly but firmly. Master, didn't you tell me to cultivate diligently in the Tianquan space back then? Later I heard that you had ascended to the immortal realm. So I also cultivated desperately to ascend here, she recounted excitedly. Not just me, but many of my senior and junior sisters have also come up, and we've even established our own forces in the immortal realm. Then she wore a bewildered expression. It's just that after we came up we couldn't find master or senior sister. We had no idea where you actually went. He let out a sigh. It's a long story. Turning to see the blood on his lips, Xingqian said worriedly, Master, your injury. She hurriedly reached out to check, but Yi Bei slightly turned his head away, trying his best to maintain his composure. Xingqian, you just said you established forces in the immortal realm? She replied softly, yes. After she let go, he proposed. Let's head to your place first, he inquired on the way, and she nodded in agreement. A while later, inside the room, Xingqian straightened her back, presenting a red medicine box with both hands, and said politely, Master, although you are heavily injured, your physique is extraordinary, and there is a powerful force within your body self-repairing, so there is no need to worry. Consuming this pill might help you recover faster. Yi Bei waved his hand, saying in a deep voice, Thank you for your hard work. I wish to recover my spiritual energy on my own. You may leave first. Xingqian respectfully withdrew, replying softly, Yes. Then she swiftly shut the door, leaving Yi Bei some private space. A voice echoed from behind him. Yi Bei, I've finally found you. With a turn of his head, he saw the newcomer was none other than the Kongyun Pavilion Lord. Kneeling on one knee, the elder bowed his head and pleaded, Little friend Yi Bei, I beg of you to save our demon immortal realm. Save us from the depths of fire and water. He furrowed his brows, sweeping his sharp gaze over. Elder Kang, it is not that I do not respect you, but I have only just returned to the immortal realm. How did you avoid the eyes and ears of the medicine immortal hall to find me? The elder looked up to examine him, secretly celebrating. Though we haven't met for several months, Yi Bei's strength has already far surpassed mine. As expected, I didn't find the wrong person. Cupping his hands and bowing, he appeared somewhat uneasy. Little friend, please calm your anger. I really had no other choice, so I used a minor trick to see you. Seeing the other party remain silent, the Emperor Sovereign hurriedly explained, Back in the Southern Heaven Arena, I saw that you were extraordinary. Therefore, when passing down the cultivation method, I quietly left a mark on you so I could keep track of your whereabouts at critical moments. Rest assured there is no malice in this, otherwise you would have detected it long ago. After a moment of silence, Yi Bei frowned. Just spit it out, what exactly do you want? The elder had been waiting for these words, and he hurriedly stood up, his face full of anticipation. I hope you can return to the Southern Heaven Arena. Then take over my position, to take charge of the demon immortal realm. Stroking his chin, Yi Bei repeated with interest, Take over. The Emperor Sovereign recounted the reasons with a solemn face, his tone low and tense. Since you vanished after your battle with the Tinluo Immortal Lord, I know not what opportunity that Tinluo Immortal Lord obtained, but his spiritual energy surged violently, and he has been continuously annexing various forces in the immortal realm. Now he is closing in on the demon immortal realm. We demon immortals are already discriminated against in the immortal realm. If we fall into his cruel hands, I fear our end will be even more tragic. Therefore I beg of you, little friend Yi, to take action and save our demon immortal realm. Yi Bei crossed his arms, showing doubt. I recall Pavilion Lord Kang's strength has always been far above mine, so why would you ask for help from a junior like me? The elder let out a sigh, extending his hand with a look of regret to complain. To be honest, I fought that Tinluo Immortal Lord once last time and ended up utterly defeated. Now my spiritual energy is severely damaged, and I am simply powerless to save the demon immortal realm. Yi Bei clarified, How exactly do you want me to save it? Lead a group of demon soldiers to fight? The Emperor Sovereign shook his head, declaring with a serious gaze, No, in 15 days the Immortal Realm Alliance Grand Assembly will be held. All major forces will participate in the competition, and the final rewards are top-tier spiritual treasures and the position of Alliance leader. Then he proposed firmly, Little friend Yi Bei, you are already the recognized rookie king of the Southern Heaven Arena, so representing me is the most suitable choice. If you can fight on behalf of the demon immortal realm, I believe it will bring you nothing but benefits. What do you think? Resting his chin in his hand, Yi Bei frowned and thought, Will the Tinluo Immortal Lord be there? The elder replied without hesitation, No, for some reason, although his subordinates are constantly expanding, he himself has been in seclusion for half a year and shouldn't show his face anytime soon. Hearing this, Yi Bei pondered. If I can use the name of the demon Immortal Realm to win the position of Immortal Realm Alliance leader, won't sweeping away the Tinluo Immortal Lord be twice as effective with half the effort? Then he looked at the Emperor Sovereign and accepted. Fine, I accept your invitation. The elder was overjoyed. Excellent. He was about to turn and leave, but turned back to remind him. Then I shall return immediately to assemble an elite force to escort you to the Grand Assembly. Closing his eyes, Yi Bei declined flatly. No need, I have my own arrangements. The elder hesitated, but upon hearing the Emperor Sovereign let out a sigh, he could only let it go. Very well. He then handed a red object to Yi Bei. This is our Demon Immortal Realm's command seal. Seeing this seal is like seeing the master himself. Whoever holds this seal can mobilize our forces at any time. Please accept it, little friend Yi. Smiling, Yi Bei examined it curiously. Why do you trust me so much? The Emperor Sovereign spoke in a deep voice, looking at him with a firm gaze. Just like when I first met you, and during your first battle at the Southern Heaven Arena. I believe my judgment is correct. Looking at the command seal in his hand, he nodded. Very well. I, Yi Bei, will surely protect the safety of the Demon Immortal Realm in the future. Having received the promise, the elder bowed in gratitude. Thank you. With a sweep of his eyes, Yi Bei gestured to Shuisheng. Girl Luo, get ready. We are setting off. She bowed her head in response. Yes. 14 days later, the master and 2 disciples gathered to discuss. Xingqian spoke first. There are only 2 days left until the Alliance Grand Assembly, but the currently strongest Lingxiao Palace has booked out all the inn rooms. Sitting opposite her, Shuisheng chimed in. Isn't that just showing no respect to other forces? They really love to show off. Xingqian added indignantly. Not only that, they only left a single inn for all the other forces. This is clearly an attempt to instigate everyone to fight before the assembly even starts. If all sides fight to mutual exhaustion, they can reap the rewards of our conflict. With a look of disgust, Shuisheng said, and they call themselves a top-tier force of the Immortal Realm. This method is truly underhanded. Stroking his chin, Yi Bei commented, the most practical methods are often the best ones. She asked curiously, Master, you're still speaking up for them? A yellow-haired youth walked into the inn, calling out arrogantly, Innkeeper, I want 2 rooms. The innkeeper hurriedly ran over and said, I am terribly sorry, let alone 20 rooms. Even the last 2 rooms were just booked by someone else. Then he turned to look at Yi Bei's group and continued, They're those folks over there. If you go over and negotiate with them, maybe they can spare a room for you. A longsword slammed down onto a wooden bench. A harsh voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. With one foot resting on a chair, he looked at Xingqian and Shuisheng, who had abruptly stood up and spoke. Calm down. I only came over to negotiate with you. The yellow-haired youth gave a thumbs up, pointing arrogantly behind himself. You look very unfamiliar. You're probably some small-time faction from a backwater, aren't you? He laughed insolently. It's only normal that you haven't heard of our 10,000 Sword Sect. Our 10,000 Sword Sect is the second-ranked force in the Immortal Realm, backed by the Tinluo Immortal Land with countless disciples under our banner, and our achievements in the Sword Dao have reached the absolute peak. Outsiders have to yield to us. He then flashed a wild, arrogant smile. Hand over those 2 rooms of yours to me. This young master might consider letting you live until the assembly begins. Yi Bei closed his eyes and laughed heartily. Haha, a fool who doesn't even know to reserve a room in advance dares to show off here and call himself a young master. He then took a sip of his tea. This master won't take action. Girl Luo, deal with him. Shuisheng cast a sidelong glance. Yes, master. The yellow-haired youth's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth. You court death. Before he could even react, Shuisheng waved her hand violently, instantly shattering his longsword and sending metal shards flying in all directions. Looking at the weapon with only half its blade left in his hand, he roared in fury, You dare destroy my sword? I want your life. Shuisheng unleashed a slash of sword chi laced with lightning in midair, blasting the yellow-haired youth backward repeatedly. His face turned pale, yet he still gnashed his teeth. You? Yi Bei calmly stepped forward and mocked. What? Do you want to continue, little young master? The youth turned around, preparing to leave, not forgetting to threaten. Just you wait. We have the backing of the Tinluo Immortal Land. Once I return, I'll bring people to deal with you. Shuisheng asked in confusion. Master, are we just letting him go like this? Yi Bei wasn't worried at all. Didn't he say he could help us find people from the Tinluo Immortal Land? This deity is looking forward to him bringing their leader over. His face was full of interest. Tinluo Immortal Lord. Our battle begins now. On the other side, in a deep dark cave, the Tinluo Immortal Lord slowly opened his eyes. Guards, go investigate someone. Standing in front of 2 massive stone pillars, Xingqian sighed in admiration. Master, that Lingxiao Palace is indeed formidable. With just this tactic of snatching guest rooms, they've made several forces lose their composure and take action early over the past few days. It both dampens the enemy's morale and seamlessly showcases their own strength, Yi Bei evaluated. A bit of cleverness, but those are just minor tricks. Whether they are gods or ghosts, we'll only know once we test them. She narrowed her eyes. Master, I will absolutely not drag you down. In the grand arena, announcements rang out one after another. Liuli Sect, enter. 10,000 Sword Sect, enter. Demon Immortal Realm, please enter. Demon Immortal Realm, please enter. A disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect mocked. There is absolutely no need for a low-level force like the Demon Immortal Realm to participate, right? The person beside him chimed in. Don't say that. It is a Tier 2 force after all, though they might be using a fake name, another commented. Demon Immortals are only one rank below humans in the mortal world, but they can't lift their heads in the immortal realm. How ridiculous. Ha ha ha, the Liuli Sect also joined in the jeering. Are they coming or not? If not, we'll take their seats. The members of the 10,000 Sword Sect also laughed mockingly. Haha, they probably don't dare to show up. When Yi Bei, Xueshang and Xingchen walked in, the announcement rang out. The Demon Immortal Realm has entered. Someone provoked them to their faces. Oh, you actually came. It really wasn't easy, was it? Yi Bei directly punched the man in the face. Get lost. The man clutched his face and wailed. You court death? The crowd bustled with discussion. Don't mind him. Lingxiao Palace has arrived. Let's go check them out. Xueshang widened her eyes and repeated, Lingxiao Palace. Xingchen was already drooling with desire. So that is Lingxiao Palace. That bird looks very suitable for refining pills. A massive red bird flew over carrying a sedan on its back. Yi Bei squinted his eyes. What a grand display. Instantly exerting heavy pressure on everyone upon arrival, Xueshang remarked in surprise. It seems this Immortal Land Alliance Grand Assembly isn't as boring as I imagined. It's starting to get interesting. Xingchen's focus remained solely on that bird. I want that bird so bad, I want that bird so bad. The sedan door opened, and two servants bowed respectfully. Lord Divine Son Ning, your seat is over here. Lord Ning noticed Yi Bei standing on the city wall, who was also looking down to observe him. That's it. Lord Ning was puzzled in his heart. Who is this person? He is actually completely unaffected by my pressure. He then closed his eyes and turned around thinking, forget it, just another fool. The announcement continued. Would all contestants please enter the barrier ahead based on the text on your cards to participate in the match, to participate in the competition. Floating in midair, the host announced, the Immortal Land Alliance Grand Assembly has officially begun. He spread his arms and stated, this assembly is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the Disciple Duel, where each sect can dispatch 10 disciples to battle and advance. The ultimate winner of the finals will obtain first place. First round, first match, Demon Immortal Realm versus 10,000 Sword Sect. Begin now. A group of people immediately leapt onto the arena stage. The yellow-haired youth led the mockery. Hearing the name of our 10,000 Sword Sect, do the people of the Demon Immortal Realm not dare to show up? The crowd roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a long golden rope whipped over like lightning, and then slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was Xueshang, standing suspended in midair. What? You still dare to come up and fight? The yellow-haired youth froze, cold sweat dripping down. It's you. Xueshang's entire body radiated a divine light, energy condensing in her palm. Didn't you say you were going to invite the people of the Tinluo Immortal Lord to deal with us? Why haven't we seen even a shadow of them over the past few days? The yellow-haired youth frowned and gnashed his teeth. Don't be too arrogant. I have already reported this to the Tinluo Immortal Land, and they will come to teach you a lesson very soon. What's the matter? Can your Demon Immortal Realm not find anyone else, leaving only you to participate in the match? Unleashing her spiritual energy, she spread her arms and charged toward the crowd from the 10,000 Sword Sect. Fighting your entire group by myself is more than enough, he roared angrily at his companions. There are 10 of us and only 1 of her. We are guaranteed to win. Kill her. The long rope deftly whipped one person's face while sealing off the escape routes of the others. By the time Xueshang landed, the group had already been blasted away by the golden rope's shadows. With just a single move, they were left wailing on the ground, clutching their faces and weeping bitterly. Standing heroically, she announced coldly, it's over. The yellow-haired youth, still forcing himself to hold on, raised his hand to condense spiritual power. Ha ha ha, you are the one who is finished. Unfortunately, the moment I saw you, I had already quietly laid down an array formation. Following his words, thousands of longswords materialized from the array, pointing directly at her. Go to hell, little girl. As those longswords charged toward her, the array beneath Xueshang's feet instantly lit up. Xingchen shouted in worry, eldest senior sister. Yi Bei, however, looked completely relaxed. Xingchen, you are not looking down on your eldest senior sister, are you? Do you think she would lose just like this? As the smoke and dust dispersed, Shuisheng's spiritual energy erupted around her body. "Is this your array?" The yellow-haired youth's eyes widened in horror. "This is my 10,000 Sword Sect's fire array." How could, with a casual wave of her hand, she condensed an energy sphere to counterattack in coordination with the array. Seeing the terrifying energy charging toward him, he shrieked, "Ah, young master, save me!" With a loud boom, the vibration from the explosion kicked up a sky full of shattered rocks. A disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect tried to escape amidst the chaos. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must have used some kind of sorcery. "I have to go report to the Tinluo Immortal Lord." But it was already too late. The long rope transformed into an iron pillar and pierced straight through his body. Shuisheng maintained her pose of raising her hand. "Trash. Even if I let you go find that Tinluo Immortal Lord, you wouldn't be able to bring him." The others retreated in terror. She wiped out 10 top disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect all by herself. What kind of person is she? This is too terrifying. Another was also scared out of his wits. What did she say just now? She wants to wipe out all the contestants by herself. Is it still in time for me to hide now? Ningchen frowned and ordered. "For every match of this woman from now on, add a little extra flavor for her." The subordinate beside him bowed his head to take the order. Yes. By the second day, Shuisheng still used her long rope to whip her opponents away. By the third day, she still unilaterally swept the entire field. It wasn't until the 7th day that she merely waved her hand to make her opponents bow their heads in surrender. In the center of the arena, the host announced, "The first round of the competition has concluded. First place, Demon Immortal Realm." Following the announcement, the second and third places were Lingxiao Palace and the Liuli Sect respectively. Shuisheng landed and bowed. "Master, I have returned." Yibei praised in approval. Well done." Xingchen's eyes sparkled. "Eldest senior sister. You fought the entire field all by yourself. You are truly too strong. Several times I thought you were about to fall into danger, but in the end you still won safely and soundly. You are simply amazing." The three of them politely praised each other. Shuisheng added, "If junior sister Xingchen focused on martial arts instead of refining pills, she would definitely be even stronger than me. Senior sister, you praise me so much I'm blushing." Suddenly, Shuisheng remembered something, turning to ask, "By the way, master, I've discovered a strange thing during these past few days of matches." She gestured with her hands, her face full of confusion. "Starting from the very first match, every subsequent match seemed to have traps laid out in advance by someone, intending to sentence me to death." Xingchen replied dismissively, "Senior sister, you are so formidable, so isn't it normal for someone to set traps beforehand?" She frowned and rubbed her chin. "Traps are normal. But the level of malice in those traps was abnormal. Those opponent sects didn't have the strength to lay such a scheme. It must have been the work of some grand sect, or a joint conspiracy of multiple sects." Yibei lowered his eyes to clear their doubts. "Someone is getting impatient and taking action. The earlier they strike, the more flaws they will expose. Keep waiting. The fox's tail will eventually show itself." She accepted the order. Shuisheng shifted to the main topic. "Junior sister Xingchen, now that the first round of disciple matches is over, next up is the second round of sect strength matches. It tests the sect's financial resources and the quantity of immortal-grade items. And the rarer the items, the better. Are you confident?" Xingchen placed her hands on her hips, bursting with confidence. "Senior sister, this is exactly my strong suit. To question my immortal-grade items is to question my character. I am currently an alchemist of the illusory immortal realm. You won't find anyone more powerful than me in the entire immortal realm. Any pill I casually take out is worth more than the entire net worth of those small sects, understand?" Yibei looked at her with satisfaction, thinking to himself that she was bragging to high heaven, but he liked this confidence of hers. She scratched her face with a chuckle. On the other side, a petty thief sneaked into the room and stole the medicine bag. "Let's see how you participate in the competition now." He pushed open the door and leapt across the roofs to depart, unaware that he had already been noticed. Xingchen asked, "Master, the contents inside were real materials. Are we just letting them take them away like that?" Yibei said calmly, "An array trap is only interesting when someone steps on it." Shuisheng spoke up, "Tomorrow we'll find out who the enemy hiding in the shadows is, and then we'll fight them fair and square." She wasn't worried at all. "Fortunately, I still have a secret weapon, he. The next day, the host took the stage to announce the competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round compares disciple strength, which all sects can participate in. The second round compares the sect's heritage, where only the top 20 on the immortal item ranking can qualify. The third round is a struggle for divine weapons. In the end, a sect that obtains the most victories across the 3 rounds will win, and that sect's master will become the leader of our immortal alliance. Subsequently, 2 stone platforms appeared along with his announcement. Now the second round of the competition officially begins. Would all sect contestants please place your immortal items on the jade platforms? This round's audition will select the sects entering the finals based on their rank on the immortal item ranking and their rarity. An endless stream of rare treasures of all kinds was brought up. Red Star Ganoderma, Golden Flame Stone, Profound Ice Flower, Realm Transcending Incense, Star Marrow, Star Insects, Green Jade Ore. The spectators buzzed with discussion. Red Star Ganoderma, Golden Flame Stone, Profound Ice Flower, Realm Transcending Incense, these are all top-tier immortal items of the first and second grade. I'm afraid some of these treasures can't even be found in the ancient battlefield anymore. This year's competition is truly cutthroat. Someone closed their eyes in deep thought. Which one should I actually choose? Is it the Star Marrow and Star Insects that can control divine sense, or the Golden Flame Stone snatched back from the Changying Hall? It's really a hard choice. The person beside him raised an eyebrow. Is there even a need to hesitate? Of course, choose Lingxiao Palace's Heavenly Soul Blood Blending Pill. Back then, Lingxiao Palace conquered its territory relying precisely on this kind of pill. The person behind him also agreed. Exactly. Although other immortal items are precious, a sect might be able to obtain them with some effort. But this Heavenly Soul Blood Blending Pill not only requires various immortal-grade spiritual herbs to refine, but it also has extremely high requirements for the alchemist. Yes. I also cast my vote for Lingxiao Palace. It is both precious and rare. If we don't choose it, who else? The host smiled secretly, thinking that it seemed first place in this year's Immortal Realm Strength Battle would once again belong to Lingxiao Palace. Just then, Xingqian stepped forward holding her bag. Wait, I wonder if I can participate in this match. He raised his hand in refusal. This contestant, I am terribly sorry. This round is restricted to the top 20 on the immortal item ranking, so you indeed cannot participate. She casually pulled out 5 similar treasures. Then if I take these out, can I participate? The host was instantly thunderstruck. Freezing on the spot, he leaned forward to inspect. Red Star Ganoderma, Golden Flame Stone, Profound Ice Flower, Realm Transcending Incense, Star Marrow, Star Insects. The crowd behind burst into discussion. How can she have all of the rare immortal items on her table? They can't be fake, right? Xingqian calmly extended her hand, proposing confidently. Whether they are real or fake is up to you to verify. The host picked up the Golden Flame Stone to inspect, and his entire mind became a mess. These are all genuine, under the overcast sky, he announced loudly. Little girl, you may pass this round. Someone was dissatisfied. What? You actually let this little brat exploit a loophole? With a dark face, the host swept his gaze over them. If you can produce the same treasures, you can also enter the finals directly. How about it? They were instantly speechless. Xingqian pulled out another red pill, curling her lips into a smile. Right? I also rushed to refine a Heavenly Soul Blood Blending Pill last night. Let's count this in 2. The onlookers were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Just what is the background of this little girl? Too terrifying. The host immediately raised his hand and shouted. I announce Lingxiao Palace, Demon Immortal Realm and Liuli Sect. These 3 sects shall enter the finals. She clenched her fist, thinking to herself, this is way too easy. Ning Chen and the people of the Liuli sect had dark faces, extremely displeased. The host continued his speech. Next, the contestants will enter the finals. The finals will select the winner based on the rarity and value of the immortal items. Contestants may provide new immortal items to compete. Xingqian excitedly volunteered herself. Me first, he only said please. A transparent beast-eared spiritual energy form appeared in her palm. The spectators looked indifferent. Isn't that just a spiritual beast? What's so rare about it? She fired back calmly. I refined this. The spectators shrieked in surprise. What? Refining a living creature? Unheard of. How could that be possible? Xingqian held up the spiritual beast. If you don't believe me, you can probe its body with spiritual energy. It is composed of immortal water, grass, and stones, which is different from ordinary flesh and blood. You can tell with a single probe. With a slight movement of her palm, she pushed the ball of light forward. After the host and the 2 sect masters condensed spiritual energy to inspect it, they evaluated in unison. It is an artifact refining creation. The people of the Liuli sect broke into a cold sweat. Refining living creatures, this kind of technique is simply inconceivable. She seems to be highly competitive in every field. Too terrifying. If they continued, they would probably only bring humiliation upon themselves. It was better to give up now. Thus he directly raised his hand. My Liuli sect forfeits this round of the competition, the red-haired youth thought anxiously. The Divine Sun is watching. If we lose this round, I will definitely die without a complete corpse. I absolutely cannot lose. He took out a red sphere and announced arrogantly. This is the ultimate treasure of my Lingxiao Palace, and also the source of spiritual energy for all of us. I don't believe there is anything that can surpass it. Whatever tricks you have left, bring them on. The crowd watched, open-mouthed, buzzing with chatter. Unsurprisingly, this was definitely today's champion. So it turned out that Lingxiao Palace's rise to the strongest force was entirely dependent on this treasure. Had Lingxiao Palace been pushed into a corner, to think they even exposed their own secret technique, this was absolutely explosive. Xingqian's eyes gleamed with cunning, and she thought to herself, without lifting a single finger, I've finally figured out what Lingxiao Palace's secret is. Then she turned around, pretending to be nonchalant as she said, my little spiritual beast may be rare, but looking at it now, it doesn't seem to have much value. So congratulations on your victory. It is merely a match. It doesn't matter if we lose. Only then did the red-haired youth, breaking into a cold sweat, realize. Oh no, I've been tricked, Xingqian returned, holding up 3 fingers to report. Master, your disciple has completed the mission. Yi Bei praised with satisfaction. Well done. Someone's hand suddenly crushed the armrest of his seat. Ning Shenzi was already burning with rage, his spiritual energy spilling over. Those 3 from the demon immortal realm, this deity underestimated you. To dare snatch this palace master's interests, I will ensure you do not live to see tomorrow. Night fell, and in the Immortal Alliance Inn, Yi Bei and Shuisheng were fast asleep, moonlight streaming through the window and spilling into the room. The red-haired youth pushed the door open to peek inside before meeting up with someone in the sky above the inn. He bowed to Ning Chen and reported, Palace Master, I've checked. Those 3 fools haven't noticed our array and are currently curled up asleep in the inn. His lordship's eyes were filled with killing intent as he ordered, kill them. 3 massive spheres of fire spun rapidly atop the inn, followed by a resounding boom. A violent vibration, accompanied by a rainbow-like brilliance, illuminated the entire area. The entire inn was engulfed in a sea of fire, thick smoke billowing. Fire, everyone run, why can't this fire be put out? Help, Ning Chen watched coldly. Tonight not a single soul shall escape this inn alive. The red-haired youth bowed his head and respectfully complied. As you command, Palace Master. The next day, the crowd gathered in the arena buzzing with discussion. That massive fire last night was exactly the same as the one during the last Immortal Alliance assembly. Bai Yu glanced at his lordship and whispered, it was Lingxiao Palace's doing again. Is there really no sect that can keep them in check? Lan Yang commented. Where are the people from the demon immortal realm? From the look of them today, they are no ordinary folk. Perhaps they can chip away at Lingxiao Palace's arrogance. Shui Yu rested his chin in his hand and said, I heard they were also staying in that inn. With the fire being so huge last night, I'm afraid they've already lost their lives. Recalling the Tinluo immortal lord, he comforted them. Sect Master Bai Yu, Sect Master Lan Yang, do not lose heart. Do not forget that we still have that person backing us up. Ning Chen spoke as arrogantly as ever. It seems our Lingxiao Palace is still the boss this year. Standing before the spatial portal, the host announced, due to certain special reasons, only some of the sects will participate in the final round of the Immortal Land Alliance Assembly. This round is the deciding match of this year's assembly, and it also holds the highest score among the 3 rounds. The trial location is within the secret realm. If a sect can seize the divine weapon from the hands of the secret realm's divine beast, they will be the winner of this round. Under the clear sky, he continued. Allow me to warmly remind everyone that life and death do not matter within the secret realm. If you wish to raise your sect's power ranking, you must demonstrate the talent to seize this opportunity. Oh, and by the way, a sect has already entered the secret realm to begin the match. Hearing this, Ning Chen and the 3 sect masters felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What? The host calmly read out the name. It is the demon immortal realm. The scene shifted to the secret realm. Before Yi Bei, a colossal wolf monster lay on the ground covered in blood. He reached his hand toward the cauldron, mocking. A dignified divine beast is only at this level? Defeated already? Too weak. Hearing someone shout, he glanced behind him. Hurry up and hand over the divine emperor cauldron. A slight smirk played on his lips, and he thought to himself, finally, they're here. Then he spoke. Today is the day of the final battle between my demon immortal realm and Lingxiao Palace. It is still not too late for you people to leave now. Lan Yang, Shui Yu, and Bai Yu looked at each other. At that moment, Ning Chen once again pointed arrogantly ahead and ordered, kill Yi Bei. Once I become the alliance leader of the immortal land, all of your sect's powers will be upgraded to the 2nd rank, and you will be merged into my Lingxiao Palace. However, those 3 had already leapt behind Yi Bei, shouting in unison, Sect Master Yi, we stand with you. His lordship gnashed his teeth in rage, his eyes wide. Do you want to die? With the massive bird circling overhead, his lordship erupted with spiritual energy and soared into the sky. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Lan Yang, Shui Yu, and Bai Yu were directly blasted backward repeatedly. With a dark face, Ning Chen furiously ordered Firebird, kill them for me. Just as the Firebird was about to breathe fire, its throat was suddenly choked. Peeved, his lordship looked behind in shock. Firebird, what is going on? Under Ning Chen's astounded gaze, the Firebird plummeted straight down, furrowing his brows tightly. His lordship roared in fury. What on earth is going on? Shuisheng stood behind him and said, I warned you not to take medicine recklessly, but you just wouldn't listen. His lordship turned his head. So you're not dead yet? Xingchen raised her eyebrows in judgment. First you plotted against eldest senior sister during the match, and then you sent someone to steal my immortal medicine. If we still sat around waiting for death, wouldn't we be too foolish? But Shuisheng said impatiently, Xingchen, stop wasting your breath on him. The Firebird accidentally consumed the immortal medicine stolen from you. While it's weak, kill him quickly, she replied. Yes, eldest senior sister. This time Ning Chen was truly enraged. Lightning erupted all over his body as he turned and roared, How dare you poison this seat's Firebird? Die. Three forces collided, triggering violent fluctuations of lightning energy. It was a 2-on-1 fight with Shuisheng and Xingchen against Ning Chen, and they seemed to be locked in a bitter struggle. Following that, a massive array manifested behind Ning Chen, and the raging flames blasted the two backward. Unable to support herself, Xingchen fell to the ground. Yi Bei stepped forward and proposed, Xingchen, if you can kill Ning Shenzi, this divine emperor cauldron and the blazing Firebird on the ground will be completely yours. Instantly, Xingchen's pupils turned into hearts. This divine emperor cauldron was not only a top-tier alchemy tool, but it could also multiply her alchemy efficiency and even be used directly as an offensive and defensive weapon. It was simply perfect for her. Bursting with energy throughout her body, she charged into the battlefield once more. Ning Shenzi, today is the day you die. Sensing something was wrong, his lordship frowned. Oh no, she is activating the divine emperor cauldron. Alone, Ning Chen resisted two different forces, his body swelling continuously under the overloaded energy until a loud boom erupted. Bursting into a brilliant rainbow of light, Xingchen and Shuisheng landed gracefully, while the once insufferably arrogant lord was now reduced to a pool of blood. She hugged the cauldron and rubbed against it happily. He, the divine emperor cauldron and the Firebird are all mine now. This left Shuisheng completely speechless. The expressions of the three sect masters turned fierce, and Shui Yu said, The divine emperor cauldron has fallen into the hands of a mere little brat. Do it. The sect masters looked forward to block Yi Bei and the other two. Despite his grim face, Yi Bei still wore a smile. Oh, so you three are still here, Lan Yang smiled falsely. So it is, Sect Master Yi. We truly thank you all for taking action just now, otherwise we would have surely been killed by Ning Shenzi. Shui Yu chimed in. Indeed, thanks to Sect Master Yi, Yi Bei simply went straight to the point. In that case, I presume you three would not do something like returning kindness with enmity and burning the bridge after crossing it, right? Lan Yang repeatedly agreed, before saying with a smile, Sect Master Yi, that was surely a misunderstanding just now. The three of you are the champions of this assembly, and have also obtained the trial's divine weapon. We are here to invite you to take over the position of Alliance Leader of the Immortal Land. Exuding a dark aura, Yi Bei still maintained an amiable expression. Oh, is that so? He narrowed his eyes and nodded affirmatively, yet inwardly he was pondering. When he was in a fierce battle with Ning Shenzi just now, we pretended to be on his side to make him let his guard down. But who would have thought he had been wary of us all along? Lan Yang broke into a cold sweat, calculating. The three of them are extremely powerful. They even killed Ning Shenzi. I'm afraid even if the three of us join forces, we are no match for them. It seems today we can only go with the flow. Preserving our lives is what matters most. Suddenly his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. The Immortal Lord instructed us to retrieve the Divine Emperor Cauldron. Since the cauldron is currently in their hands, why not lure them to the Tinluo Immortal Land and let the Immortal Lord deal with them personally? This way it saves effort and earns us merit. Thus he bowed his head and cupped his hands. Sect Master Yi, you have just ascended to the position of Alliance Leader, which is exactly what the people desire. We hope you will assume office as soon as possible. Yi Bei answered calmly. Very well, but secretly he thought to himself, I'd like to see exactly what tricks you are trying to pull. Returning to the arena, the announcement echoed through the heavens. I announce that the champion of this year's Immortal Land Alliance Assembly is the Demon Immortal Realm. The host reached out and pointed toward Yi Bei. The position of Alliance Leader of this assembly shall be assumed by the representative of the Demon Immortal Realm, Yi Bei. The audience buzzed with discussion, having never expected that he would actually kill Ning Shenzi. Him becoming the Alliance Leader is indeed well-deserved, but they are from the Demon Immortal Realm, after all. Since the Assembly was established, has there ever been a precedent of a Demon Immortal becoming the Alliance Leader? Exactly. The other members of the Demon Immortal Realm didn't even show up. Can just the three of them hold down the fort? Isn't the Alliance Leader also responsible for protecting the other sects? Can they convince the members of other sects? Bao Yu was the first to kneel. The sect master of the Baiyu sect pays respects to the alliance leader. The other two sect masters immediately followed suit. The Lanyang sect pays respects to the alliance leader. The Shuiyu sect pays respects to the alliance leader. The others were instantly silenced. With a solemn face, Baiyu declared, "The demon immortal realm is a major force in the immortal realm, and everyone has witnessed the alliance leader's strength. If anyone is unsatisfied, you must first pass my Baiyu sect. Furthermore, the forces of the Tinluo immortal land are currently arrogant and domineering. I fear only alliance leader Yi can deal with them." Then he respectfully bowed his head to request, "We request alliance leader Yi to lead us to the Tinluo immortal land to capture the Tinluo immortal lord and restore justice to the immortal realm." Yi Bei pondered with a dark face. "So you are indeed the lackeys of the Tinluo immortal lord. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull." Although the various sects had different thoughts, their goals had reached consensus. "The Tinluo immortal land has lorded over us for so long, whoever can overthrow them, I will revere as the boss." That's right, the alliance leader should defeat the Tinluo immortal lord on our behalf. "Defeat the Tinluo immortal lord?" Erupting with spiritual energy, he proudly announced, "From this day forth I, Yi Bei, am the alliance leader of the Immortal Land Alliance. The demon immortal realm is the strongest force in the immortal realm, and Lingshao Palace shall belong to me, Yi Bei." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. "What?" Like a deity, Yi Bei delivered his speech. "Everyone has been bullied by the Tinluo immortal land for a long time. This deity will certainly uphold justice. But if anyone dares to challenge my authority right now, this deity doesn't mind making an example of them. Does anyone else have any objections?" The crowd could only turn their faces away. He smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. It seems everyone highly supports this deity." In front of the entire audience, he directly made the decision. "Then everyone go back and prepare. In half a month, you shall set out with this deity to crusade against the Tinluo Immortal Palace." The crowd immediately roared in unison. "Crusade against the Tinluo Immortal Palace." Stirring slogans echoed throughout the arena. "Crusade against the Tinluo Immortal Palace. Crusade against the Tinluo Immortal Palace. Crusade against the Tinluo Immortal Palace." Standing behind Yi Bei, Baiyu listened to the shouts of the crowd, sneering triumphantly in his heart. "They've fallen for it. I must quickly inform the immortal lord that the fish has taken the bait." In the back mountain of the Medicine Immortal Hall, surrounded by mountains and towering cliffs, Yi Bei consumed a golden pill and sat cross-legged to cultivate the surrounding spiritual energy gathering into a sphere. With his eyes shut tight, a stellar array diagram manifested behind him. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open, emitting a divine teal glow as a massive vortex-like tornado accompanied by lightning crashed down. As the aftershocks cleared, Yi Bei observed the stars floating in the sky, raising his hand to feel the surging energy pouring out. The pills refined by Xingchen are indeed powerful, coupled with the amplification of the Divine Emperor Cauldron. My realm has actually surged to the mid-stage of the false immortal realm in a mere 10 days. With my current strength, it is more than enough to deal with the Tinluo Immortal Lord. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind the bushes, and he immediately turned around warily. HMPH. But apart from the rising dust, there was nothing. Yi Bei furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, "Killing intent." Immediately after, a heavy punch violently targeted his face. He sidestepped narrowly to dodge it, and the spot instantly exploded, dirt and stones splattering. Yi Bei landed with a cold face. "Too bad, you were a step too slow." On the other side, two interwoven beams of light shot toward him, but he merely waved a strand of spiritual energy calmly, the condensed blade of qi blocking the attack. Yi Bei raised his hand and said, "The second move. You've lost again. Now it's my turn. If you can't block this, don't blame me." A colossal hand manifested, its palm seemingly containing a miniature universe. It was precisely the move, Avenue of Capture. The giant palm slammed onto a stone wall that had appeared out of nowhere, shattering it completely. Rubbing their hands, Yi Bei's group of disciples knelt on one knee and lamented, "Master, you hit way too hard. It really hurts. You don't care about us at all." Standing with his hands behind his back, Yi Bei admonished them, "It is rare to see you all being so filial, trying to kill your master the moment we meet. How could I ever dote on you?" Wu Shao said pitifully. "Master, we were just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Tai Bai lowered his eyelids, a face full of grievance. "Exactly. We just wanted to see Master's current strength." Dun Wu wailed nearby with a miserable face. "Wu Wu Wu, my avenue of shield." The girls rushed over excitedly, and Wu Shao coaxed, "Master, we missed you to death." Lin Feng had a worried look on his face. "Have you lost weight? Did you find Mistress?" Shuisheng walked over from somewhere, coughing twice in a feigned manner. "Ahem, cough, all right, everyone come down. Let's not delay serious matters," she murmured. "As expected of eldest senior sister, she is still so cold," Wu Shao commented. Eldest senior sister is actually very gentle toward Master. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she was scolded. Idiot, can Master be compared to us? Yi Bei raised his hand to steer the topic away. After ascending, you've established your own forces in the immortal realm, one after another. During this period, have you discovered any of the Tinluo Immortal Lord's weaknesses? Lin Feng answered. After Master left the immortal realm, the Tinluo Immortal Lord carried all before him, annexing a large number of forces in the immortal realm. Now the Tinluo Immortal Land has become the #1 sect in the immortal realm. Even our senior and junior sisters' forces have suffered quite a few losses when clashing with them. Just when we thought the Tinluo Immortal Land was at the peak of its power and wanted to dominate the entire immortal realm, to our surprise, the Tinluo Immortal Lord suddenly stopped his expansion and went to cultivate in the secret realm of the Tinluo Immortal Palace. With his greedy and flamboyant character, how could he stop at this time? This matter seemed incredibly bizarre everywhere. Junior sister Zhuge Fu and I investigated secretly, and we ended up discovering an astonishing secret. Hearing this, he pressed further. What secret? Lin Feng calmly delivered the shocking news. The Tinluo Immortal Lord seems to want to turn the entire immortal realm into an array, sacrificing and destroying the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei and Xueshang remained perfectly calm, but Tai Bai and Wu Xiao were pale with shock. What? Tai Bai asked Lin Feng in confusion. Doesn't destroying the immortal realm mean destroying his own power and foundation? Is the Tinluo Immortal Lord insane? Resting her chin in her hand, Xueshang spoke up. Unless, she then turned her head, puzzled. Unless what? Yi Bei calmly took over the conversation. Unless destroying the immortal realm will bring him even greater benefits. The Tinluo Immortal Lord is greedy for power and entirely self-serving. Unless there are greater benefits, he would never easily give up his life's blood, Lin Feng confirmed. Master is absolutely right. Originally, my junior sister and I also doubted our judgment. After all, if the immortal realm is destroyed, it wouldn't benefit him either. But upon investigation, we discovered that the forces annexed by the Tinluo Immortal Lord can be combined into a massive primordial chaos sky array. Once the array is activated, all living things in creation will vanish, returning to the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. She pointed her index finger to state her speculation. This is precisely why we suspect the Tinluo Immortal Lord wants to destroy the entire immortal realm, Wu Xiao lamented. That's terrifying. We must stop him, Yi Bei smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, the fact that he hasn't acted for so long proves there must be a problem with the array. Besides, the immortal realm has existed since the creation of heaven and earth. It isn't something he can destroy just because he wants to. Yi Bei raised his hand to assign the tasks. Lin Feng, when the time comes, take your junior sisters to destroy the array layout. She cupped her fists to accept the command. Yes. Next, he turned to his other disciples and announced, Tai Bai, Xingchen, Wu Xiao, and girl Luo, come with me to meet the Tinluo Immortal Lord. Everyone replied in unison, yes. 5 days later, Xueshang was channeling her power to gather spiritual energy in her palm, unleashing the ultimate move of the Avenue of Destruction. Next was Tai Bai, his body radiating teal spiritual energy as he executed the Green Lotus Sword technique. Wu Xiao's eyes flashed with a green glow as she activated the tenfold Realm King Fist. 3 completely different powerful forces struck simultaneously, triggering a terrifying tremor. On the other side, Bai Yu was gesturing to lead the way. Alliance leader Yi, behind me lies the forbidden area of the Tinluo Immortal Land. The Tinluo Immortal Lord is currently cultivating inside. He then bowed, his manner deeply respectful. Alliance leader Yi, since you are our alliance leader, why don't you lead the way and guide us in? Yi Bei stepped forward without hesitation. Very well. With danger ahead, it is only proper that I, the alliance leader, lead the way to break the arrays. He stomped his foot heavily, and in an instant a series of arrays manifested above everyone's heads. Instead of being alarmed, he wore a sinister smile. The crowd behind him was thrown into a panic, and someone shouted, "Everyone watch out, there's an array!" Another shrieked, "What's happening?" When they felt the anomaly, everyone froze in shock. "Elder, my spiritual power is gone. I can't use my spiritual power either. Who on earth set a trap here?" Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, wearing a smug smile. The Immortal Lord has made his move. After a moment, fallen leaves drifted past, yet there was still no movement, which puzzled him. Where is the Immortal Lord? Just then, Yi Bei spoke up, "Stop looking. This array was set up by this deity." He instantly froze on the spot. "What?" Yi Bei's eyes were filled with mockery and deep meaning. "Sect Master Bai Yu, I really must thank you. Not only did you help this deity secure the position of Alliance Leader of the Immortal Land Alliance, but you also helped this deity root out these lackeys who tried to deceive us, allowing us to smoothly enter the depths of the Tinluo Immortal Land. Fuming with rage, Bai Yu pointed at Yi Bei. So you knew all along that we were the Tinluo Immortal Lord's men. You were using us. Yi Bei turned and waved his sleeve, mocking. Once the Tinluo Immortal Lord is dead, you will be the prime contributor. This deity will reward you with a fine tombstone. Bai Yu threatened. Yi Bei, if you kill me, the Immortal Lord will never let you off. A surge of spiritual energy slammed into him, triggering a violent explosion. Bai Yu gritted his teeth in secret hatred. Damn it, in his array I have no spiritual power and am completely no match for him. Seeing another massive beam of spiritual energy shooting toward him, he shrieked in a cold sweat, "It's over!" Just as Bai Yu cried out, "Immortal Lord, save me!" A blinding light descended, blocking the attack. "Help!" He breathed a sigh of relief at the Tinluo Immortal Lord. "Immortal Lord, you've finally come to save me." The man stepped forward and said, "Yi Bei, we finally meet. This seat has been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Bei nodded in response, "This deity as well." Wu Xiao clenched her fists. "Master, are we starting the fight now? I can't wait." Tai Bai's longsword gleamed with a cold light. "Your disciple is also ready." The Tinluo Immortal Lord raised his hand to stop them. "There is no need to be so impatient. This seat did not come today to send you on your way but to seek cooperation." Yi Bei was puzzled, and Shuisheng knit her brows. "Cooperation," the man began to praise Yi Bei. "Although we have had grievances in the past, in truth, this seat has always admired you. You are the most talented and promising person I have ever seen, able to comprehend so many avenues and pass them down at such a young age." He crossed his arms and accepted it calmly. "I'll admit to that. After all, he was right." Wu Xiao was also very pleased. "No argument there." The man calmly stated his purpose. "If I am to seek an opponent in the immortal realm, one qualified to stand on equal footing with me, it is only you, and only you are worthy of cooperating with me." Yi Bei asked coldly, "What do you want to cooperate on?" The Tinluo Immortal Lord suddenly widened his eyes and asked back, "Do you know what lies above the upper realm?" Wu Xiao put her hands on her hips, interrupting impatiently. "Stop playing mind games and just spit it out." The man's eyes gleamed as he recalled that towering tree. "Above the upper realm lies the domain of the gods. Mortals live in squalor all their lives, chasing after a mere handful of magical artifacts, fighting to the death over any petty reward." Linking this to the warnings once given by the God of the universe, he continued, "But gods are different. Gods reign supreme above both realms. Gods are creators, possessing absolute power. Life and death are but a flick of a finger to them. For geniuses like you and me, godhood is our ultimate destination." The Tinluo Immortal Lord extended his hand. "Yi Bei, cooperate with me. I have already found the path to godhood, and only the final step remains. As long as you assist me, we will surely succeed." Yi Bei, however, wore a sarcastic smile. "Is the method you speak of sacrificing the entire immortal realm to open the gates to the upper realm?" Tai Bai's face darkened. "Sacrificing the immortal realm?" Wu Xiao gnashed her teeth. "Sacrificing the immortal realm? Doesn't that mean slaughtering everyone in the entire realm?" The Tinluo Immortal Lord looked up with a sneer of disdain. "To be able to use the immortal realm and the lives of these people to open the path to the upper realm is their blessing." Realizing the truth, Bai Yu frowned. "Tinluo Immortal Lord, I trusted you so deeply, and you promised to preserve my Bai Yu sect. Was all of this a lie? So many sects submitted to your banner only to be your pawns in the end." He then charged forward in a rage. "You and Lingshao Palace are birds of a feather." The man merely made a cold comment. Noisy, a colossal purple palm manifested with his gesture. It lunged forward, choking Bai Yu in a vice grip, causing blood to splatter. Just like that, the Tinluo Immortal Lord choked a living person to death in public. Crack, with a violent explosion, the giant palm vanished, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and the onlookers fell silent with terror. Yi Bei, however, remained unfazed. "Tinluo Immortal Lord, you indeed possess some strength. However, have you made no progress at all over the last few hundred years? You control the strongest power in the immortal realm, yet you have made zero progress in hundreds of years. What makes you think you can become a god? And what makes you think you can be compared to me?" The Tinluo Immortal Lord knit his brows, understanding his intent. "Kid, it seems you have no wish to cooperate with me." His face darkened, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Then this seat has no choice but to kill you." Shuisheng cracked her knuckles. "Master, let us take the lead." The man narrowed his eyes and threatened. "Then this seat will start with your disciples. After all, this won't be the first of your disciples to perish by my hand." Yi Bei's eyes widened in shock. "What?" The Tinluo Immortal Lord laughed mockingly. "When you were thrown into the spatial turbulence last time, someone claiming to be Yi Bei's disciple popped up of nowhere. I think she was called Zihan. Her strength was far weaker than yours. I casually waved my hand and sent her on her way." Wu Xiao's energy exploded at her fist tip. "I will kill you." The man easily dodged the attack, even finding the leisure to comment that while her power was fierce, it was still far from enough. An array illuminating the surroundings appeared behind Wu Xiao. and while dodging the light beams, the Tinluo Immortal Lord flew toward her like lightning. Wu Xiao looked on in astonishment, unable to believe it. He's too fast. The Tinluo Immortal Lord delivered a heavy strike. Though she blocked it, she was still sent flying, spitting blood. Shuishang and Taibai shouted anxiously. Wu Xiao, immediately after, the man summoned 2 giant snakes to attack, and you two, the two quickly leaped into the air to dodge. The giant snakes intertwined and coiled. Shuishang instructed, Taibai, don't be reckless. Watch for his openings, she understood. Yes, senior sister, Shuishang calmly calculated. The Tinluo Immortal Lord has reached the true immortal realm, while we are only in the false immortal realm and haven't even reached the mid-stage. Winning in single combat is highly unlikely, unless we use some special means. She then reached out her hand and shouted, Xingchen pills. Xingchen instantly threw a red pill. Catching it, she swallowed it immediately. Spiritual energy erupted violently around her body as her long hair fluttered in the wind, directly dispersing the giant snake. Taibai severed the other snake on his side. Without hesitation, the two charged toward the Tinluo Immortal Lord. With a dark expression, the man noted, 2 early-stage false immortals can actually wound a peak-stage true immortal like me. Yi Bei's disciples indeed harbor hidden talent. He suddenly opened his arms, unleashing countless red threads. Unfortunately, you forgot that this is my domain. Seeing this, Shuishang warned in a panic, Junior sister, watch out, these threads can sap spiritual power. No sooner had she spoken than the two were bound like fish in a net. Taibai cried out, Senior sister. The red threads formed 2 spheres of light, trapping them. The Tinluo Immortal Lord looked behind him and asked, Yi Bei, look at your disciple's fate. Do you regret refusing to cooperate with this seat now? However, there was no one behind him. Where did you go? When he looked up, Yi Bei was gathering power, thunder rumbling all around. The Tinluo Immortal Lord was stunned. Is he trying to trigger a lightning tribulation to break the array and save them? Yi Bei coldly raised his hands, condensing a ball of electric energy. The Tinluo Immortal Lord gnashed his teeth in disbelief. No, this lunatic, he actually wants to trigger a lightning tribulation to force a breakthrough. The gap between the false immortal and true immortal realms is hundreds if not thousands of years of cultivation. Even I took 100 years. Forcing a breakthrough like this is suicide. Colossal bolts of lightning slammed down. Yi Bei frowned and dodged. The heavenly tribulation of the true immortal realm was indeed terrifying. Not only was it lightning fast, but every strike felt like a stroll past the gates of death. He gritted his teeth. If not for my true dragon immortal body and breaking my physical limits multiple times, my body would have exploded long ago. The lightning seemed to tear through the heavens, as all the lightning targeted Yi Bei within his protective shield. Watching this, the Tinluo Immortal Lord commented, For a genius of a generation to perish like this is a true pity. Suddenly his eyes widened and he froze on the spot. What is he doing? Yi Bei acted like a cornered beast, shouting, Since I can't dodge, this deity will devour you completely, he challenged while absorbing the lightning. Try getting a bit stronger. A purple array manifested behind him. Yi Bei had comprehended the avenue of greed. The Tinluo Immortal Lord watched the violent vortex in a daze. Once it subsided, Yi Bei had transformed into a ball of static electricity. He held the electric sparks completely unharmed. The man broke into a cold sweat, stammering in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. How can anyone devour a heavenly tribulation? Not only did he swallow it, but he even claimed the heavenly lightning for his own use. Is he even human? Next, Yi Bei condensed a heaven and earth thunder method energy sphere, and countless bolts of lightning struck down, converging to charge toward the Tinluo Immortal Lord. The man bent his knees to channel his power with all his might, forming a shield. His eyes flashed with purple light as he roared, waving his hand to block Yi Bei's assault. Yet even as his strength waned, he was still fantasizing. Yi Bei's talent and strength are indeed shocking. However, he is ultimately only at the early stage of the true immortal realm. Though he can threaten me, he is still not strong enough to defeat me. Conversely, if I can defeat him and absorb his power, I might be able to use it to fuel the array core, trigger the primordial chaos sky array, and open the gateway to the upper realm. However, Yi Bei was already before him. The Tinluo Immortal Lord was shocked by his speed. He could say nothing, gritting his teeth to block a palm strike. The shockwaves of the colliding forces rippled outward. Sensing something amiss, the Tinluo Immortal Lord's face fell. When they broke apart, he was the one who lost his balance and stumbled back. He clutched his chest, panting heavily. That lightning was far too overbearing, actually surging through his chest to assault his meridians. If his cultivation realm hadn't been higher, his body and soul would have been annihilated. He asked in a rage, What are you laughing at? Yi Bei bared his teeth and patted the dust off himself. I'm laughing because you're about to lose. I only used half my power just now, yet you are already on the verge of collapsing. The Tinluo Immortal Lord knit his brows in anger. The victor is yet to be decided. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Yi Bei's raised arm transformed into a lightning rod. "Let's see if you can block this next move." The man froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. "A heavenly tribulation? You can still summon a heavenly tribulation?" the immortal lord roared in unwilling fury. "Why?" He frantically threw out spells. "Why can you break through to the true immortal realm in a mere half a day? Why can you control the heavenly thunder at your own whim, and even claim it for your own?" A colossal ball of energy gathered in the man's palm. Power erupted around him. "Heavens, you are truly unfair." Yi Bei calmly stated the facts. "If your talent, background, and luck can easily surpass others, then naturally there will be someone even more exceptional than you. And that person happens to be me." His eyes were cold. "You enjoyed the glory and thrill of standing above others, looking down on the world, treating others like weeds and treating them like sacrifices. Unfortunately, you are no longer the one standing on high. Don't be so greedy in your next life. Soon I will let you taste what it feels like to be crushed to pieces." Yi Bei waved his hand decisively, lightning flashing as the tribulation was unleashed. With him at the center, a terrifying energy surged outward, shooting straight into the clouds. The immortal lord had no time to react, paralyzed by the sheer power. Yi Bei coldly announced, "It's over." The smoke and dust cleared, revealing his charred corpse lying motionless on the ground, still steaming. He looked at the body and reminded, "Don't be so greedy in your next life." He then closed his eyes and turned to leave, wanting everything, only to end up with nothing. Next, he summoned energy spheres with both hands. Once the light faded, Shuishang and Taibai materialized. They knelt in unison, saying respectfully, "Your disciples thank Master for saving us." Yi Bei commanded, "Rise." Taibai asked in confusion, "Master, where did the people from those sects go?" Crossing his arms, he answered coldly, "They fled for their lives long ago." Shuishang asked tentatively, "And the Tinluo immortal lord?" He replied simply, "Killed by me." Suddenly, a crowd of people approached from behind and the leading woman shrieked in shock. "What?" The master and disciples were startled. Shui Yu looked on blankly, whispering, "Who did they say was killed?" Lanyang replied with the same expression, "The Tinluo immortal lord." He pressed further, "What happened to the Tinluo immortal lord?" Lanyang's expression turned even more terrified. "He was killed." The air instantly fell into a dead silence. Shui Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body swaying unsteadily until Lanyang supported him. He asked worriedly, "Does this mean the true immortals of the largest force in the immortal realm must all be sacrificed along with the Tinluo immortal lord?" Lanyang confirmed. "Exactly." Shui Yu gnashed his teeth in terror. "Heavens, killing the Tinluo immortal lord single-handedly? This is too terrifying." Yi Bei stood majestically. Everyone present fell to their knees in submission. The two also snapped out of it, quickly kneeling down to cup their hands in gratitude. "Your subordinates pay respects to the Alliance leader." As if receiving a signal, the others shouted in unison, "Alliance leader Yi is peerless under heaven. Alliance leader Yi is peerless under heaven." Inside the grand hall of the Immortal Land Alliance, the architecture was magnificent and majestic, with sunlight spilling over it. A hand gently tapped the table. "What business does Elder Kang have with me today?" The Emperor Sovereign wore a friendly smile and explained, "Alliance leader Yi, ever since that battle in the Tinluo Immortal Land where you eliminated the Tinluo Immortal Lord and preserved the safety of the Immortal Realm, all major sects have recognized you as the #1 expert of the Immortal Realm." He spoke with high praise. "Subsequently, the Night Demon Sect you founded has also become the most powerful sect in the Immortal Realm, with everyone eager to join." Yi Bei modestly took a sip of tea. "Then does Elder Kang's visit today mean you want to join my Night Demon Sect?" Hearing this, the Emperor Sovereign laughed heartily to deny it. "Ha ha ha, not quite." He expressed his sincerity. "Fortunately, the Immortal Realm has you, which is a blessing for us. From now on we can finally hold our heads high as people in the Immortal Realm, therefore I must represent the Demon Immortal Realm to express my gratitude to you." Yi Bei responded politely, "I also made use of your momentum that day, and your wagering the fate of the Demon Immortal Realm on me was merely an equal trade. Elder Kang, there is no need to keep it at heart." He still insisted, "Not just me, but the entire Demon Immortal Realm is deeply grateful to you." The Emperor Sovereign continued, "Originally I wanted to bring a treasure as a thank you gift to present to you, but I later learned that the entire Night Demon Sect seems to be inquiring about someone named Zihan. Thus I specially brought news of her, which I suspect is more precious than any treasure." Yi Bei suddenly stood up and pressed, "Where did you see her?" He immediately replied, "The Longevity Realm." Following the chaotic battle of the 9 immortal lands, Emperor Sovereign Chen Shudao stated that since your whereabouts were unknown, I secretly went to investigate. To my surprise, I encountered a dying girl there. He recalled their meeting. "I wanted to save her, but she was extremely guarded and rejected my help." Zihan then endured the pain and left with her injuries, and subsequently consumed 2 pills, heading deep into the Longevity Realm, all by herself. With a solemn expression, the Emperor Sovereign mentioned that only after seeing the Night Demon Sect's search notice recently did he realize the girl was actually Yi Bei's disciple. Prompting him to hasten over with the report, Yi Bei cupped his fists in gratitude. "Elder Kang, I will remember this favor. If the demon immortal realm ever faces trouble in the future, this deity will certainly assist with all my might." The elder smiled and cupped his fists in return. "That is wonderful. Since there is nothing else, this old man shall take his leave first." Keeping his hands clasped in a bow, he said, "Farewell." The old man turned and departed. Yi Bei's brow furrowed in deep worry. "The longevity secret realm is fraught with extreme danger. Zihan, I wonder how you are doing now." "Wait for your master." 3 months later, the longevity secret realm opened. "Your master is coming to save you." At the entrance of the longevity secret realm, 4 people stood before a spatial gateway, from which waves of mysterious energy fluctuated. Tai Bai asked in confusion, "Isn't this longevity secret realm a famous sacred ground of opportunity? Why is it so deserted? There isn't even a single bystander." Shuisheng explained knowledgeably. Although the longevity secret realm is a sacred ground of opportunity, it is also extremely perilous. In the past, many who entered never came out again, so naturally no one dares to approach easily. Furthermore, one must possess a longevity token to enter the secret realm, otherwise they will be obliterated on the spot by the realm, Tai Bai realized. "So that's how it is," Yi Bei urged. "Let us hasten. Zihan is still inside waiting for us." The crowd complied. "Yes, master." In a stony mound within the longevity secret realm, a world-shaking explosion resounded, sending shattered rocks flying. Following that, similar explosions erupted continuously, their power not diminishing in the slightest. Shuisheng dodged swiftly, exclaiming, "My goodness, is this the longevity secret realm? It wants our lives the moment we enter." Tai Bai was also deeply worried. "Even we are struggling to cope, let alone Zihan, who is carrying injuries. Can she really survive here?" Just then, countless elemental energies of different attributes surged toward them. Another massive boom resounded, shattering the rocks. Yi Bei furrowed his brows and scanned his surroundings, thinking, "Zihan, where on earth are you?" Wu Shao frantically cried out, "Master, what should we do next? Never mind finding Zihan, we are about to lose our own lives." Just as the words left her mouth, a sky full of fireballs descended from the heavens, charging straight toward Yi Bei. The flames blazed furiously, a terrifying heatwave sweeping across. Calmly forming hand seals, he instantly unfurled a barrier, shielding everyone within. Wu Shao complained, "This terrible place is awful. It goes for the kill right off the bat, giving us absolutely no time to prepare." After observing, Tai Bai harbored doubts, looking into the distance where only barren land and meteorites lay, without a single blade of grass. Not even a single blade of grass can grow in a place like this. How can it be called the longevity realm? Suddenly, Shuisheng noticed an object on the ground not far away. She bent down to pick it up, calling out to everyone, "Look, it's a purple jade pendant." She then handed it to Yi Bei. "Master, look." Surprised, he took the jade pendant and stated with certainty, "This is indeed the jade pendant I gave Zihan back then. To think it was dropped here, Zihan must have passed through this place." Clenching her fist, Wu Shao cheered happily. "There is no trace of Zihan nearby, so she must have escaped. That's wonderful. This isn't a dead end." Yet Shuisheng furrowed her brows in confusion. "However, this meteorite shower is so fierce and dense that even Master struggled to cope with it. How did Zihan get through?" she guessed. "Could it be that this meteorite shower will stop after a while?" 2 hours later, the meteorite shower was still raging, showing no signs of weakening. Feeling the vibrations from the meteorite's impacts, everyone looked grim. Wu Shao suggested optimistically, "Wow, I know, Zihan must have shattered the meteorites to find a way out," she naively proposed. "Why don't you try it too, Master?" The other two stared at her blankly. Shuisheng scolded angrily, "With so many meteorites, do you want to exhaust Master to death?" Tai Bai teased expressionlessly. "How about letting senior sister try first?" Wu Shao waved her hands awkwardly. Just kidding," she asked curiously. "Master, what are we waiting for? What exactly should we do?" Yi Bei spoke up to remind them. "Look closely at these meteorites. Do you find anything strange about them?" Tai Bai stroked his chin in contemplation. "They are numerous and dense," Wu Shao chimed in. "And they also discharge electricity." Only Shuisheng noticed the anomaly. "Wait, with so many meteorites falling, logically we should have been buried long ago, yet we are perfectly fine," he confirmed. "Girl Luo is right. The meteorites that hit the ground have all vanished, so there must be something wrong with this ground." Tai Bai was utterly bewildered. "But we just probed it with spiritual energy, and this is just ordinary ground without any mechanisms." Yi Bei calmly explained, "The ground itself is the mechanism, we have simply used the wrong key." Shuisheng suddenly realized. "So spiritual energy is not the key to opening it, the meteorites are?" The two widened their eyes in surprise. He calmly guided them. "Therefore we need to fall together with the meteorites, finding life in death." Standing with her hands on her hips, Wu Xiao complained angrily. Damn, this is such a scam. Those with weak spiritual energy and poor strength can't resist the meteorite, so they actually pass through faster. Whereas the stronger you are, the more you think, and instead you end up trapped here for so long, Tai Bai said anxiously. In that case, let's quickly turn off the barrier and let the meteorites crush us. Zihan is still waiting for us. Yi Bei gently flicked his finger and the barrier shifted accordingly before vanishing. A colossal meteorite descended from the sky, charging straight toward their center. In the blink of an eye it was overhead, yet no one moved. Yi Bei decided decisively, life and death are fated. A violent explosion occurred, deafeningly loud. Sparks flew as shattered rocks rained down. Below lay an area covered in massive mushroom-like plants. Someone wailed, "Ouch, that fall nearly killed me," another marveled. "This is practically heaven." Xingqian's eyes lit up with excitement. "That is the celestial scripture vine, not far away." A vine covered in jasper-colored thorns was coiling and twisting, she introduced enthusiastically. "That is a spiritual medicine that can cure 100 poisons. Moreover, this celestial scripture vine has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If used for refining pills, bringing the dead back to life and growing flesh on bones would be child's play." She immediately summoned her medicine cauldron, her hands forming hand seals. "Although this celestial scripture vine is exceptionally fierce, I have the divine emperor cauldron bestowed by Master. No matter what, I must get my hands on it." However, before she could make a move, the medicine cauldron was knocked flying by the celestial scripture vine. She paled with shock. "What?" The vine seized the opportunity to wrap around Xingqian's entire body. The more she struggled, the tighter the vine bound her. Wu Xiao hurriedly charged forward. "Junior sister, I'm coming to save you." She launched a frenzy of attacks left and right. But the celestial scripture vine seemed immortal, charging straight toward her. Crossing her arms to block the attack, Yi Bei suddenly appeared behind Wu Xiao to catch her as she anxiously reported the situation. "Master, this celestial scripture vine grows stronger against strong opponents. Its power is even more violent than before. At this rate, we won't be able to save Xingqian." Stroking her chin, Xuesheng pondered, "This is the longevity secret realm, so the creatures here are naturally extraordinary. Using ordinary attacks to save Xingqian probably won't work." A flash of inspiration struck Wu Xiao, and she clapped her hands to suggest, "Since it's a plant, it must fear fire the most. Can't we just set it on fire?" Yi Bei calmly interrupted. "It is not that simple." Xuesheng also chimed in. "Master has taught us that refining vegetation into immortals requires pure fire. Just now, even Xingqian, using the fire of the divine emperor cauldron, couldn't refine it. So our mortal fire is even more impossible." Wu Xiao asked in confusion. "Then, Master, are we just going to watch helplessly as junior sister Xingqian loses her life?" He remained silent. Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded from afar. She froze on the spot, looking completely blank. "Did I remember wrong? It seems junior sister hasn't even made a move yet." Meanwhile, Yi Bei and Xuesheng warily looked in the direction of the noise. They saw a woman walking over, carrying the unconscious Xingqian, her body enveloped in a powerful barrier. Ning Buli's expression was cold, radiating an aura that kept people at a distance. Handing Xingqian over to Wu Xiao, she warned, "The longevity secret realm is not a place you should come to. There is still time to leave now." Yi Bei furrowed his brows in thought. This woman looked somewhat familiar. Xuesheng cupped her fists in gratitude. "Thank you, friend, for saving my junior sister just now." Ning Buli turned to leave coldly. "No need, this is the end. Do not go any further." Wanting to ask for her savior's name, Xuesheng called out, "May I know your esteemed name?" Ning Buli replied without turning her head, "Ning Buli." Wu Xiao and Xuesheng both turned pale with shock. By now, Yi Bei had recalled, "Ning Buli is the younger sister of Lingxiao Palace's Ning Shenzi, who died by my hand earlier." Her brow furrowed. Xuesheng's expression turned grim. "Ning Buli, to think she is actually Ning Shenzi's younger sister." Yi Bei understood in his heart. No wonder she dealt with those celestial scripture vines so easily. Using Lingxiao Palace's 9 young raging flames to deal with these things was indeed the most effective. Wu Xiao lowered her voice to ask for instructions. "Master, we killed her older brother, yet she saved our junior sister. What should we do?" He weighed the situation rationally. "Ning Shenzi was tyrannical and deserved his death. As for his sister, we return kindness for kindness. If she comes to seek revenge in the future, it won't be too late to fight." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, battle cries resounded from the distance. "Ning Buli, let's see where you can run." Wu Xiao was startled. She immediately reported, "Master, that's the direction Ning Buli left in." With a shift of his body, Yi Bei took the lead to leap forward. "Let's go have a look." Meanwhile, in a clearing, Ning Buli was surrounded by a crowd. "I have already left the city of deities and no longer threaten her position. I didn't expect she would still refuse to let me go." Standing with his arms akimbo, the leading armored man said arrogantly, "The king said that only by pulling out the grass by its roots can we remain undefeated. Ning Buli, you only have 50% of your strength left. You are absolutely no match for us." submit quietly, and we can still grant you a quick death. Gnashing her teeth, she angrily summoned an ice sword. The winner takes all. I accept that power has fallen into other hands, but if you want me to surrender, you are dreaming. Even though my power is greatly depleted, dealing with a few of you is still more than enough. Upon hearing this, the others immediately launched a siege. Ningbuli sidestepped to dodge, swinging her sword to parry a spear thrust from behind was also narrowly blocked by her. As the battle raged intensely, Ningbuli fought two at once, sinking her stance slightly to execute her move. Take this, 9 young raging flames. As the attack landed, fire soared into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Seeing things turn sour, the leading guard took action himself, mocking, a spent force. Ningbuli hastily raised her sword to block. He revealed a smug smile. The talisman bestowed by the king is specifically designed to counter your 9 young raging flames. Leaning back gracefully, she dodged the blow. Looking at her collapsed on the ground from the injury, the guard said disdainfully, Ningbuli, weren't you very formidable in the past, yet here you are, defeated by my hand. With that, he prepared to deliver the killing blow. Die! Powerless to resist, Ningbuli closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly a force pierced through the air, slicing his weapon in half and leaving a bloody gash across his chest. He stood frozen in place, spitting blood and dying before he could even react. Ningbuli opened her eyes in surprise. What? Yi Bei stood behind her and said flatly, We are even. Struggling to get up, she said, It has always been I, Ningbuli, saving others. This is the first time I've received a favor from someone. Thank you, he declined. Just returning the favor, no need to be polite. Ningbuli pondered with a frown. This man's aura was reserved, yet he could kill a late-stage Emperor Sovereign Realm soldier in a single move. His power was unfathomable. She had lent a hand earlier, but she hadn't expected it would save her own life. If she could join forces with him and bring him into the city of deities, perhaps she could reclaim everything she had lost. Having figured this out, she cupped her fists and proposed, Since we are destined to meet, why don't we travel together? I have lived here for many years. If you seek opportunities, I will certainly assist you with all my might. Shuisheng instantly grew vigilant, thinking, Why is this woman looking at Master so strangely? No, I can't let her have her way. Yi Bei and Shuisheng spoke at the same time. The difference was that he readily agreed, sure, while she refused, no. The atmosphere instantly became awkward as he looked at her warning gaze with a strong urge to survive. Under pressure, he changed his tune. Ahem, cough, we are looking for someone named Zi Han. I wonder if you have seen her? Ningbuli explained helpfully. Only 3 kinds of people come to the longevity secret realm. Dead people, those who return to the demon immortal realm after obtaining minor opportunities, and those who enter the city of deities. Which one does the Zihan you speak of belong to? Everyone was shocked. The city of deities, she recalled that majestic ancient city. The greatest opportunity in the longevity realm is the path of longevity. And the path of longevity is right inside the city of deities. Those who can enter are all people destined to meet the gods. Entering the city of deities means having the chance to transcend the 3,000 worlds and touch upon a higher realm. Finally, she summarized, this also means having the opportunity to set foot on the path of longevity. Wu Shao asked curiously, has anyone ever succeeded? She flatly denied it, her tone laced with mystery. That is the city of deities, and also the greatest secret of the longevity secret realm. Countless people who followed in succession failed to unravel it. But recently I have a premonition that this secret is about to be unlocked. Her expression dimmed. I have been here for many years and once held great power. But not long ago, my power was usurped, leaving me with no choice but to hide everywhere. She proposed sincerely once more. Now I want revenge while you want to find your person and cultivate. Why don't we join forces? Stroking her chin, Shuisheng analyzed that although Ningbuli looked at her master strangely, she was powerful and familiar with the area, so joining forces was more beneficial than not. The scene from earlier repeated itself as Yi Bei and Shuisheng spoke simultaneously, but this time their stances were reversed. He refused decisively no, while she agreed sure. Sure, he looked at her awkwardly, covering his face to whisper, cooperating with someone whose power is sealed and who is being hunted everywhere will only ruin our plans. Seeing this, Ningbuli was fuming with rage. This palace risked my life to save you just now and you treat me like this? Yi Bei warned coldly. Except for my disciples, I only care about benefits. Furthermore, we have already paid back your favor. Shuisheng also crossed her arms in agreement. Flushing red with rage, Ningbuli cried out in frustration, You guys. Afterward, she simply abandoned her image, tightly clutching Yi Bei's clothes and weeping pitifully. Please, I am begging you, all right. Let's join forces. Seeing that being tough didn't work, Ningbuli softened her tone. Seeing this, Wu Shao couldn't help but complain. Hey, isn't your character supposed to be the unyielding type? How did you just drop to your knees like that? She smiled awkwardly. It was all to make a living. To entice them, Ning Buli offered a series of tempting conditions. Cooperating with me won't be without its benefits. Once we enter the city of deities, I will use my remaining forces to help you establish a firm foothold quickly. I can also give you many treasures unheard of in the immortal realm. What do you think? Yi Bei weighed it carefully. Ning Buli had been in the longevity secret realm for many years. If he could use her forces, he would surely be able to find Zihan much sooner. Moreover, entering the city of deities would be an excellent opportunity for his other disciples. He changed his mind. All right, we agree to cooperate with you. Wu Shao grew excited. Great, the city of deities sounds very interesting. Let's set off right now. But Ning Buli reached out to stop them. Wait, my cultivation is currently sealed. Returning rashly now is no different from seeking death. So I want to restore my power before taking you all there. Shui Shang asked in confusion. How long will that take? Ning Buli introduced happily. Don't worry, have you heard of Lingshao Palace's Ning Shenzi? He is my older brother. Once I contact him, and have him use our family's secret technique to help break the seal, we can set off in no time. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, looking at each other in embarrassment. She quickly pulled out a talisman. I'll transmit a message to contact him right away. A hand swiftly snatched the talisman away. Wait, she looked stunned. Xingchen held back her trembling hand and explained awkwardly. There's no need to contact your brother. I can help you restore your cultivation. She put on a stiff smile. Though I was indeed defeated by the celestial scripture vine just now, I am actually an alchemist. When it comes to cultivation and healing, that's my specialty. If you are willing to trust me, I can help you. Xingchen secretly muttered to herself. Fortunately, she doesn't know her brother is already dead, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Ning Buli said seriously, full of gratitude. All right, thank you very much, Xingchen replied. It was also thanks to you earlier. Ning Buli fell into deep thought, murmuring to herself, It's been a long time since I had news of my brother. It seems I must hurry back to see what's going on. The medicine cauldron hovered above countless celestial scripture vines, refining a jade-green pill inside. Xingchen pulled back her hand and caught it, handing it to Ning Buli as she introduced. This is the pill refined from that celestial scripture vine. Because time was tight, it might not have the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life, but it is more than enough for healing. She accepted the pill without any doubt, offered her thanks, and promptly swallowed it. Instantly, a violent surge of power exploded throughout her body. Feeling this, Ning Buli was astonished. Her power continued to climb, a brilliant light radiating outward as a mystical purple cloud manifested in the sky. Ning Buli was lavish with her praise. My cultivation has actually been fully restored. This is incredible. It seems I underestimated you all before. Not only can you kill Emperor Sovereign Realm warriors in a single move, but you can also refine such powerful pills. Your talent is practically comparable to top geniuses. Yi Bei urged flatly. Since you've recovered, let's set off, Wu Shao chimed in. Yes, I wonder where Zihan is waiting for us. Right over there. Ning Buli leapt forward calling out, Follow me. Arriving before the gates of the city of deities, the architectural style here was majestic yet luxurious. The four lined up, peering down from a high vantage point, she explained. To enter the city of deities, one must pass the gate inspection and obtain a mark. She turned to face the group to assign tasks. I already have a mark. If I enter like this, I will definitely be discovered. So I'll need you all to cause a distraction in a moment. Help me lure them away. Xingchen raised her hand. Getting a mark won't be an issue. Shui Shang pondered. Should we cause a distraction? Maybe I should rush forward, beat up a few people and destroy the gate's array, or should we let Wu Shao go first? She is the best at attracting attention. Right then, a hand pushed Ning Buli out from behind the stone wall. Caught off guard, she tumbled to the ground with a dazed expression. 2 guards spotted her and barked sharply in alert. Ning Buli has returned. Prepare to kill her. Hand over her head to the king. The other disciples watched the chaotic scene in worry. Ning Buli screamed, Yi Bei, you bastard. He merely reminded them calmly, Let's go in, acting as if none of this had anything to do with him. The others could only laugh awkwardly. Wu Shao gave a thumbs up and marveled. Master, that was ruthless. Inside an inn in the city of deities, the warm sunlight shone through. The front doors tightly shut. Yi Bei sat leisurely at a tea table while Shui Shang stood respectfully by his side. Suddenly, Ning Buli kicked open the door, burst in and roared. Yi Bei, she questioned in a rage. Why did you sabotage me just now? He calmly took a sip of tea. Are you inside? Ning Buli froze upon hearing this. Yi Bei followed up. Are we inside? She answered instinctively. We are inside. He let out a light chuckle and said, Since you've made it in and we've made it in, what is there to doubt? Her anger still lingering, Ning Buli slapped the table heavily. How can you do things this way? Yi Bei warned coldly. Cut the chatter. If you still want to cooperate, sit down. She found herself unable to retort. Yi Bei probed. Did you find any information after entering the city? Ning Buli crossed her arms, saying calmly, "You don't need to worry about that. I have already contacted my former subordinates. By tomorrow I can give you news of the person you are looking for." Wu Xiao cheered happily. "Awesome," Ning Buli then added. "But you must agree to one condition." She placed a box on the table, inside of which was a sapphire-like pill. "Only after you swallow this acacia pill will I believe you are truly willing to cooperate with me, and only then will I share the information with you." Shui Shang frowned in confusion. "What?" Wu Xiao grit her teeth, slamming the table in anger. "What do you mean by this, trying to threaten us with poison?" Just then, Xingqian noticed something amiss. "No, that's not poison. It is a contract curse." She widened her eyes in surprise. Ning Buli put her hands on her hips and confirmed, "Exactly. This is used to sign contracts and swear oaths. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to make a deal with you," Wu Xiao repeated with a blank face. "A deal?" Ning Buli recounted the past. Initially she was an outstanding genius of the immortal realm, the first to enter the city of deities to look for resources, and she had established the Lingxiao Palace forces here. It was during that time that she saved a man who had been severely injured by his ascension tribulation named Shen Tiankui. Xingqian speculated, could he be the king those soldiers mentioned? He is even putting out bounties and wanted posters for you everywhere. At the mention of him, Ning Buli was still filled with hatred. Yes, back then, after I saved him, he pretended to be loyal to me while secretly chipping away at my forces. In the end, he not only severely injured me, but also snatched away my forces, Wu Xiao asked in confusion. Then what does that have to do with the deal you mentioned? Ning Buli explained, although my cultivation has mostly recovered, my forces have been almost completely wiped out. Trying to rival Shen Tiankui now is too difficult, so I need to find a reliable partner. Xingqian said with slight disdain, "We aren't exactly good people." The others also shot her speechless looks upon hearing this. Ning Buli asserted firmly, "But you are extremely powerful, and you are the type of people who would never abandon a companion." Wu Xiao smiled triumphantly. "Master, she's actually right about that." Yi Be nodded in agreement. She was merely stating a plain fact. "Therefore I am willing to share my cultivation and help you find Zihan's tracks in exchange for signing a contract with you to become partners. Once you swallow this contract pill, the contract is considered sealed. If anyone betrays it, they will suffer all the punishments of the heavenly oath and explode to death." Yi Bei was somewhat impressed. A true immortal realm cultivation, coupled with the absolute divine power of the 9 young raging flames, was an incredible shortcut to heaven for both ordinary people and cultivators. To dare use this as a bargaining chip, she was certainly bold and decisive. Ning Buli responded solemnly. "Once I've set my mind on something, I've always dared to do it. So what do you think? Do you accept my deal?" Yi Bei let out a light chuckle, picking up the pill. "Although your cultivation holds absolutely no appeal to me, it is indeed an immense opportunity for my disciples. If one of them is willing to swallow this gold pill, I will agree to your terms." Wu Xiao immediately volunteered with great excitement. Me, let me do it. That 9 young raging flames is the perfect fit for me." With that, she swallowed the pill without hesitation. Ancient purple characters immediately surfaced, emitting a soft chime. Feeling the surging power within her body, she exclaimed that this feeling was absolutely amazing. Just then, a blue butterfly flew in, catching Ning Buli's attention. She hurriedly reported, "There is news of Zihan." Yi Bei asked impatiently, "What's the situation?" She listened intently to the message brought by the blue butterfly, her expression turning solemn. Not only had Zihan entered the city of deities, but she had also been captured and was currently locked away in the heavenly prison. In a dark and damp dungeon, a young girl's hands were chained to the wall. 2 guards were watching over her, one holding a purple spiritual orb, as he reminded. The king instructed that we must drain every bit of her spiritual sense. The one beside him appeared somewhat timid, whispering, "Isn't draining her spiritual sense equivalent to destroying a person's foundation?" He also sighed with some sympathy. "This is far too cruel for a cultivator." Zihan seemed to have lost consciousness, slumped there powerlessly at their mercy. The fierce guard slapped him hard across the face, cursing angrily, "Fool, for hundreds of years our generations have pursued the path of longevity. It is her honor to sacrifice her spiritual sense to open the path of longevity for us." Rubbing his painful cheek, the guard who was hit quickly replied. "Yes," the guard frowned and ordered. "This woman is very strong. We lost 3 Emperor Sovereign Realm experts just capturing her. Her spiritual sense is bound to be extremely stubborn. First, use these 5 soul-locking nails to destroy her spiritual veins. Once her spiritual energy completely dissipates and her spiritual sense falls into chaos, I will return to drain her spiritual sense." Covering his swollen cheek, he complied with tears in his eyes. "Yes." He then summoned the soul-locking nails and muttered an apology with a face full of guilt. A long nail pierced mercilessly into Zihan's shoulder. Squelch. The sound of metal tearing through flesh rang out. The excruciating pain jolted her awake. She snapped her eyes open as blood-curdling screams shattered the silence of the dungeon, sounding utterly terrifying. The remaining 4 nails pierced into her other arm, legs, and the final one went straight into the center of her chest. Thud. Chilling screams echoed down the dark corridor leading to the dungeon. The guard took a heavy punch to the abdomen, his eyes rolling back as his tongue lolled out. Dealing with them alone was child's play for Wu Xiao, and they were all knocked to the ground, scattered in heaps. Someone worriedly said, "Master, this heavenly prison is covered in restrictions specifically designed to suppress spiritual power. Coupled with junior sister Zihan's severe injuries, I fear." Shui Shang frowned in anger. If they dared to harm Zihan, Shen Tiankui and this entire place would pay with their lives. Suddenly a massive noise came from ahead. They rushed over immediately, only to find the ground there shattered by a powerful force. Shui Shang called out, "Junior sister Zihan." Wu Xiao chimed in, "Junior sister Zihan, we are here to rescue you." A young girl was choking 2 guards by their necks with both hands, the guards screaming in agony as lightning surged through them. She said in a deep voice. "If you had shown even a shred of compassion earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this." The other 3 stood jaw-dropped in shock. Sensing the commotion, Zihan turned back to look at them, displaying an innocent and pure expression. "Master, senior sisters, junior sister, you've arrived." They stared at her blankly. Yi Bei stepped forward and said, "Let's talk. What exactly is going on here?" Zihan greeted him cheerfully. "Master, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for so long." Zihan rubbed her head and explained, "Initially, I entered the longevity realm severely injured and had been healing my wounds. For some reason, a group of people suddenly started hunting me down. They had the advantage in numbers, and in the end, I was captured and brought here." He asked in confusion, "Then how do you feel right now? What did they do to you?" She proudly flexed her arm muscles. "I am Master's disciple after all. What could they possibly do to me?" Wu Xiao looked at her skeptically. She waved her hands with an innocent face. "At first, I planned to fake an injury to see what they were really up to. But the moment I arrived, they tried to deal a fatal blow. Left with no choice, I had to treat them this way." Xingchen asked with concern, "Senior sister, are you really all right?" Zihan patted her chest confidently. "Of course I am," but before she could finish her sentence she froze and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Bei cried out in panic. "Silly girl!" The others were also startled. Xingchen screamed, "Senior sister!" Just then a playful voice rang out. "Hee hee, Yi Bei, I have finally waited for you all." Frowning, he waved his hand impatiently and barked, "Stop skulking around, get out here and speak." A stream of energy collided with something in space, triggering an explosion. Shen Tiankui praised with satisfaction, "Not bad. You are indeed the person I took a liking to." Ning Buli questioned, "Shen Tiankui, what did you do to her?" He pacified her. "Don't worry, I merely drained her spiritual sense." Yi Bei deduced, "You lured us here on purpose. The information Ning Buli's former subordinates received was leaked by you." He confirmed cheerfully, "Yi Bei, ever since you killed the Tinluo Immortal Lord, I have been keeping an eye on you." Ning Buli asked in a rage, "Shen Tiankui, what on earth is your goal?" Tiankui recounted calmly, "Ning Buli, you've been in the longevity realm for so long, you should know only too well. The greatest secret of the longevity realm is the path of longevity. For so many years, countless people have followed in succession. Yet not a single person has been able to unlock this secret. At first I thought it was you. Then I thought it was me, but both attempts failed, until I met you." Yi Bei. His face was dark, and he remained silent. The other party continued, "A newcomer who has only recently ascended to the immortal realm could not only survive spatial turbulence but also slay the Tinluo Immortal Lord. More importantly, since you appeared, the long-dormant city of deities has actually begun to stir." He spared no effort to entice him. "So, Yi Bei, cooperate with me. We will surely unlock the secret of the path of longevity and definitely transcend the immortal realm." Yi Bei's voice was deep, radiating a hazardous aura. "The path of longevity is something I will master in my own way. There is no need to cooperate with someone like you. Besides, I have already said." His eyes were sharp as an array materialized behind him, and he announced in a freezing tone, "Anyone who dares to harm my disciple shall die." Yi Bei charged forward, while Tiankui still had the leisure to marvel calmly. This strike is indeed not simple. Red light flashed in his eyes as a barrier appeared to protect his entire body, which Yi Bei crashed into. The shockwaves dispersed, pushing Yi Bei back. He said arrogantly, "Yi Bei, let me see just how capable you really are." He solemnly formed hand seals as the array behind him lit up. The sky darkened and violent thunderbolts crashed down, causing a massive commotion. Tiankui attempted to persuade him. "The arrays I set up in the heavenly prison were actually completely destroyed by you. You are indeed the person I took a liking to. Yi Bei, I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to cooperate, you can share power equally with me." He then summoned another energy sphere to threaten. "If you refuse to cooperate, I can only drain your spiritual sense and take your life," Yi Bei replied coldly. "Save your breath," Tiankui attacked in a rage. "Since that's the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Countless colossal skulls opened their massive jaws, roaring as they lunged toward him. With a gentle wave of Yi Bei's hand, those attacks instantly collapsed. He frowned in disdain. "Stop embarrassing yourself with these petty tricks. Do you honestly think they can harm me?" Suddenly, a loud cry echoed, "Master!" Turning around sharply, he saw a monster charging right at Shui Shang. Countless afterimages surrounded them, forcing the three to assume a wary back-to-back defensive stance. Yi Bei was deeply worried. Zihan's spiritual sense had been stolen, leaving her foundation highly unstable. If this dragged on any longer, she wouldn't be able to hold out. He had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Since these arrays had been pre-arranged by Shen Tiankui, escaping them in a short time would be extremely difficult. He decided to target his divine sense directly. To resolve the fight quickly, Yi Bei summoned the system screen and used a one-time spatial lockdown item. As the spatial lockdown was activated, Shen Tiankui found himself trapped within a cubical barrier. He frowned in bewilderment. "What is this?" Yi Bei reached his hand out toward Shen Tiankui's head. "Today I will destroy this divine sense of yours. Next time I will hunt down your true self in person." The space plunged into pitch darkness, and his vision was flooded with a bloody hue. The others watched Shen Tiankui from below in a panic. King, coughing up a mouthful of blood, he waved his hand to soothe them. "It is nothing, merely a backlash from my damaged divine sense." His face darkened as he thought. "Yi Bei, though I know not what method you used to lock down my divine sense in such a short time, the next time we meet, this seat will surely kill you with my own hands." In a room, the glowing light of healing slowly dispersed. Xingqian sat on the bed, her hands pressed against Zihan's back to heal her. After a moment, Xingqian exhaled a sigh of relief. "Phew, I have temporarily sealed senior sister Zihan's spiritual energy and stabilized her condition. But this is far from enough." She turned back to remind them that only by retrieving her spiritual sense and restoring it to her body as soon as possible could she return to normal. Ning Buli asserted with certainty that her spiritual sense must be with Shen Tiankui. Frowning, she analyzed solemnly, "But Shen Tiankui's power has already surged by several levels. He is likely on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the true immortal realm now. Moreover, you just fought a battle. If you go again now, he will surely be fully prepared, making him highly difficult to deal with." Yi Bei remained unfazed, asking Xingqian, "How much longer can Zihan's body hold out?" Hearing this, Xingqian was startled. She looked at Zihan and pondered, "With my current capability, as long as we retrieve senior sister Zihan's spiritual sense within half a month, I can restore her to normal. But if we fail to find it after a month, then," Shui Shang reported, "Master Bu Shao has already infiltrated Shen Tiankui's camp. If we head over now and coordinate from within and without, we can definitely reclaim junior sister Zihan's spiritual sense." Ning Buli proposed. "If you are going, I will go with you." However, Yi Bei announced flatly, "We are not going." Shui Shang was shocked. "What?" Yi Bei spoke in a dark tone. "Zihan's spiritual sense is currently in Shen Tiankui's hands, meaning he holds the initiative. His territory is heavily guarded, and we would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Therefore we should not go." Hearing this, Luo Shuisheng asked curiously, "Master, do you have other arrangements?" He confirmed, "Exactly." He then entrusted the heavy responsibility to his disciples. "Your master will give you 1 month. Within this month, everyone must break through to the true immortal realm, and then you shall accompany me to reclaim Zihan's spiritual sense." Everyone was thrown into a panic. "What, 1 month?" Ning Buli protested vehemently. "Breaking through to the true immortal realm in a single month? Yi Bei, have you lost your mind? None of us here are above the true immortal realm, and even you are only at the mid-stage of the false immortal realm. Wanting to break through in a month is pure fantasy." Xingqian also felt this was too demanding for her. "Master, besides, I am an alchemist. Compared to my senior sisters, my cultivation speed is countless times slower. 1 month is simply too short for me." Yet Shui Shang was brimming with confidence. "Master, I can do it." She then received an approving nod from her master. "Very well." Yi Bei immediately gathered energy between his palms. The flowing currents quickly compressed into an energy sphere by a small array. Without a word, he pushed the sphere straight toward Ning Buli. Caught guard. Ning Buli bore the brunt of the force. The flowing energy enveloped her like a hazy mist. She cried out in alarm. "Yi Bei, what are you trying to do?" Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized something. Instead of attacking her, this spiritual power was actually being absorbed by her body. "Wait, he is transferring spiritual power to me." Yi Bei instructed carefully. "Ning Buli, hold fast to this pillar of spiritual energy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he intensified his pressure, strong enough to whip her long hair wildly. A pillar of brilliant light shot straight into the heavens. The immense magic stirred the sky as thunder and lightning crashed down. Ningbuli's eyes instantly darkened, her mind filled with shock and suspicion. He actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. Is he trying to help me break through? She marveled inwardly. Terrifying. This is truly terrifying, she continued to analyze. He is clearly only at the mid-stage of the false immortal realm, yet he possesses such heaven-defying spiritual power. Most terrifying of all is that he can actually summon a heavenly tribulation with his bare hands. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with him. The thunder and lightning had already closed in on the roof of the house they stood on. If I can truly use his power to break through, I will definitely reclaim everything I once had. In the next second, a colossal bolt of lightning slammed straight down with a deafening crack, entirely absorbed by the sword in Ningbuli's hand. Heavenly tribulation, bring it on. Immediately after, she swung a slash straight toward the heavens, its power multiplying with the surging lightning. A beam of sword chi pierced through the roof of the ancient building, seemingly distorting the very space itself before finally slicing the swelling source of magic in half. As the dust cleared, the ancient city returned to its former tranquility. Ningbuli was ecstatic. I succeeded after so long. I have finally reached the peak of the false immortal realm. I am only one step away from breaking through to the true immortal realm. Yi-Bei asked once more, do you still think 1 month is not enough? She quickly changed her tune. It's enough. More than enough. Yi-Bei swiftly opened a spatial portal leading to the Tower of Time in the desolate small world where the spiritual energy density and cultivation speed were hundreds of times faster than the outside world. Follow me inside. Within 1 month everyone must break through to the true immortal realm. Xingqian, Shui Shang and Ningbuli replied in unison. Yes, master. Time flew by like an arrow. 1 month later, Luo Shuisheng successfully cultivated to the true immortal realm. The diligent Ningbuli had also made her breakthrough. Yi-Bei spoke with satisfaction. It seems everyone has broken through. Xingqian stood timidly behind her master, observing. Elda's senior sister is indeed formidable. Yi-Bei suddenly looked at her. Xingqian, it's your turn. She hesitated and declined. Master, I can't do it. She then rattled off a long list of excuses. My senior sisters cultivated with a solid foundation. To firmly step into the true immortal realm, I only reached the mid-stage of the false immortal realm because I piled up on medicinal pills. I really cannot do it. Within the lush forest, a sharp scream rang out. Master, what are you doing? Yi-Bei's expression at this moment was terrifyingly dark. Xingqian, do not disappoint your master. Terrified, she burst into loud tears. Wah, I am never going to trust you again, master. At Shen Tiankui's temple, a series of mysterious chain explosions suddenly erupted in front of the majestic high tower. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the night. Wu Xiao leaped down from a high spot, landing beside Yi-Bei and the other three. Master, I've waited for a month, and everyone is finally here, she excitedly claimed credit. Master, during this time I've been leaving early and returning late, dismantling every single array in the temple in advance. You must give your disciple a reward later. Yi-Bei gladly agreed. Of course. After exchanging pleasantries, her expression instantly grew solemn. But master, I don't know what kind of heresy Shen Tiankui has been practicing lately, but his cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. He has probably reached the peak of the true immortal realm by now. You must be careful. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a foot stepped onto the roof. Yi-Bei, you have finally arrived. The sunlight reflected off the top of the tower, blurring the figure standing on high. Everyone looked up in shock at the source of the voice. It was indeed Shen Tiankui, holding a red sphere of spiritual energy in his hand. This seat has been waiting for you for a long time. Ningbuli's mouth fell open in surprise. The spiritual flames surrounding Shen Tiankui were the hellfire of the longevity gate. She questioned him repeatedly. Have you actually opened that gate? Did you go so far as to destroy the centuries of foundation laid by those veteran cultivators, absorbing their spiritual sense just to exchange it for your current fortune? Instead of denying it, he openly admitted it. Ningbuli hissed through grit teeth. Back then you used sweet words to make them risk their lives for you. Yet today you slaughter them cruelly, draining every single one of their spiritual senses. Shen Tiankui, you will truly stop at nothing, he merely shrugged casually. They betrayed you back then. I killed them for you. You should be happy instead. She knit her brows tightly. I, Ningbuli, will never find joy in such treachery. She then raised her sword to channel her power. Shen Tiankui, you are treacherous, usurped my power and slaughtered so many innocent people. Today I will surely kill you to restore peace to the city of deities. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Ningbuli, you are truly foolish. Her eyes widened as she demanded sharply. What do you mean? He pointed his hand downward. After all this time, you are still so easily deceived by those around you. unable to even see who your true enemy is. Since you are so eager to kill me now, why don't you go avenge your brother first? Ningbuli still didn't understand his meaning. What did you say? Yi Bei stood in the back, his face dark and silent. Tiankui suddenly flicked a beam of intense light from his fingertip, shooting it straight into Ningbuli's forehead. A series of scenes flashed through her mind. Yi Bei gave a dark command to his disciple. Xingqian, kill Ning Shenzi, and the Divine Emperor Cauldron will be yours. Xingqian complied obediently. Yes, the scene then shifted to her and Shui Shang joining forces to trap Lord Ning Shenzi within a colossal array. In the end, only the agonizing, blood-curdling screams of Lord Ning Shenzi remained. Ningbuli was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. She softly called out, "Brother." She recalled her brother's past reminder. "Buli, brother has told you that no matter what happens, the descendants of our Ning family will never shed tears." Suppressing her grief, she seemed to have made up her mind. Without hesitation, she pointed her sword at the opposite side. "Yi Bei, it was you who killed my brother." Facing her sharp blade, Yi Bei confirmed calmly, "Ning Shenzi was indeed killed by this deity." Ningbuli's tone grew sharp and unyielding. "You killed my brother, deceived me, pretended to cooperate with me, and used me to enter the city of deities. Yet back then, I actually stepped in to save you." She clenched her jaw, restraining her emotions. "But why did you help me restore my cultivation and even help me break through to the true immortal realm? Yi Bei, you are even more terrifying than Shen Tiankui." Yet this failed to sway his resolve. "This deity has never regretted killing Ning Shenzi, nor will I feel any guilt toward you. If you want to fight, then bring it on." These words instantly ignited the anger deep within Ningbuli's heart. "Yi Bei, you forced my hand." A violent vortex of spiritual power erupted, the air currents vibrating the entire space, accompanied by her furious roar, "I will kill you." However, that surge of spiritual power did not attack Yi Bei's group. Instead, it transformed into a pair of illusory wings and flew in the opposite direction. Its target was Shen Tiankui. A sharp-beaked bird charged toward Shen Tiankui like an arrow released from a bow. He snorted disdainfully. "Ningbuli, you fool. Even in this state you still choose to kill me," she replied firmly. "Killing you first before killing him won't be too late," he responded with equal composure. "Killing me will only hasten your own demise." A colossal force slammed into him, erupting into a powerful wave of pressure. However, this only caused minor damage to his ironclad arm. Tiankui raised his hand to inspect the tiny cracks. Admitting that Ningbuli's strength had indeed improved, "I haven't seen you for a month, and you have actually broken through to the true immortal realm," she said resolutely. "That's right. All of this is so I can end you today and reclaim everything that belongs to this palace." He let out a triumphant wild laugh. "Ha ha ha, what a pity, Ningbuli. For all your calculations, you never expected that back when you were my superior, I had already secretly stolen the opportunities of your 9 young raging flames divine art." A dark aura gradually coalesced in his palm. "Your Lingxiao Palace can absorb solar divine power to transform it into the 9 young raging flames. I, Shen Tiankui, can also use the purgatory black flames to defeat you. I searched far and wide for opportunities and finally found the method to counter you in the hell of the mortal world." Immediately after, he violently crushed the sphere. Precisely for today, a sturdy protective shield enveloped his entire body, preventing Ningbuli's divine bird from getting anywhere near him. Facing this terrifying scene, she gnashed her teeth in sheer frustration. Tiankui immediately summoned a giant snake, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The giant snake's massive maw swallowed the target in an instant. Losing her balance, Ningbuli fell backward, her eyes rolling back as she lost focus, her body in free fall. She blamed herself repeatedly. "Shen Tiankui, not killing you back then is the most foolish thing this palace has ever done in my life." The giant snake opened its maw wide once more, waiting for her. He mocked, "Unfortunately, you won't have another chance." Suddenly, a flash of sword light carved a sharp rift, piercing straight through the giant snake's body, causing it to wail in agony. Having just escaped danger, Ningbuli vaguely sensed that Yi Bei had saved her. Shen Tiankui marveled. "Yi Bei, you have finally made your move," he retorted mockingly. "Letting you live for another 2 incense sticks worth of time has only made you jump around more and more. If I didn't act now, I fear you wouldn't even know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth." The opponent didn't want to waste words either. "Then let's put it to the test." Immediately, Shen Tiankui swiftly slipped behind Yi Bei to launch a sneak attack. Yi Bei swept his sharp eyes over, but even though he sensed it, he couldn't completely dodge. Taking a heavy elbow strike, Yi Bei plummeted straight onto the roof of the tower below. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Yet he landed entirely unscathed, without even a single scratch on his body, giving his opponent no room to breathe. Shen Tiankui summoned countless cement pillars. "Yi Bei, you have fallen into my trap." These pillars crashed down instantly, trapping his location in a tight vice. Bizarre red runes were carved onto the stone pillars by invisible flames. Rows of pitch-black repulsion arrays rose one after another, accompanied by his malicious mockery. "You calculated wrongly. My purpose today is not to kill you, but to have you help me open the true gate of longevity." Before his entire body vanished into the dark energy, Yi Bei left behind a final remark. "So it is actually a high-level long-distance teleportation array. But did you not know, Shen Tiankui? Aside from ordinary cultivation methods, what this deity is best at is arrays." He pinched two fingers together to form a hand seal, executing the ultimate move of the Avenue of Destruction. A colossal sphere of spiritual energy manifested instantly, shattering the surrounding cement pillars into dust in a split second. Shen Tiankui dodged, unable to believe his eyes. Yi Bei charged out of the black array, his expression grim as he rapidly closed in on his position. Both threw out a palm strike simultaneously, their fists colliding with a deafening screech. Right at that moment, a cold, ruthless longsword abruptly pierced straight through Shen Tiankui's left chest. The heavy blow made him spit out a massive mouthful of blood, and through his helmet his eyes could be seen wide with rage. Standing behind him, Ning Buli said grimly, "Shen Tiankui, this palace said I would definitely kill you." With that, she slashed her sword across his body. Then she turned her cold gaze toward the distant Yi Bei. Giving him a slight start, he quickly regained his composure. "What? Is it our turn now?" At the same time, Xingqian landed beside them. She demanded through gritted teeth, "Why did you kill my brother?" Yi Bei explained briefly, "He wanted to kill us first." Over the years, Ning Shenzi has committed countless evil deeds, to say nothing of extorting other forces. Every time the Immortal Land Alliance Assembly was held, if a new force appeared, he would ruthlessly strike them down. Not long ago, he even set fire to our inn under the cover of a dark and windy night. In such circumstances, if we hadn't killed him, we would have been the ones to die. Memories of the siblings' past surfaced. Lord Ning Shenzi had once said to her with absolute certainty, "Buli, we either don't do it at all or we become the strongest in this immortal realm." She chimed in, "Brother, I can definitely do it." He could not hide his inner joy. "Buli, you will always be your brother's pride." Her brother's gentle words still echoed in her mind. "No matter when you return, your brother will always be here." Before she knew it, tears were streaming down her face from her overwhelming emotions. "Why did you save me?" She pointed her sword forward, her heart deeply shaken. "Why did you help me restore my cultivation? Why did you agree to cooperate with me? If you hadn't done those things, I could have killed you without any hesitation." Yi Bei urged her sternly. "Go ahead and strike. There is no need to hold back because of what we did. You saved Xingqian once, and that debt of gratitude has already been repaid." She could only compromise. "Then we shall settle this in a single blow. If you die, I will consider my brother avenged. If I die, I will go down to the afterlife to apologize to my brother." He accepted decisively. At that very moment, Ning Buli channeled her inner power, a wild surge of magical energy continuously churning in the space. Xingqian reported worriedly, "Master, she is charging over with a resolve to die. This single blow will consume hundreds of years of her cultivation. Although it won't kill you, I'm afraid it will cause you considerable damage. Furthermore, if this strike is blocked, her cultivation will likely disperse completely, causing her death." Yi Bei admitted, "I anticipated today would come, but I never expected her to value love and loyalty so deeply, nor did I expect her to make such a choice in the end." He also raised his hand, summoning countless glowing runes that hovered in front of him. "Forget it, let me be the one to end this." Her long hair fluttered in the wind, outlining a beautiful yet tragic scene filled with killing intent. "Yi Bei, I do not regret knowing you." This was the final voice of her heart that she could not speak aloud. "Especially you." The colossal divine bird charged straight at him. "It is time to end this." A hand waved elegantly. Underworld soul, a powerful spiritual barrier formed instantly, perfectly blocking the divine bird's sharp beak. Every memory they had shared flashed clearly before them. "Forget everything so you can still simply hate and simply love. This is the final gift I can give you." The memory fragments gradually grew scattered, shattering like fragile glass. Ning Buli's limp body slumped forward, but she was fortunately caught and supported by Yi Bei. Luo Shuishang merely murmured in contemplation, "I suppose it is ashes to ashes, dust to dust." Meanwhile, a trace of sorrow appeared on Xingqian's face. "Fate truly makes fools of people." He carefully laid her on the ground, and Wu Shao came hopping over. Master, when did you learn this move? It's so cool, your disciple wants to learn it too." Yi Bei could only go along with his disciple's whim. "Once we retrieve Zihan's spiritual sense, your master will teach you." She excitedly raised both hands in celebration. "Awesome, thank you, master." Suddenly, an eerie mystical force rose from Shen Tiankui's fallen corpse in the distance, startling everyone. "Master, look, what is that?" It simply drifted into the distance with the wind and vanished. The four of them, Yi Bei, Shuisheng, Wu Shao, and Xingqian, hastily gave chase, all filled with curiosity. This is neither like a spiritual sense nor anything I have ever seen. I don't know either, he spoke solemnly. We'll know once we go see. Under the clear blue sky, the beam of light passed through peaks that soared into the clouds, continuing to weave through the canyons below. Finally, it came to a halt before a colossal stone gate, and the four landed smoothly without encountering any obstacles. Shuisheng asked in confusion. How could that thing from Shen Tiankui fly here? Could there be a trap? He confirmed. I examined him earlier. There is absolutely no possibility of Shen Tiankui's resurrection. Besides, that thing just now did not seem to belong to Shen Tiankui, so this shouldn't be his trap. Wu Shao stepped forward without hesitation. Is it a trap or an opportunity? We'll know once we go inside. Condensing her power in both arms, she pushed the gate open. A red light burst from the crevice. She informed everyone. It's open. Xingqian's eyes widened in utter shock. A hot, scorching space presented itself before their eyes, resembling a churning lava zone. Chains tightly bound the rocks above. This was the black purgatory that Shen Tiankui had spoken of. Wu Shao's eyes widened in awe. Shen Tiankui obtained his opportunity here. No wonder his cultivation realm rose so quickly. Xingqian sought Yi Bei's opinion. Master, should we go in and take a look? He asked aloud. Wu Shao, Xingqian, what do you think is inside? Shuisheng's attention was suddenly drawn to something. Wu Shao happened to remember that the black purgatory was where Shen Tiankui had obtained the opportunity to defeat Ning Buli. Turning his gaze toward the massive tree ahead, he said, But what your master sees is a colossal towering tree root. This bizarre feeling is growing stronger. Could there be an illusion array set up here? Shuisheng blurted out. I see a towering giant tree too, Wu Shao immediately countered. No, she vaguely felt that the desolate, ruined aura emanating from within was far too real. Not looking like an illusion array at all, could this place be? Shuisheng suddenly interrupted. There are actually two doors in front of us, she analyzed thoughtfully. I once read in ancient scrolls that there was an ancient ruin that also had two such doors. Only those truly destined can find the genuine entrance and discover that hidden paradise. The door that ordinary people enter only leads to the real world. This place must be the same. She then made her judgment. Master, the thing inside might be the path of longevity that Shen Tiankui and Ning Buli have spent years searching for. Yi Bei also found this reasonable. Shen Tiankui had gone to great lengths, yet never expected that the path to liberation lay right beneath his feet. Let's go, we're going in, Xingqian whispered. Master, we will wait for you here. The two walked forward together, touching the illusory portal before them. Countless bubbles floated around the giant tree, creating an extremely dreamlike scene. Shuisheng reached out and caught a bubble drifting over. It was Shen Tiankui's spiritual sense, his true face manifested within the sphere of light. She observed vigilantly. It was hung full of spiritual senses. But why are they here? Yi Bei answered based on his knowledge. Previously, these spiritual senses were imprisoned by Shen Tiankui and couldn't escape. Now that Shen Tiankui is dead, they have all been summoned here by the Tree of Longevity, he speculated. This place leads to longevity and also to death. Zihan's spiritual sense must be here as well. She looked up at a bubble high above. There, he quickly condensed a ball of spiritual energy in his palm. This action was to draw that bubble toward them. Yi Bei entrusted the task to her. Girl Luo, Zihan cannot wait any longer. Take her back. Your master needs to investigate what on earth is going on here. Shuisheng obediently complied. Yes, master. With that, she swiftly departed. He gently touched the tree trunk to examine it. So this is the Tree of Longevity. The laws of time contained within are actually so exquisite. A voice suddenly rang out, origin unknown. What are you blindly touching there? His face instantly grew alert. Who is it? Countless vines shot simultaneously toward Yi Bei, who was standing under the tree. The collision of the two forces triggered a small-scale explosion, sending up puffs of white smoke. He successfully blocked the attack with just one hand. He sternly demanded, who is it? A goddess as beautiful as a celestial fairy sat cross-legged on the giant tree and spoke. This deity is the incarnation of the Tree of Longevity. Are you the chosen successor of the law? He watched her vigilantly. Successor? Then he asked without hesitation. The chosen successor of the law. Could it be that the one who can see the true entrance to the gate of longevity is the successor chosen by the path of longevity? Zi Ling wore an intrigued expression, resting her chin in her hand. Though your manners are crude, you are ultimately the one chosen by the law. Next, a thin, blue-glowing thread materialized in her palm. As long as you receive the recognition of the Tree of Longevity, you can become the guardian of the Tree of Longevity and obtain the path of longevity. She manipulated the thin thread to drift down slowly. Stand still. Leave the rest to this deity. Staring at the bizarre beam of light that was about to touch him, Yi Bei analyzed to himself. The spiritual energy here is more abundant than ever before, and the flowing time and air seem to contain the laws of time. There are opportunities everywhere. If I accept the opportunity given by this woman, wouldn't I ascend directly? He informed her coldly. You have the wrong person. A sudden strange movement occurred within his body, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Before he could even figure out the situation, he examined his body with shock and doubt. What is going on? Ziling was equally astonished. How is that possible? Could it be that you are not the chosen one of the law? Then how did you get in? Let alone finding the true entrance of the gate of longevity. Even if a mortal entered, they would die from being unable to withstand this opportunity of heaven and earth. Cold sweat trickled down her fair cheeks. Who on earth are you? Yi Bei. He merely stared at his palm. If I am not the one who can inherit the path of longevity, could it be girl Luo? Through mind reading, Ziling quickly identified that the truly chosen one was her. The goddess then clasped her hands together to chant a spell, summoning the deity. Meanwhile, over on Luo Shuisheng's side, she also suddenly felt a trace of anomaly. A blurry thought flashed through her mind. Why does my soul suddenly feel like it's trembling, as if someone is calling me? Following her instincts, she walked toward that spatial door, her eyes losing focus at some point. She muttered to herself, that voice is inside. Soon after, she was startled awake by a flurry of urgent calls. Wake up, wake up. Shuisheng looked around blankly. Master, why am I here? Yi Bei quickly comforted her and inquired. Don't be afraid, how is Zihan's spiritual sense? She rubbed her head, trying to clear her mind. I just sent Zihan's spiritual sense back when a voice suddenly rang in my head telling me to go somewhere. And then I lost consciousness and ended up here. Ziling walked over from a distance. It was this deity who summoned you. You are the successor chosen by the law. If you inherit the law, you can obtain the path of longevity. Are you willing? She continued. The path of longevity is a dream pursued by countless people. As long as you are willing to sign a contract with me, you can obtain it. Control the laws of time and space and become a true god, he asked in confusion. If she becomes the successor and fully inherits the path of longevity, what happens afterward? The goddess replied calmly. Naturally, you will guard the tree of longevity and the path of longevity forever, maintaining the balance of time. Shuisheng already had her answer. I refuse. Her face instantly turned grim. What? She hugged him tightly and answered somewhat stiffly yet coldly. If it means leaving master, I do not agree. Ziling quickly condensed spiritual energy at her fingertips, preparing to erupt. Human emotions are nothing but fleeting variables, whereas achieving godhood is a grand enterprise of thousands of years. Giving up becoming a god for an insignificant master is too foolish. The goddess's target from the very beginning was Yi Bei. Under Shuisheng's shocked gaze, his body was blasted backward. She turned her head sharply, shouting in anxiety, Master! By the time Shuisheng realized it, it was already too late. She was unable to move. Controlling her body with spiritual flame, Ziling mocked, Very few in the 3,000 worlds can become gods. This deity will never allow you to trample on this opportunity so carelessly. She could only helplessly feel her soul gradually detaching from her body. The power of destruction that originally belonged to me is slowly fading away, replaced by the power of heaven and earth. My vision of the giant tree ahead is also growing blurry. And my consciousness, my memories, they seem to be drifting further and further away from me. Yi Bei condensed a chaos energy sphere in his palm and charged straight at the goddess. Let her go. A massive explosion occurred, shattering countless earth and stones. Escaping completely unscathed, Ziling floated in the air and spoke. Wanting to keep her here solely for your personal desire is selfish to the extreme. He also flew up to level his gaze with hers. This deity has my own ways to guide her to godhood. She also has her own will. There is no need for you to meddle in our business. She clicked her tongue in disdain. Naive. Wasting no more words, he immediately summoned a pitch-black sphere of gas, and a series of ancient characters surfaced. The heaven-burning curse, a force containing countless black shockwaves, charged straight toward her rear. Yet Ziling easily neutralized it in an instant. Mortals are indeed not simple. It's just that compared to a god, she then unleashed a massive wave of divine power, smoothly finishing the last half of her sentence. You are still too weak. The divine pressure tore through the sky, shaking the entire forest. Not stopping there, the goddess continued to gather her aura at her fingertips. Go back. This deity can spare your life. Yi Bei was currently surrounded by a colossal spiritual halo. Wishful thinking. She spread her palm to open a small magic array, within which a glowing deer totem appeared. Then do not blame me for being impolite. She shot it in all directions without hesitation, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Facing his opponent's fierce assault, he could only put everything into defense. It was not until the outer layer of spiritual energy cracked, shattering instantly into countless glass-like fragments, that he closed his eyes tightly, looking somewhat strained. Yi Bei grit his teeth. Though unwilling to admit it, he understood in his heart, is this the realm of a god, crushing across realms without needing any technique? directly using endless spiritual energy to pulverize my own. The gap between a true immortal and a god is actually this vast, yet this failed to make him give up easily. However, girl Luo belongs to me. This deity will never allow anyone to take her away. He swiftly summoned a majestic golden dragon, which let out a wild primal roar. Only now did Ziling realize the true identity of her opponent. You have the true dragon immortal body? Oh no! Just as she attempted to establish a solid defense, the golden dragon opened its massive maw, preparing to blast a terrifying wave of inner power. The collision of the two forces triggered an earth-shattering explosion. The goddess lay motionless in the center of a deep crater beneath the sharp claws of the true dragon. So you are a true dragon immortal body reincarnated from the god realm. No wonder you could enter the gate of longevity. I misjudged you earlier and failed to recognize your identity. Yi Bei stood proudly before her and ordered, "Hand over my person." She still had the strength to provoke him deliberately. No, she has already completed forming the seal. Her spiritual sense has already transformed. She cannot return. His rage erupted, along with the power of the golden dragon churning overhead. If girl Luo cannot return completely unharmed, this deity will destroy this place and have you accompany her in death. But once she returns, she will have abandoned her only chance to become a god. You are her master. Do you not consider her interests at all? He widened his eyes, flashing an extremely menacing look. Do you want to die, or do you want to become a god? How one becomes a god is not yours to dictate from on high. If becoming a god means defying someone else's will, then I would rather not become one. Ziling was so terrified she dared not even blink, even though he was merely a true immortal. She felt genuine fear under his immense pressure. If he truly destroyed this place, the consequences would be catastrophic. Moreover, given his capabilities, making Luo Shuisheng a god was indeed not impossible. Did I really meddle too much? Yielding, she lowered herself to compromise. Very well, I will stay out of your way. But you must retrieve her yourself. Luo Shuisheng's memories have already scattered across the river of time. Her spiritual sense has been overtaken by divine sense. If you want to retrieve her original self, you must return to the past and find the spiritual sense that once belonged to her. Yi Bei asked straight to the point, "How do I enter?" As the goddess formed hand seals to activate a circular array, she gave a careful warning. "I will send you in, however, you only have 3 days. Within these 3 days you must make her accept you as her master once more. If the 3-day limit passes, not only will she lose her past consciousness forever, but you will also be trapped in the river of time for eternity." As he watched himself begin to glow with light, the goddess emphasized once more, "Make sure to remember this well." Within 3 days, in an instant, his body seemed to transform into gold. "Girl Luo, I'm coming to find you." He then vanished into the illusory space, with Ziling's warning still echoing in his ears. "Remember, only 3 days, or you will be trapped here forever." His destination was a humble village from an ancient era. Bustling streets were filled with people. This was girl Luo's hometown 500 years ago. At this time she was still a little girl and they had not yet met. He had to find her first and earn her trust. However, looking at his childlike body, Yi Bei couldn't help but feel disappointed. He was so small now, and his spiritual power was also suppressed by that woman. Just when would he be able to find girl Luo? He searched around, asking and observing. She wasn't in the east of the city, nor was she in the west. He could only walk along the unfamiliar streets with a sigh. Without spiritual power, a child's body was truly a hassle. He had wasted an entire day without finding any trace of her. Suddenly, a basket of steaming hot buns caught his attention. "Forget it, I should eat something first before continuing the search." He offered a gold coin to the shopkeeper. "Boss, I'd like a bun." Unexpectedly, a chaotic commotion of fighting came from nearby. How dare that Luo family filth still dare to stay here? Get lost now." Yi Bei quickly spotted a familiar face. Girl Luo. A group of boys were surrounding the young Shuisheng, beating her mercilessly. "Get out, you Luo family filth." Unable to watch any longer, he stepped forward to stop them. "Let her go." The bullies immediately shifted their target to him. "You dare meddle in our business? Get him." He broke into a slight cold sweat. He was just a child now, and his spiritual power was suppressed. To deal with these brats he would have to use his wits. His gaze swept toward the steaming bun stall behind him. Aha! With agile movements he nimbly dodged several heavy attacks launched by the kids in front of him. They continued their assault, but he still managed to dodge in time. Another boy flew into a rage, raising a massive stone with both hands as he charged forward. "Out of the way, let me finish him." Yi Bei cleverly sidestepped, leaving the shopkeeper to take the full force of the heavy stone blow. The owner wailed in pain. "My back!" Brandishing a wooden club, the shopkeeper chased the entire group of children away, sending them fleeing in panic. "You brats, are you tired of living?" Witnessing this made him burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, let's see if you dare bully people again. The kids didn't forget to shout a threat as they ran. Just you wait, you Luo family girl, you actually dared to find a helper. You're finished, the shopkeeper was relentless, shouting, you brats don't run. Once things settled down, he handed a bun to Shuishang. Girl Luo, I came late. The little girl gasped in surprise, asking in confusion, who are you? He replied candidly. Yi-Bei, the one who is here to help you. Here, this bun is for you. The girl hesitated slightly before reaching out to take it, murmuring the stranger's name, Yi-Bei. He happily confirmed, yes, Yi-Bei, yet he didn't realize the bun in his hand had already vanished. It was only when the girl ran off into the distance that he turned and called out, wait a moment, he thought to himself helplessly. It seems before she met me she had always kept up such a high guard. At this time, the Blood Rain sect was slaughtering the Luo family. She was the sole survivor, wandering the streets alone and suffering immense hardships. With only 2 days left, the only way to earn her trust was to help her get revenge by wiping out the Blood Rain sect. For him, this was not difficult, but since he currently had nothing, he had to find resources he could utilize. The chatter of passers-by caught his attention. Go, 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 hurry, and watch the commotion. The Array Guild is trying to solve a remnant array again. I heard the solver will get a reward of 1,000 spiritual stones, enough for an ordinary person to live on for several years, he calculated triumphantly in his heart. Solving the Array Guild's puzzle wouldn't require much effort. At the entrance of the Array Guild, 2 guards blocked Yi-Bei's path. Kid, this is no place for you. Get lost and go play with your mother. Don't cause trouble here, or don't blame us for being rough, he asserted confidently. I am here to solve your remnant array. Only I can crack it. Upon hearing this, the 2 burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha, you, just you? They then decided to grab him by his clothes to throw him out. Throw him out quickly, don't let him block the way of the dignitaries. Suddenly a voice came from behind, causing all 3 of them to turn their heads. Wait a moment, Guildmaster Zhuang said gently. Heroes come from the youth. The cultivation world has never judged ability by age, not to mention his courage to accept our Array Guild's challenge. This little brother is very brave, let him try. The 2 guards dared not say more and could only release Yi-Bei. Yes, Guildmaster Zhuang. He cupped his fists respectfully. Thank you. In the distance a head poked out quietly, watching him and the Guildmaster walk inside. A complex circular array was positioned on a pedestal in the center of the courtyard. The Guildmaster briefly outlined the challenge. Little brother, solving this remnant array is different from before. It is of extraordinary difficulty. An ancient remnant array recorded in ancient texts. To this day, only 1 person has ever solved it. If you can crack it, you will be an honored guest of our Array Guild from now on. Yi-Bei stroked his chin, pretending to look deep in thought. 500 years ago, this indeed would have stumped many, but with his current capabilities, it was merely an ordinary remnant array. Without hesitation, he declared decisively, I know how to solve it. Guildmaster Zhuang's brow furrowed, feeling a bit disappointed in his heart. Did I really misjudge him? He is just a kid here to join the fun. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd mocked him one after another. What? So fast? Is this kid just putting on a show? He must be lying. He ignored them completely. Analyzing to himself, this is the 4 images 6 harmonies array, and its array cores are extremely intricate. The damaged part of the array seems to be the biggest flaw in front of us, but the true broken point is actually at the very center of the array. If the center of the array can be repaired, the remnant array can be solved. Guildmaster Zhuang's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected the boy to see through the array's secrets with just a single glance. In the next second, Yi-Bei extended a hand to the Guildmaster. Guildmaster Zhuang, lend me a bit of spiritual power. This left the other party completely stunned on the spot. Well, in the end, he still complied. Without another word, he leaped up and lightly touched the array, landing gracefully once done. The array instantly transformed, emitting a deep blue mystical light. He announced flatly, done. Guildmaster Zhuang's eyes widened, looking back and forth between the array and the young boy. Without any spiritual power, he could actually see through the secrets of the array and even complete it. He was simply a genius. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, and he clasped his hands together, appearing highly humble. Little brother, let us enter the hall to converse. He wasn't polite either. Sure. Yi-Bei wore a sly smile. However, I'd like to bring someone along. Would that be all right? Guildmaster Zhuang nodded happily. Of course, whom do you wish to bring? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he pointed directly to the girl squeezed in the crowd, calling her out. I want to bring her with me. Shuishang turned to run in a panic. When did he spot me? No, I must leave quickly. Suddenly, a hand quickly reached out, blocking her path. He hastily reassured the little girl. Don't be afraid, I am here to help you. Leaning in, he whispered in her ear with an extremely serious expression. No need to worry, your feud, your hatred, I will avenge it all for you. This left the girl questioning in her heart. Why does he give me such a familiar feeling? While staring blankly at the person in front of her, Shuishang asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Yi Bei replied candidly, "The one who is helping you." Without hesitation, he cut straight to the chase. "I will help you wipe out the Blood-Rain sect. How about you take me as your master in return?" The little girl broke into a slight cold sweat. "How do you know about my hatred for the Blood-Rain sect? And why do you want to help me get revenge?" he explained urgently. "I know you won't easily believe me, but I am indeed here to help you. Besides, you have nothing right now. Rather than running around in constant fear, why not take a gamble? Gamble that I will truly help you." His firm gaze further established a solid foundation of trust. "Trust me." Subconsciously, the girl made her final decision. "All right." Having reached an agreement, Yi Bei walked up to the Guildmaster and proposed, "Guildmaster Zhuang, I'd like to make a deal with you. How about it?" Guildmaster Zhuang responded, "Oh," he held up 3 fingers, "I will tell you the location of an ancient remnant array, but in exchange you must lend me 300 mid-level array masters." Guildmaster Zhuang's face instantly turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. "What 300 mid-level array masters?" he quickly argued. "Little brother, you are indeed exceptionally talented, but you have no spiritual power and no sect background. For you to just open your mouth and ask to borrow 300 mid-level array masters is a bit too much. Lending you 300 mid-level array masters would mean emptying out our entire array guild," quick-wittedly. Yi Bei added, "I'm not asking for them for free," he continued. 200 miles north of Danja City, there is a low-lying barren wasteland. An entrance to an ancient ruin lies there. You can enter by passing through an ancient remnant array. Only I know the way inside. If you can lend them to me, I will tell you how to enter." Guildmaster Zhuang burst into laughter as if he had just heard a joke. "Ha ha ha, how could a boy with no spiritual power like you know the entrance to an ancient ruin? Little brother, you had better stop boasting." Yi Bei's expression turned exceptionally serious. "The Hehuan Divine Lord Array. I have seen its interior with my own eyes." Things having come to this, Guildmaster Zhuang had to weigh his options carefully. How could a teenage boy have heard of the Hehuan Divine Lord Array? This kind of ancient secret array was only recorded in damaged scrolls. Could he really have seen it? According to him, the ruin entrance was just outside the city. It wouldn't hurt to send someone to investigate first. If it was true, it would be of immense benefit to the Array Guild and his position as Guildmaster. Meanwhile, countless thoughts were also forming in Yi Bei's mind. Today was the 2nd day since he entered. By the time they returned from their investigation, only 1 day would remain. He had to destroy the Blood-Rain sect within 1 day to earn girl Lua's trust and take her back, or he would be trapped here forever. 1 day was more than enough. Finally, the answer escaped his lips. "Deal." The Guildmaster immediately ordered his subordinates, "Someone escort our 2 honored guests to rest." Before they left, he didn't forget to instruct them, "You 2 rest in the Array Guild first. Once we return from our investigation, we will finalize our transaction." He responded to show he understood. "Very well." A set of girls' clothes was placed on the table, followed by his instructions, "Go wash up, change into these clothes, have a good meal and get some sleep. We have big things to do tomorrow." Shuishang bombarded him with questions. "Why did you tell Guildmaster Zhuang the location of the ruins? If they go straight in and take everything, won't you end up with nothing?" He still appeared perfectly calm and asserted, "Without me, they can't solve that remnant array." The girl found it increasingly hard to believe. "You don't even have a single trace of spiritual energy," he countered immediately. "But I can help you get revenge and wipe out the Blood-Rain sect." A trace of sadness swept across the girl's face. "Why help me?" Stretching his body as he lay down on the wooden board, he replied casually, "Because of an old friend. She asked me to come help you." The girl wondered in her heart, could it be an old friend of my father? Yi Bei once again guaranteed decisively, "Trust me, if there is only one person left in this world you can trust, it is definitely me." The girl remained silent, not saying anything for a moment. He suddenly spoke up, asking in his mind, "Hey, damn system, are you there?" A screen materialized instantly before him. How may this system assist the host? His mind quickly flashed back to everything Ziling had done to him. "My spiritual power is suppressed by the longevity girl. I can't even summon the desolate small world," he ordered. "Retrieve the golden whip for me." The system immediately popped up with a prompt. "This task requires expending 1 half-price skill card. 2 options, 1 yes, 2 number." He selected yes. A long whip gradually materialized in Yi Bei's palm. Retrieving a single item costs a skill card. This system is getting sneakier by the day. Without hesitation, he tossed it to Shuishang. "A gift for you. Use it to protect yourself." Taking the long whip, the girl's face was filled with happiness. "Thank you." Yi Bei waved his hand to dismiss her. "Go wash up and sleep. We have big things to do tomorrow." Shuishang bowed respectfully. "Okay." The quiet night fell, and stars shone brightly across the vast sky. Even as she slept, Shuishang still held the long whip tightly in her arms, mumbling softly in her sleep, Thank you. Taking in this entire scene from outside without showing any emotion, he thought to himself, as expected, she is dreaming about it. What a stubborn girl. In the blink of an eye the next day arrived. Guildmaster Zhuang shouted urgently, "Little brother Yi!" Inside the room, Yi Bei and Shuisheng were eating buns. "Good morning, Guildmaster Zhuang." Zhuang cupped his hands and reported, "Little brother Yi, the ruin you mentioned indeed exists. However, even after calling over several high-level array masters, we still couldn't crack that array. I wonder if you could tell us how to break the array?" His proposal remained unchanged. "Lend me 300 mid-level array masters. Once the Blood Rain sect is wiped out, I will tell you how to crack that array." Guildmaster Zhuang shrewdly analyzed the situation. Although the Blood Rain sect was not a major sect, it possessed some strength. However, they had grown increasingly arrogant in recent years, repeatedly challenging the guild's authority. Furthermore, with such a massive temptation from the ruins, destroying the Blood Rain sect would allow them to both obtain the treasures and eliminate their rivals. This was a no-brainer of a deal, and he quickly made his decision. "Very well, I agree," Yi Bei urged. "Go get ready." The Guildmaster confirmed the details. 250 mid-level array masters and 50 high-level array masters. "I will gather our forces right now and head straight for the Blood Rain sect." A complex swirl of emotions welled up in the girl's eyes. "Father, mother, I will avenge you today." A violent explosion resounded, and a subordinate ran out in panic to investigate. "Who are you? Why have you dealt such a cruel blow to our Blood Rain sect?" Hearing his question, Shuisheng fired back in rage. "A cruel blow? When you dealt such a cruel blow to the Luo family back then, not a single soul escaped. If my parents hadn't risked their lives to send me away, I wouldn't even be alive today." He sneered with disdain. "So she was just a piece of Luo family filth." His mockery caused Shuisheng's anger to flare up. Clutching her long whip, she yelled, "Call your sect master out, or else don't blame me for being ruthless." With a flash of light, an angry shout came from within. "Who dares lay a hand on my Blood Rain sect?" The sect master stepped forward, glaring at the two brats before him with gritted teeth and a face full of contempt. Seeing him, Shuisheng looked like a lion spotting its prey, shouting in rage, "Sect master of the Blood Rain sect, today I will make you kneel before my parents' graves to confess and pay for your crimes." Upon hearing this, the sect master said calmly, "Guildmaster Zhuang, so you're the one backing these two brats. I wonder how my Blood Rain sect has offended you." Guildmaster Zhuang stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Blood Rain sect, you have grown increasingly arrogant, treating guild discipline like nothing back then. You wiped out the Luo family for no reason. Such acts are universally loathed and condemned." The sect master glared at the three of them with a dark expression, gritting his teeth. "It seems you came here specifically to pick a fight. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. My Blood Rain sect is not to be trifled with either." Just as he finished speaking, the massive magic array manifested. He stared at the array in horror, stammering, "So many array masters, to think you would pay such a heavy price just to destroy us?" Guildmaster Zhuang didn't give him any chance to continue, charging forward while barking sharply, "Save your breath, die." With that, Guildmaster Zhuang erupted with powerful strength, but the sect master quickly reached out to block the attack. The Guildmaster grabbed the sect master's arm tightly, and at that moment a blinding light flashed, shattering some form of defense. Instantly, the sect master was blasted backward. Left black and blue, the Guildmaster grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high and making it hard for him to breathe, leaving him only able to murmur weakly, Don't hit me anymore." The Guildmaster threw him to the ground, laughing triumphantly. "Little brother Yi, this fellow is at your disposal." Trembling in terror, the sect master begged, "Young Mistress Luo, I am sorry. It was because I was blind and foolish back then that I laid hands on you. I haven't even chased you to the bitter end over these past few years. For the sake of past times, please spare my life." Shuisheng glared at him with a chest full of resentment. "Why did you wipe out my entire Luo family back then?" The sect master confessed honestly. "Back then, the Blood Rain sect was in its development phase, and desperately needed treasures. I happened to hear that the Luo family possessed a Xuanchen cultivation method, so I went to pay a visit. In the end, the Luo couple not only refused to hand it over, but even denied possessing such a method. In a fit of rage, a conflict broke out, and I sent my subordinates to kill them." Hearing this, Shuisheng roared in fury, "My Luo family never had any so-called Xuanchen cultivation method. To think you killed my entire family for something completely fabricated. I will kill you, and avenge my parents and everyone in the Luo family." With that, she raised her hands high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The sect master seized this opportunity to spring to his feet, a sinister smile on his face. "You want to kill me with just your skills, little girl?" The sect master choked her neck tightly, his face contorting hideously. Witnessing this, Yi Bei, who was standing nearby, roared, "Release her!" The sect master shot him a sidelong glance and barked, "Get lost!" before sending a wave of force to blast him far away. Guildmaster Zhuang supported Yi Bei, asking in concern, "Little brother Yi, are you all right?" Yi Bei wiped his face, cursing secretly in his heart. Damn it, I don't have any spiritual power right now, I can't even scratch him. If anything really happens to girl Luo, goddess of longevity, this deity will never let you off. The sect master choked her even higher, yelling fiercely, "Go to hell, little girl of the Luo family." The sect master of the Blood Sect gnashed his teeth, raising his fist to strike. "Die, piece of Luo family filth," Guildmaster Zhuang roared as he charged forward. "You are truly seeking death." A flash of cold light swept across, blasting the sect master away. The sect master struggled to stabilize his body, his toes digging deep into the ground to keep from being thrown back. Yi Bei quickly caught Shuisheng, calling out anxiously, "Girl Luo," grabbing her hand, he tried his best to soothe her. "Girl Luo, your master will not let you die, hold on, your master will take you to the clinic right now." She spoke weakly, "Brother Yi Bei, thank you. Other than my father, you are the first person to feed me, make sure I am full, give me new clothes to wear and even gift me fruit." Her eyelids grew increasingly heavy. "It hurts so much. I feel like I can't hold on much longer, yet I haven't repaid your kindness." Tears welled up in Yi Bei's eyes as he shouted, "Silly girl, even if I have to stay here forever or destroy that tree of longevity out there, I will never let you die." Shuisheng's eyes gradually lost focus. "I promise you, as long as you help me get revenge, I will take you as my master." She closed her eyes, murmuring weakly, "Master, thank you." He then held Shuisheng tightly. Yi Bei's anger erupted in an instant. Both Guildmaster Zhuang and the Blood Sect master were stunned. "What is that?" Yi Bei's body swelled rapidly, breaking free from his childlike shell, his voice cold and grim. "Blood Sect," his eyes narrowed as he declared like a judge passing a death sentence. "Die." The hearts of the Guildmaster and Sect Master clenched violently, cold sweat pouring down. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted like lightning, piercing through the main hall of the Blood Sect and instantly leveling everything to the ground. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the once grand sect grounds had turned into ruins. Guildmaster Zhuang stared at him holding Shuisheng, asking in astonishment, "Little brother Yi, how did you turn into this form?" Yi Bei remained silent, carrying her to a tree. Leaning Shuisheng against the tree, Yi Bei said softly, "I am sorry. I arrived too late back then, making you suffer so much." She still sat there quietly without any signs of life. That blue ball of soul fire burned even more fiercely, gradually taking the shape of an incredibly beautiful young woman around 20 years old. Shuisheng snapped her eyes open, shouting in pleasant surprise. "Master!" Ziling suddenly materialized and announced, "Yi Bei, congratulations on completing the mission." She stepped forward. "You have successfully awakened Luo." Shuisheng's spiritual sense scattered across the river of time. "You both can leave now." Shuisheng suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." She turned back to look at her younger self. "Can we stay here for 2 more days? Because I want to leave young Luo Shuisheng with some beautiful memories." Ziling hesitated slightly. "I'm afraid this is," but upon seeing Yi Bei's dark and highly displeased face, the goddess could only compromise helplessly. "Fine, fine. 2 days it is. You can leave after you finish what you want to do. I have already resurrected young Luo Shuisheng, but you must leave within 2 days. Otherwise you will fade away forever in the river of time." Young Shuisheng woke up, asking curiously, "Brother Yi Bei, who is this older sister?" Looking at the woman beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the other party looked exactly like her. Shuisheng smiled and extended her hand. "Haven't you always wanted to go to the martial arts hall? How about we take you there?" Young Shuisheng asked in confusion. "How do you know that?" Shuisheng didn't answer, simply saying, "Let's go." A beam of teal light illuminated the base of the tree roots. She turned to Yi Bei and said, "Master, let us head back." Ziling materialized and asked, "Luo Shuisheng, do you regret this? You could have become the guardian of the tree of longevity, inherited the path of longevity, and transcended mortality to become a god." Shuisheng answered firmly, "As long as I can be with Master, I will never regret it." Ziling replied flatly, "Since that is the case, you will forever be parted from the path of longevity." The goddess extended her hand. "Yi Bei, I will also give you a choice. I hope you do not live to regret it." "Yi Bei, what tricks are you trying to play?" Ziling clasped her hands, golden energy condensing in her palms, weaving into glowing ancient characters. "You were originally a true dragon, a mortal body, though I know not how you ended up stranded in the mortal realm. The golden meridians in your body are divine meridians. But now your divine meridians are severely damaged, making it impossible for you to return to the god realm." Her fingers danced rapidly as she formed hand seals. The golden light flared intensely, and a yellow dragon coiled around Yi Bei, roaring loudly. Finding themselves in a space as vast as the cosmos, she reached her hand into her robes. "Now I will give you 2 choices. First, give up on searching for your disciple and merge with me. This way you can return to the god realm immediately. Because your divine meridians are damaged, if you rely on yourself to rebuild them, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years to return to the god realm. And by then no one can guarantee you will still be alive. A slight smirk played on Yi Bei's lips. Only children make choices. I want it all. I will never give up on my disciples, and this deity is bound for the God realm. The space dissolved, revealing the clear sky once more. Ziling barked in exasperation. How can there be someone like you? You are too arrogant. Is the God realm a place you can just visit whenever you please? Turning to walk away, he played dumb. Otherwise, the goddess helplessly tossed over a perfectly round bead, sighing, "Forget it, you two are indeed people of love and loyalty. Here is a gift that can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. I hope to meet you in the God realm when the time comes." Shuisheng reached out to catch the gift, thanking her with a smile. "Thank you for the matter regarding young Luo Shuisheng and the fruit of longevity." Ziling waved her hand. "Just a minor favor, no need to be polite." Yi Bei returned to Shuisheng's side and she cupped her hands in a bow. "Farewell." The two transformed into two streaks of light and vanished. As soon as they left, Ziling's face collapsed. "Rejecting me is one thing, but you actually made off with my successor. Just you wait. See if I don't play a prank on you. Just you wait." The spatial portal coiled continuously as Yi Bei and Shuisheng landed gracefully on the ground. The female disciples immediately gathered around. "Master, you're finally out," he announced with joy. "Girl Zihan, you are fine now." Zihan clutched her skirt, her face full of joy. "Thank you, Master and Senior Sister, for your concern. Thanks to Junior Sister Xingqian's nursing over the past few days, I have fully recovered." Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction, patting her head. "That's good." The system notification rang out. "Reunited with disciple. Congratulations on obtaining a mystery reward." Staring at the gift box on the system screen, Yi Bei thought to himself, "This damn system has finally wised up." Squinting his eyes, he stroked his chin. "A mystery reward. System, can this be directly converted into a mystery reward? Rebuilding progress of the divine meridians has been connected to the system. You may check the progress at any time." The system interface flashed again, prompting initiating system connection and showing completion a moment later. Zihan chattered away. "Master, during the days you two were away, earth-shaking changes occurred in the outside world. Ning Buli returned to the immortal realm after hearing about her brother's death. Following Shen Tiankui's death, the remnants of the city of deities have emerged one after another, and battles are breaking out everywhere, leaving things in total chaos," she continued to recount. "The most chaotic part is that news about the path of longevity appearing in the city of deities has already spread far and wide. So now everyone is in a panic, searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the path of longevity." Yi Bei closed his eyes. "Human hearts have always been thus. There is no need to pay any heed. We just need to do our own things well," Wu Shao suggested with excitement. "Master, I want to go explore the outside world. The longevity secret realm has so many opportunities. It is practically paradise. Besides, everyone has already broken through to the true immortal realm. And only I am left behind. This is lagging far too much." Yi Bei waved his hand. "Go ahead." Xingqian also stepped forward to say, "Master, I also want to go check out the legendary Medicine Valley." Zihan placed her hands on her hips and looked at her. "I will accompany Junior Sister Xingqian. I can protect her along the way and nurse my body while I'm at it." Yi Bei waved his hand. "Go, all of you go. You have your own paths. I wish you success." Night fell, and the moon hung high on the treetop. Inside the room, Shuisheng leaned against Yi Bei, her face flushed red. "Master, thank you for everything you've done for me." It felt as if the surrounding air was filled with pink romantic bubbles. Just as their lips were about to meet, she suddenly transformed into a small bird with white feathers and a golden beak, slamming headfirst into Yi Bei's mouth. Completely stunned, Yi Bei watched with a head full of question marks as Shuisheng beat her wings in a rage. "Chirp, chirp, chirp, how did I turn into this?" she shrieked continuously. Yi Bei stared at the weak spark of fire on his fingertip. "My spiritual power has been suppressed as well." Yi Bei clenched his fists, his brows tightly knit as Ziling's smug face surfaced in his mind. Only she could pull off such a stunt. It must be her doing. Suddenly a bluebird landed on the windowsill, covering its beak with its wing as it laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, Yi Bei, Luo Shuisheng, this is a gift for you," he exclaimed. "Goddess of longevity." The little bluebird fluttered its wings and flew away. "Who told you to run off with my successor? The curse will only lift in 10 days. Don't bother looking for me. I certainly won't open the gate of longevity for you." Looking at the falling feather, Yi Bei let out a sigh. She was surely hiding right now. "We might as well rest well over these next few days." Shuisheng chirped in response. The next day, inside a bustling inn, a bald man gave a thumbs up to Yi Bei. "Little brother, with the path of longevity appearing, everyone is joining our Hehuan Sect to seek treasures together. I see you have an extraordinary skeletal structure. How about joining our sect?" Yi Bei kept his eyes closed, Shuisheng standing obediently on his shoulder. "No need, move aside." The man placed his hands on his hips. "Our Hehuan Sect taking a liking to you is your blessing. Don't refuse a polite offer." Yi Bei repeated in a freezing tone, "I said move aside." He had no intention of being polite. You refuse to do this the easy way. We can let you pass, but you must leave some toll money behind." Impatiently, Yi sent him flying with a single punch, not even giving him a direct look, which drew gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Although this deity's spiritual power is suppressed, dealing with trash like you is more than enough. With that, he turned and walked away gracefully, leaving the bald man sprawling on the ground. A woman rested her chin in her hand against the railing, watching Yi Bei's departing figure. Under the blue sky, ancient and elegant buildings stood side by side. Fu Chu, accompanied by 2 guards, looked at Yi Bei with a playful expression. "This young man has quite an extraordinary aura." She stepped forward, lifting Yi Bei's chin. "Young man, how about becoming my boy toy?" Shuisheng chirped in protest beside them. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why does everyone want to hit on my master?" Yi Bei ruthlessly brushed her hand away, yet lost. Instead of being angry, Fu Zhu revealed a captivating smile, her purple eyes filled with seduction. "I noticed you back in the inn and followed you all this way. How could I let you off so easily?" Pointing at Yi Bei, she ordered. "Bring him back to the manor, wrap him up and send him to my room." The 2 burly guards cracked their knuckles. "Yes, mistress." Inside the cage, Shuisheng chirped. "Chirp, tied up tightly." Yi Bei gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn goddess of longevity, the next time I see you I will make sure you face the consequences." Fu Chu slowly approached Yi Bei. "Accompany me for a cup of wine and you can agree. How about it? If you refuse, I will kill your bird." Yi Bei stared at the wine swirling in the jade cup. The pot of wine this woman casually took out was actually an invaluable spiritual treasure. Her identity was definitely not simple. It seemed she had targeted him long ago. This spiritual liquid wasn't poisoned, so he might as well go with the flow to see what she was really up to. Grudgingly, Yi Bei emptied the cup, and Fu Chu smiled with satisfaction. "That's more like it." Placing her hand over her full chest, her cheeks flushed slightly. "I have been lonely for so long and it wasn't easy to find someone as pleasing to the eye as you. I'm the richest person in the city of deities. Rare treasures or spiritual stone resources, as long as you want them, I can give them to you. Are you willing to cultivate with me?" Pushed down onto the bed, Yi Bei remained expressionless, thinking to himself, "Do you really think these minor things can sway me?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Do you want that opportunity? I just received news that there has been an anomaly in Mist Canyon recently, and a massive opportunity is about to appear." Fu Su pursed her lips with a smile. "As long as you are willing to stay by my side, I will split half of the treasures with you when the time comes." Yi Bei replied slyly, "Deal." The little bird in the cage chirped anxiously, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." "Master, how could you do this?" Yi Bei thought secretly in his heart. "If you want to use me to secure an opportunity, we'll see whose hands that opportunity eventually lands in." Holding a jade pendant, Fu Chu said coyly, "Little Yi, eat this." Yi Bei chewed it down without any hesitation. At this moment the 2 were sitting on the back of a sharp-eyed, menacing spiritual beast. The citizens below buzzed with discussion. "This is too ridiculous. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me, but instead went to this brat?" Family head Fu is a legendary beauty and the richest person in the city, possessing incredible methods. "This kid is truly lucky," a sweet, magnificent voice echoed. "Don't worry, baby. You're the only one I care about." With a tearful look, the little white feathered bird flapped its wings and chirped. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, you absolutely must not fall for her." Yi Bei complained with a look of pure disgust, waving his hands about haphazardly. "I'm thirsty. Where did yesterday's immortal-grade spiritual liquid come from? You'd better produce the celestial elixirs you took yesterday too." Pressing herself against Yi Bei, she smiled with pursed lips. "Little Yi, you're finally on your way." The little bird in the cage flapped its wings indignantly and screeched, "Chirp." Clinging to the cage with tears in its eyes, it wailed, "Chirp, master, how could you do this to me?" The spiritual beast circled in the sky. As the complaints echoed, "Weren't we going to the Mist Canyon? How much longer until we arrive?" A hand reached over to flick him, a voice replying, "Don't worry, little Yi, we're almost there." Suddenly, they dove at full speed. As her feet touched the ground, Fu Chu dragged Yi Bei by the arm and stepped forward. Leaning affectionately against Yi Bei's head, she cooed, "Little Yi, I'll protect you," he thought to himself. The auras in the mist are clearly not just a single source. It seems there really is a divine trace here, otherwise it wouldn't have attracted so many cultivators and spiritual beasts. Judging by the current situation, since this place was so dangerous, it was better to keep girl Luo in the desolate small world, until she recovered her human body. Suddenly a pair of giant teal hands descended from the sky. It belonged to a colossal teal monster with long fangs, whose abrupt appearance left everyone in utter shock. Seeing this, the 2 guards charged forward under Fu Chu's command. "Kill it for me, quickly." The monster let out a thunderous roar. Rolling its eyes, it swung its arms, sending rocks from the mountain flying in all directions. Immediately after, a massive boulder shot straight toward one of the guards, giving him no time to dodge. Fu Chu was not spared either. Looking up at a suspended boulder about to crash down, she panicked. but just then a pair of hands reached out from the side to block the stone. The boulder was deflected and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Having dodged just in time, she let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, Fu Chu realized that the one who had saved her was none other than Yi Bei. Yi Bei leapt into the air, channeling a surge of heavenly thunder. As bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, Yi Bei gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's time to end this, little monster." The monster's eyes flashed red as it glared, but as the lightning struck, it had no time to react. It could only raise its arms in a futile attempt to block, its throat too constricted to make a sound. Amidst the flashing thunder, the monster slowly dissolved into the darkness. He coldly spat out 4 words, "An overconfident fool." She stood to the side and witnessed the entire process, her face completely blank. "Oh no, what if I really fall in love with him this time?" She stared at Yi Bei with eyes full of adoration. Meanwhile, behind her, pairs of red eyes flickered in the darkness. Yi Bei was deep in thought. Fu Chu suddenly rushed forward and hugged Yi Bei tightly. "Little Yi, you're simply too amazing. I absolutely love you to death." Yet he remained completely unresponsive. His face filled with helplessness as she pouted and leaned in to kiss him. Maintaining his composure, he pushed her head aside and said flatly, "Let go of me, enemies are here." Fu Chu was taken aback. "What?" With a look of anger, she turned around, as a sudden chill swept from behind. Scanning the cave, she discovered countless red dots writhing in the dark. Screaming in terror, she clung tightly to Yi Bei. "How are there so many monsters?" He remained expressionless, speechless. A series of snorts rang out as the pack of monsters emerged from the cave. Upon closer inspection, they were actually a herd of giant wild boars. Their eyes glowed as they stood before the two, panting heavily. Atop the back of one wild boar sat a chair where a woman sat with her legs crossed, glaring at them with a dangerous and warning look. "Get lost now or die. Take your pick." Fu Chu placed her hands on her hips and replied arrogantly, "Who are you to dare block my path? No one in this city of deities has ever dared to tell me to get lost." Yi Bei stood to the side, observing silently. Suddenly, with a sharp swoosh, an object came spinning through the air. A bloodthirsty black blade stabbed straight into the ground with a crisp clank, scaring her so badly she immediately clung to his arm. Cold sweat dripping down, Fu Chu cried out, "The bloodthirsty black blade, your Duguyan." Looking down from above, Duguyan declared, "From now on, this mist canyon is under my jurisdiction. If you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. I don't want to take lives today." She frowned and thought to herself. After all, today was his death anniversary. He observed in silence as she hid behind him and said, "I, Fu Chu, am the richest person in the city of deities. What is there that I cannot obtain? So what if you are the renowned god of slaughter? I will absolutely not give up on this divine trace today." Upon hearing this, a dangerous light flashed in Duguyan's eyes. "In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the monster let out a fierce roar. Pale with fright, Fu Chu whispered, "Little Yi, sorry I bragged a bit too much just now. You hold it off first and I'll go throw some money around to bring back some reinforcements, okay?" She then continued to talk to herself. "Great, it's decided. I'll go find help first." Suddenly, with a sharp smack, Yi Bei placed his hand on her shoulder. Held down by him, Fu Chu broke into a cold sweat, crying out guiltily, "Eh?" His face was dark. "When did I ever agree to that?" She let out a couple of awkward chuckles, looking back at him with pleading eyes. "Little Yi, look what time it is. Stop joking around, okay? The opponent is Duguyan. This is literally life-threatening." Duguyan suddenly charged forward, pulling the weapon out of the ground. She raised the bloodthirsty black blade high in front of them, preparing to slash down. Seeing this, Fu Chu shrieked in terror for help. But just as the sharp blade was about to make contact, Yi Bei reached out and caught it. He effortlessly blocked the bloodthirsty black blade. But Duguyan's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes blazed with fury. "You court death." Yi Bei frowned and scolded. "Girl Dugu, it's been 300 years and your face blindness still hasn't been cured. You can't even recognize your master." Upon hearing this, Duguyan released her weapon, the blade falling to the ground with a sharp clatter. Her eyes widened as she stood frozen on the spot. "What did you say?" Duguyan frowned and muttered, filled with doubt. "Master passed away 300 years ago. How could he possibly be master?" She rested her chin in her hand, tilting her head to study him. "But only master and my other senior and junior sisters knew about my condition. And master even named it face blindness. Could it be?" Immediately after, she pointed her bloodthirsty black blade at him, her expression turning solemn as the spiritual beast behind her let out a fierce roar. "How dare you? To think you actually investigated my affairs from 300 years ago and dare to impersonate my master." Her brow furrowed tightly as she barked sharply, "I will kill you." She then raised her weapon, a brilliant red spiritual energy gathering on the blade to form a terrifying surge of energy, and roared, "Die!" Yi Bei closed his eyes and let out a sigh, his tone helpless. "This silly girl won't recognize her master without some force." With that, he waved his hand and a colossal mysterious purple palm manifested in midair, sweeping toward her like a gale. "Void great palm print." Duguyan's eyes widened and she froze on the spot in utter shock. A ball of purple light erupted violently, tearing through space and sending dust and stones flying. Having recognized this move, she was thrilled. The void great palm print was her master's signature technique. He really was her master, standing with his hands behind his back, his lips curled into a slight smile. "Silly girl, you finally recognized your master." Without the slightest hesitation, Duguyan hurriedly dropped her bloodthirsty black blade and knelt before Yi Bei. "Duguyan pays respects to master. Your disciple failed to recognize you. Please punish me." She slowly looked up, seeing his extended hand and hearing his teasing words. "Come hug your master now, and perhaps your master will forgive you." In an instant, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, filled with emotion. "Master, you've really resurrected. I missed you so much." Cuddling in his embrace, she quietly savored this familiar moment. Meanwhile, Yi Bei looked up at the system that had just materialized. System notification. Reunited Disciples, 80108, Great Mystery Reward, activated based on a specific script. He frowned and complained in his mind. This broken system is usually dead to the world, yet now it's popping up with some great mystery reward. I have no idea what tricks it's trying to play this time. Duguyan spoke excitedly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Master, there are countless divine traces in the city of deities. Why did you come to a place like the Mist Canyon?" From behind, Fuchu raised her hand excitedly, her tone full of pride. "Ah, it was me," she smiled as brightly as a flower. "To take the credit, I was the one who brought him here. We came here together to find divine traces." Duguyan furrowed her brows in displeasure, staring intently at her. Breaking into a cold sweat, Fuchu dodged her gaze, thinking to himself, has she seen through me? Duguyan leaned closer to Yi Bei, covering her mouth with her hand as she whispered, "Master, which junior sister is this? I can't quite recognize her. As you know, my eyesight isn't very good." Hearing this, he burst into a hearty laugh, his laughter echoing for a long time. "Ha ha ha, what a silly girl." Fuchu placed her hands on her hips and retorted with a light huff, "I am not your junior sister. In fact, you should call me mistress." Duguyan was utterly dumbfounded. "What?" She stared at him with a mind full of doubts, raising an eyebrow as she waited for Yi Bei's explanation. But Yi Bei was avoiding her gaze. Crossing her arms, Fuchu announced firmly, "Don't you worry. Once we return, I will marry your master and will never let him suffer." Duguyan cast a sidelong glance, highly displeased. While he remained silent, sweating awkwardly, she let out a long sigh. "I understand." Suddenly, a thick purple smoke rose behind them. The two immediately turned their heads in alert, their eyes filled with wariness. The smoke seeped out from the cracks in the stone wall, slowly and eerily creeping forward. Yi Bei's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "That is." The three of them watched the churning purple smoke tensely. Duguyan suddenly yelled a warning. "Someone set a trap, master, watch out." Suddenly, Hulin's eyes flashed with a red glow as it let out a roar, a fierce aura erupting. It charged headlong into the purple smoke, scaring her into screaming, "Hulin, what is wrong with you?" Without a second thought, she immediately chased after it. "Hulin, where are you going?" In the mist, her voice carried deep anxiety. As she called out urgently, "Wait for me." With her cheeks slightly flushed and her hand pressed against her chest, Fuchu clutched Yi Bei's clothes. "Little Yi, don't you think this purple mist is a bit strange?" He turned to ask in concern, "What is wrong with you?" She knit her brows and said coyly, "Little Yi, it's clearly very damp here, but I feel so hot. Someone must have poisoned this purple mist." No sooner had she spoken than waves of purple mist surged toward them. With a slight movement of his fingers, a brilliant light instantly erupted as Yi Bei's power shot out, tearing through the heavy mist. The purple mist shuddered, shredded to pieces as it gradually dispersed. His eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion rising in his heart. This purple mist formed and spread incredibly fast, sticking to us like a shadow. Someone must be controlling it behind the scenes. This mist is massive. The controller's strength is certainly not weak. I'd like to see exactly who is hiding back there. Suddenly, the purple mist poured down from high above, forming a bizarre vortex. With a flushed face, Fuchu stumbled as she clutched her chest, murmuring, "Little Yi, watch out." Hearing the commotion, he turned around immediately, his face shifting slightly upon seeing her collapse. Exploiting this brief opening, the purple mist wrapped around his hand. Yi Bei felt a sudden chill, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Oh no!" He immediately gathered his anger. A burst of golden light exploding to clear the tightly clinging purple smoke. His hand trembled slightly, the purple veins on his skin clearly visible as he muttered under his breath, "A miscalculation." He stared thoughtfully at the bizarre marks. This purple mist could delude the mind and drain one's cultivation. Its danger was immense, and they had to break out as soon as possible. Fuchu took the opportunity to lean against him, her hands groping blindly as her breathing grew heavy. "Little Yi, I'm so hot, help me. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want once we go back." Then she tilted her head to breathe warmly in his ear, her tone dripping with temptation. "Since you aren't saying anything, I'll take that as a yes." Yi Bei cast a cold, disdainful sidelong glance. "Trying to control me with such petty tricks. With a loud boom, the golden light and purple mist intertwined to trigger a powerful shockwave. Hugging her arms as she retreated, she gritted her teeth. "When did you find out?" His tone was steady, devoid of any ripples. "From the very beginning, when you were spying on me in the inn and intentionally approached this deity. I had already noticed." Fu Chu chuckled softly, teasing. "How annoying, so you noticed all along. And you even played along with me all the way. Your acting skills are truly superb." Yi Bei let out a dry laugh. "Otherwise, how could I have seen through to your final objective?" She reached out playfully. "If I said I was simply after your body, would you believe me?" Losing his patience, Yi Bei condensed spiritual power at his fingertips, still talking tough. "It seems I must use some force." In an instant, the energy at his fingertip exploded, shooting a beam of light forward. It charged toward Fu Ju like an arrow carrying violent pressure. Standing completely motionless, a toxic mist slowly wafted from her hand as she smiled and waved her hand, forcefully blocking the incoming attack. Yi Bei furrowed his brows slightly, surprised by the sight before him. With one hand on her hip and the other lightly resting on her shoulder, Fu Chu smiled gently. "Little Yi, since you refuse to come with me, I have no choice but to take action." Fu Chu drew a folding fan, revealing a bright smile with cunning eyes. "Little Yi, make sure you catch this well." With that, she fanned violently, creating a massive wave of thick purple mist that swept forward with the wind. Yi Bei lowered his head, protecting his face with both hands to form a solid barrier against the attack. He slowly looked up, gritting his teeth as his footing grew slightly unsteady, forcing him to retreat involuntarily. He looked at her, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he muttered under his breath. "Her cultivation realm is indeed not simple." Suddenly, 4 men dressed in colorful attire descended from the heavens surrounding him. Yi Bei looked at the masked men, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Holding her folding fan, Fu Chu smiled within the purple mist, softly revealing her scheme. "Little Yi, sorry, but I've been lying to you from the very beginning. Except for the appearance of your disciple, everything in the Mist Canyon was arranged by me. These people have also been prepared for you for a long time." He turned to demand. "What do you want?" she cunningly proposed. Finding the answer is very simple. "Become my man. As long as you are willing to follow me wholeheartedly and be my boy toy, I will tell you the entire truth." Seeing his silence, Fu Chu narrowed her eyes and added, "Then let's see if you have the ability. Capture him." Receiving the command, the yellow and blue-clad subordinates took the lead to launch an attack. Yellow spiritual energy exploded as an uppercut aimed straight for the first person's chin, followed by another powerful strike targeting the opponent. Yi Bei's power erupted, blasting everyone back. He gritted his teeth, his expression solemn as he sensed their intention. These people were all above the Emperor's sovereign realm. "Although they cannot kill me, they can certainly keep me busy. She wants to wear me down to death." Fu Chu smiled triumphantly, her eyes flashing as she laid out her terms. "Yi Bei, surrender. This palace master will spare your life." No sooner had she spoken than a pack of Hulin suddenly appeared, their eyes blazing red as they charged forward fiercely. Hearing the commotion, Fu Chu turned her head in a hurry. To her surprise, before she could even speak, a blade plummeted from the heavens, descending rapidly with a shower of sparks. Sensing the danger, she nimbly sidestepped to dodge as the long blade stabbed heavily into the ground. Triggering an explosion, Fu Chu furrowed her brows in utter confusion. "How did you return so quickly? Has the purple mist failed?" Du Guyan dragged her weapon as she followed behind, mocking. "You didn't think you could trap me with a cheap illusion array, did you?" She saw through the other party's intention. "So you got caught on purpose to draw me out?" Fu Chu smiled slightly, raising her eyebrows teasingly. "You've finally realized." Fu Chu gritted her teeth and lowered her head, her heart filled with resentment. "Damn it, with Du Guyan and her pack of beasts here, there's no way to capture Yi Bei anytime soon. I might even get dragged into this myself. Better wait until our next battle." Having said that, she ordered her subordinates to leap down the cliff and retreat. Though she was leaving, she did not forget to look back and praise. "Little Yi, you really are amazing, dealing with so many powerhouses above the Emperor's sovereign realm all by yourself. You truly are the one this mistress set her eyes on. We will meet again." Yi Bei looked up at her retreating back, puzzled. "Mistress?" Du Guyan stepped forward and asked. "Master, what on earth happened?" He explained. "From the moment we entered the city of deities, they set up spies to watch us. They then lured us to the Mist Canyon and set up all this purple mist. Does she want to capture me, or is she after something else?" Du Guyan looked at him in confusion. "But what exactly does she want?" Yi Bei raised his eyebrows, stroking his chin with his hand. "To find out what she is up to, we must find her. Besides, isn't she the richest person in the city of deities? Her fortune must be immense. Yanner, let's go give her a surprise." She tilted her head, her eyes wide. "You mean going to the city of deities?" He nodded. "Exactly." Yi Bei let out a calculating chuckle. "Why run around searching for divine traces, the most valuable things in the entire longevity secret realm? Aren't they right inside the city of deities? We can just strip the place clean, can't we?" The rustling sound of branches brushing against each other came clearly. Yi Bei led the way, with Du Guyan following closely behind. Yi Bei said softly, "You all know her." "She is." Before he could finish, both of them stopped, alertly listening to the rustling sound coming from the treetops. Shuisheng plummeted from the sky, spreading her arms as she cried out, "Master!" Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped onto a branch and opened his arms to welcome her. In an instant, Yi Bei caught her tightly in his embrace. Lightly stepping on the branches to slowly descend to the ground, he introduced her enthusiastically. "Luo Shuisheng, your eldest senior sister, and also your future master's wife." She waved her hand to greet. "Hi." Du Guyan shrieked in shock. "What?" A moment later, as time passed, Shuisheng explained everything. "And that's how it happened." Du Guyan stood opposite them, saying excitedly, "Master, you and eldest senior sister make such a perfect couple. Once all the sisters of our sect gather, we must hold a grand world-shaking wedding for you and eldest senior sister." Yi Bei threw his head back and laughed heartily, putting his arm around Shuisheng's shoulder as he said, "Good, we must hold a wedding that will shake the 3 realms for girl Luo." She cast a sidelong glance, murmuring, "Master, you're just joining in on Yanner's wild excitement." Suddenly, a glowing circular vortex appeared in the sky. At the same time, waves of shouting came from the distance. "It really is a divine trace. Great, we finally found it." Hearing this, Yi Bei's group looked up. Du Guyan shouted, "Master, look, what is that?" Without a moment's hesitation, he took the lead. "Let's go take a look." A group of cultivators gathered around a massive golden ancient tree, buzzing with discussion. "Look, they really are golden leaves. This is the primordial chaos yin-yang leaf. It's been 100 years, and I can finally break through my bottleneck." The guildmaster of the Longevity Pavilion Exchange held a leaf in his hand, murmuring to himself, "As long as I refine this golden leaf, my eye of seizure can reach the next level." Arriving on the scene and watching them frantically gathering leaves, Du Guyan warned, "Master, these golden leaves are very strange." Yi Bei explained, "These people have been blinded by this divine object. They haven't noticed at all that those golden leaves are devouring their spiritual energy. Once they actually begin to refine them, providing even more spiritual energy, they will eventually be sucked dry and die." She asked for his advice with concern. "With so many golden leaves and so many people, if everyone tries to refine them, this place will probably become a dead zone. Master, should we save them?" The guildmaster frowned, looking at the leaf in his hand with joy. "I've finally waited for this day." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, causing him to turn his head. "Hold on. I advise you all not to refine the golden leaves in your hands, otherwise those sitting here will probably meet a miserable end." Hearing this, he demanded, "Who are you to dare boast so wildly? Do you have any idea how long we spent searching for this divine trace?" The 2 people beside him also chimed in one after another. "Where did this brat come from? He must be jealous and wanting to snatch our treasures. How dare he block us from inheriting the divine trace? Kill him." Seeing that they were already deeply entrenched, Yi Bei let out a long sigh. In that case, this deity was only speaking nonsense just now. "Suit yourselves." One of them stepped forward and said, "I don't believe you. I'll refine one first to show an ignorant fellow like you." He then clenched his hands, bursting with a rich golden light, as the leaf in his hand slowly dissolved into the magic array. Then he spread his arms and gloated, "See, I told you it would be fine." The 2 people from earlier also cheered with high anticipation. "Me too, let's refine ours as well. We have waited too long for this day." The woman quickly clasped her hands and began refining. Suddenly, the golden light from before rapidly turned into a bizarre deep purple. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth and tried to pull her hand away, but she couldn't. She was filled with terror. "What's happening?" she wept in panic. "My spiritual power is being drained." As the purple energy coiled around her hand, she shrieked in despair, "Help me, quick!" Her upper body was suddenly swallowed up. Her body gradually dissolved in the purple energy. The guildmaster opened his mouth in shock. How could this happen? He then thought to himself. He saw through the problem with this leaf long ago. He must have a way to save us. In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Yi Bei, pleading one after another. "Save us, please, little brother. Your eyesight is extraordinary to be able to see through this divine object. You are surely no ordinary man. We beg you to save us. We all went through life and death together to find this divine trace, which is why our minds were blinded. Please overlook our offenses and save us. We will certainly repay you with all our might in the future." He sized him up with a hint of arrogance and curiosity. "Oh, what can you offer to repay me?" The guildmaster looked up, his tone sincere. "As long as it exists within the city of deities, whatever you desire, this humble one can find it for you." Standing majestically, Yi Bei condensed a powerful ball of purple spiritual energy in his palm. Looking down with a cold gaze, he spoke in a deep voice, "Very well. Do not forget your promise and I will help save you all." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he instantly hurled it toward the primordial chaos yin-yang leaf, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone around. Looking back, the guildmaster felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking, He wants to directly destroy the trunk? How naive. How could an ordinary technique burn down the primordial chaos yin-yang tree? It seems I misjudged him after all. Suddenly his eyes widened as he gasped. How is this possible? Purple flames erupted from the light sphere, burning fiercely and spreading to completely envelop the tree. Yi Bei chuckled and announced loudly, "This deity possesses the true dragon immortal body. This heaven-burning fire has followed me to heaven and earth, refined multiple times, and long possessed the power of heaven and earth. Dealing with a tree like this is a mere trifle." Some who were unwilling to let go watched it burn and charged into the sea of fire, screaming, "No, don't burn it. This is a divine object. I will protect it even if I die." The Guildmaster shouted in terror to stop them. "Come back quick. There are other divine traces in this world. Once this one is gone, we can find a new one." Scorched by the flames, they wailed in agony. "Ah!" When the Guildmaster picked up a leaf, it trembled slightly, giving him quite a shock. Yi Bei approached and looked at it, saying in a deep voice, "This primordial chaos yin-yang tree is both righteous and evil. Dying under its temptation is nothing to be pitied." When it instantly turned into a leech in his hand, he shrieked, "An illusionary magic leech." Watching it squirm, he frowned and muttered, "So that's how it is." He then turned around, cupping his hands and bowing. "Thank you, little brother, for helping me escape the demonic barrier in time. Please name whatever you desire, and this humble one will do everything in my power to satisfy you." Yi Bei looked suspicious. "Name whatever I desire. What can you help me with?" he replied. "Little brother, to tell you the truth, I am the Guildmaster of the Longevity Pavilion Exchange in the City of Deities. You may choose anything you like from the Longevity Pavilion." Silence fell for a moment before Yi Bei inquired, "Can you help me find someone?" He kept his head lowered and agreed, "Of course. As long as they are in the City of Deities, there is no information we cannot find." Suddenly, Shuishang noticed with surprise a peculiar glowing object emerging from the trunk of the primordial chaos yin-yang tree. It drifted out slowly, revealing the shape of a copper coin protected by a barrier. In an instant the object landed in front of Shuishang, and she reached out to catch it. Examining it in her hand, she was deeply surprised. As it rested on her palm, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was such a strange feeling, as if it had been a part of her all along. Yi Bei turned around and reached out to stop her. "Wait!" Surprisingly, she absorbed it, and the copper coin instantly burst with light. Peculiar characters containing immense power began to surface around her. Before she could react, the object sank into her chest. Yi Bei ran toward her in panic. "Girl Luo!" At this moment, her body slowly lost its vitality. Her eyes half closed as her body swayed. He quickly supported her unconscious form, calling out softly, "Girl Luo, hold on!" It had happened so suddenly that he had no time to guard against it or make a move, thinking to himself, "Girl Luo is not a reckless person. She wouldn't be easily tempted by the yin-yang tree. There must be something fishy going on." Duguyan stepped forward, her eyes wide as she asked with concern, "Master, what happened to eldest senior sister?" Yi Bei frowned and adjusted his posture. "Her spiritual energy is in chaos. I've temporarily sealed it, so I'm afraid she won't wake up anytime soon." Hearing this, she grew deeply worried. "Then what should we do?" Seeing this, the Guildmaster offered, "Why don't you all return with me? I can provide whatever you need and offer temporary shelter." Holding Shuishang, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The Guildmaster's voice rang out inside the room. "Brother Yi, you've helped us immensely, and you are new to the City of Deities. From now on, consider the Longevity Pavilion Exchange as your home. This will be your residence." He spoke in a flattering tone. "Please let me know if you need anything. This humble one will suddenly do everything in my power." Hearing this, Yi Bei replied, "You are very thoughtful." The Guildmaster then shifted the topic. "We have news regarding the Fu Chu you inquired about, but there is something quite bizarre about the matter." Duguyan turned around and asked, "Bizarre in what way?" The Guildmaster immediately reported, "On that day, after you gave your instructions, we sent men to trail Fu Chu and gather information on her. We thought that since Fu Chu is a prominent figure in the City of Deities, she would always travel with a massive entourage and draw a lot of attention. But ever since she returned to the City of Deities, she seems to have vanished into thin air without a trace." He frowned and continued, "What's stranger is that the treasures left in her mansion are actually completely unguarded. It's like a trap has been set up, and everyone is watching and waiting for someone to step inside." Yi Bei also looked back and replied, "It seems she anticipated that we would look for her." Seeing this, the Guildmaster immediately asked for instructions. "Brother Yi, should I send someone to test the waters first?" Closing his eyes, he declined, "No need. Since the lady wants us to go, we shall go take a look." Hearing this response, the Guildmaster also bowed his head and cupped his hands. "Then very well. Since there is nothing else, this humble one shall take his leave first." Only the three of them, Yi Bei and his disciples, remained in the room. Du Guyan looked at the resting woman and asked, "Master, look at eldest senior sister's body." Spiritual energy suddenly swirled around Shuisheng, accompanied by glowing characters and lotus seals. Yi Bei also looked over in surprise. "Girl Luo," Du Guyan suddenly blurted out. Eldest senior sister is breaking through her realm." Following her words, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around Shuisheng grew increasingly intense. She opened her eyes, a strange light flashing through them. Yi Bei explained, "Girl Luo has obtained multiple opportunities in succession over the past few days. Although she is currently unconscious, her body has automatically begun to absorb energy, initiating an evolutionary breakthrough." Du Guyan turned to ask him with a somewhat cute, simple look, "Master, if this continues, will eldest senior sister be all right?" Yi Bei replied, "No need to worry, your master has faith in her ability." She silently prayed in her heart, "Eldest senior sister, you must be safe." Subsequently, the voices of the two rang out in turn inside the room. "In that case, master, what should we do about Fu Chu's side? Since they have already set up a trap and are waiting for us, we shall go meet them." The blue sky was as peaceful as a mirror, and the tiles of the ancient residence were carved with exquisite patterns. Two figures walked through the entrance one after the other. Du Guyan looked around and remarked, "Just as expected, there's not a soul here." Yi Bei observed the building before them. The spiritual energy over there was lush and vibrant, so the treasures must be in that direction. "Let's go have a look." Hearing this, she complied. "Yes." Pushing the door open, Du Guyan poked her head in to look. It was indeed empty, but there was no shortage of treasures. Before them lay a mountain of glittering gold coins, jewelry, and jade bracelets. Closing his eyes, Yi Bei stroked his chin and said to her enigmatically, "Yanner, your master once taught you." Failing to take advantage of an easy bargain, Du Guyan quickly chimed in, "Makes you a fool." The two joyfully rushed toward the pile of gold, silver, and jewels, cheering in unison, "Ha, we've struck it rich. All the losses from last time have been fully recovered." A few minutes later, Du Guyan wiped her sweat as she sat down to rest. As expected of the richest person, she is truly rolling in wealth. Once she caught her breath, she turned to ask, "But master, we've already done all this, yet Fu Chu still hasn't shown up. Could she have really vanished into thin air?" she murmured in puzzlement. "Could she have offended too many people and gotten taken out by someone else before we could even make a move? This is so strange." Suddenly, something dripped onto Du Guyan's bare shoulder. Startled, she caught a glimpse of a red liquid. She touched it, rubbing it between her fingers, and muttered to herself, "What is this?" Then she suddenly realized the answer, and Yi Bei also looked up in surprise. Directly above them, a woman was bound tightly by numerous ropes. Du Guyan shrieked in surprise. Fu Chu, up above, was indeed Fu Chu. Her eyes were covered with a black cloth, her body bound tightly by thin ropes, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Both Yi Bei and his disciple looked up together, and he asked, "What is going on here?" Fu Chu slowly opened her eyes and called out with great difficulty, Save me." Du Guyan pointed upward, asking for instructions. "Master, could this be a trap?" He merely observed silently. Suddenly she screamed and pleaded, "Please save me, I am innocent." Du Guyan suddenly looked up, alertly warning, "Master, watch out for a trap." At the same time, she channeled her strength to unleash two upward slashes. A loud explosion erupted from the ceiling inside the room. Looking at the falling figure, Yi Bei said, "That wasn't her just now. Someone was tricking you into killing her." Hearing this, Du Guyan muttered to herself, "What on earth is going on?" Fu Chu scrambled up and clutched his robe. "Yi Bei, save me. As long as you save me, I will give you whatever you want or whatever you wish to know," she pleaded desperately. "My years of hard work cannot go down the drain. You must save me." But Yi Bei merely said coldly, "What makes you think you are still worth saving?" He then leaned closer. "The things in your mansion have already been swept clean by us, and you are nothing but a dying person. You have no utility value, and you share a feud with us, so why should we save you?" With a face full of pain, Fu Chu replied, "Everything here is a conspiracy. From the moment you met me, to Luo Shuisheng's breakthrough now and your arrival here, everything has been planned. He wants to use you to break through the confinement of the city of deities." Yi Bei demanded sharply, "Who is he?" Fu Chu endured the pain and replied, "I have been placed under a restriction. I cannot speak his name. Save me and I can take you to find him." Standing behind him, Du Guyan felt suspicious. "Master, this woman's words are entirely one-sided. Are we really going to save her?" Yi Bei pondered for a moment, then reached out his hand to execute the sacred martial purification. A sphere of teal spiritual light, brimming with healing power, instantly enveloped Fu Chu, who was collapsed on the ground. She closed her eyes and softly offered her thanks. Du Guyan let out a cold snort and turned her head away. "Your disciple understands." Suddenly, Fu Chu violently coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, hurriedly reaching out a hand to cover her mouth. Purple spiritual energy surged upward, pain causing her to clutch her head and scream in agony. Yi Bei's tone was grave. Someone had already planted a restriction on her long ago. Once external spiritual energy invades, the restriction triggers immediately. Fu Chu's eyes turned crimson, leaving only the whites as purple and teal spiritual energy violently intertwined around her entire body. She still howled hysterically. "Yi-Bei, I hate you." "Ah!" Yi-Bei ordered decisively. "Retreat quickly." Yet before they could even move, an earth-shattering explosion resounded from ahead. Duguyan witnessed all of this and lamented. This city of deities is full of conspiracies, tricks, and mutual exploitation everywhere. She was clearly a powerful figure herself, yet in the end she didn't even know how she died. Just then, Yi-Bei noticed a dark shadow flash behind the door and said urgently, "Yanner, someone else is here." Duguyan's long blade, enveloped in spiritual energy, slashed toward the courtyard, chasing right after the black-clothed figure as she cried out, "Stop right there!" However, just as the long blade was about to touch the opponent, it seemed to collide with something, instantly bursting with a blinding spiritual light. Duguyan swung her long blade and warned, "Don't even think about running." The blade slashed heavily into the ground, spiritual energy exploding wildly. Following the momentum of the blade, the array pressed down on the mysterious black-clothed figure who was currently soaring into the air. The man looked back and sneered, "Quite interesting." Behind him was Duguyan, charging forward with murderous intent. The man turned around abruptly, a flash of spiritual light at his fingertip, and Duguyan instantly sensed something amiss. The violent collision of spiritual energy directly sent her and her blade flying. Looking at her as she fell, the mysterious man said coldly, "Game over, little girl." He descended with an overwhelming pressure like a collapsing mountain. Yi-Bei cried out anxiously, "Yanner?" He was deeply shocked. To be able to defeat Yanner in a single move, his strength is definitely far beyond that of a true immortal. Just what is his identity? Duguyan lay weakly at the mysterious man's feet. "Master," the man stood arrogantly in place, saying, "Yi-Bei, I will give you an 8-step chance. If you can draw near to me within 8 steps, I will release your disciple. Otherwise, this darling disciple of yours can only become another dead soul under this seat's hand." No sooner had the words left his mouth than with his gesture a lotus flower materialized out of thin air. The lotus bloomed in midair, forming an illusion, and a lotus pond instantly appeared before Yi-Bei. He secretly marveled. Creating something out of nothing, this person has already reached the pinnacle of mastery. The mysterious man urged, "This seat's patience is limited. Do not disappoint me." Yi-Bei stepped onto the first lotus, his figure flickering as he crossed over at lightning speed. He stopped before the mysterious man, completely calm and composed. This caused the man to laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, to think you would cross my 7-step restriction in a single step. Not bad, truly not bad." Yet Yi-Bei wore a look of utter disdain. "Do you think you are even worthy of having me draw near?" With that, he blasted a palm strike toward the mysterious man. The man snatched Duguyan's long blade and shattered the palm wind, saying coldly, "This time it was this blade that blocked you. Next time it will be your disciple's life." Yi-Bei's face was dark and he remained silent, merely staring intently at him. Suddenly, the mysterious man's body began to sink into a black spatial portal, leaving behind a sentence. "This seat has already learned everything I wanted to know today. Yi-Bei, I must thank you." Yi-Bei immediately demanded, "What do you mean?" The spatial portal gradually blurred his figure. "We shall meet again." After the mysterious man vanished, Yi-Bei hurriedly rushed to Duguyan's side and supported her. "Yanner!" He shook her vigorously, but her eyes remained tightly shut. Suddenly he sensed something amiss. The Duguyan before him was completely unconscious, her vacant eyes flickering with a red glow. Yi-Bei realized with a shock, "Oh no!" A surge of spiritual energy carrying electrical sparks suddenly lunged at him. Yi-Bei found himself in a deep blue space. As it turned out, the person just now was not Yanner at all, but rather an illusion conjured by the black-clothed man using Yanner's spiritual energy. No wonder there was no sense of vitality from her. He lowered his head in contemplation. All of this was to lure me in, but what on earth is he trying to do? Just then, 6 lotus flowers identical to the ones from earlier appeared before him. Yi-Bei hesitated for a moment, sensing the divine power emanating from that triangular stone block. He stepped onto the first lotus, then crossed over with ease, landing steadily on the stamen. Looking at his target, Yi-Bei evaluated. "With every step, it feels as if an immense weight is added beneath my feet, hindering my progress." He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "But with every step crossed, the spiritual energy within my body becomes more violent, as if summoning me to draw close to that golden scale." He frowned and asked, "What on earth are you? Why do you resonate so strongly with the spiritual energy in my body?" The golden scale merely trembled slightly. Yi-Bei stroked his chin. "Spiritual energy alone cannot suppress these lotus flowers, nor can I take another step forward. How on earth can I take this golden scale away?" After pondering for a long time, he raised his hand to try executing a thunder method. Purple lightning struck the floating golden scale, yet the other party remained completely unharmed. Yi-Bei's brow furrowed tightly. It's completely useless. I can only walk over step by step. Since that's the case, I will use this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Perhaps then I can draw close to you. With that, he sat cross-legged directly on the lotus platform to meditate. A few days later, the scene remained the same. Yi-Bei's eyes flashed with a purple light, the lotus beneath him in full bloom as rays of light converged upon his body. Yi-Bei stood up and marveled. This place is indeed a holy land for cultivation. In just a few days, my realm has actually risen to the peak of the false immortal realm, an achievement that might not even be possible after hundreds of years on the outside. He reached his hand out toward the glowing golden scale, overjoyed in his heart. A slight smirk curled his lips. What on earth are you? This time I can finally figure it out. The golden scale lay quietly in his palm. Suddenly the golden scale burst with a brilliant, multicolored light. Yi-Bei gritted his teeth, attempting to control it. But the light was so blinding he had to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he had returned to the familiar building. Du Guyan hurriedly stepped forward. Master, you've finally returned. Yi-Bei spun around sharply, asking in confusion, why are you suddenly dressed like this? Du Guyan hugged him tightly, acting spoiled. 5 years have already passed. Master, you've finally returned. Hearing this, Yi-Bei was pale with shock. 5 years? What did you say? Du Guyan explained. Master, you have been missing for 5 years. An eldest senior sister has also been in a deep sleep for 5 years. A lot has happened in the city of deities, but now you've finally returned. Yi-Bei stroked his chin, thinking to himself, even though only a few days have passed for me, 5 years have gone by on the outside. That array was indeed pre-planned. What on earth was that black-clothed man trying to accomplish? He spread his palm. Where did the golden scale go? Suddenly, the golden scale manifested, enveloped in violent fluctuations of spiritual energy that forced both Du Guyan and the Guildmaster to retreat repeatedly. The Guildmaster was even shaken to the point of spitting blood on the spot. Du Guyan was astonished by the sight. That is the spiritual energy radiating from Master. She then tried to reach out and touch that aura, only to find the spiritual energy was abundant to an unbelievable degree. The moment they made contact, she discovered with horror. The spiritual energy instantly tore through my meridians, targeting my vital gate. Let alone 5 years, even 500 years would not be enough for anyone to cultivate to such a level. Frowning, she pondered to herself, just where did Master go over these 5 years? What has he experienced? Behind her, the Guildmaster's cry for help suddenly rang out. Lady Dugu, save me. Clutching his chest, he pleaded. For the sake of our 5-year friendship, save me. Du Guyan turned around and gripped the hilt of her sword. Don't worry. Seeing how you've cared for eldest senior sister these past few years, I will definitely save you. The long blade unsheathed with a cold gleam, her expression grim. These fluctuations of spiritual energy have completely blocked out all external sound. Master is currently immersed in his own world of spiritual energy, so he cannot hear us speak at all. Now we can only take a gamble and forcibly wake Master up. Du Guyan soared into the air, the ground shattered by the raging spiritual energy. Leaping to a high spot, she cried out, Master, wake up! Yet Yi-Bei was still lost in his thoughts. It has merged into my body, seemingly affecting the spiritual energy within me. It seems this is definitely not an object of the immortal realm. It must be a treasure from beyond the 3,000 worlds. Staring at the golden scale in his hand, Yi-Bei muttered to himself, why did it fall into my hands? He frowned in suspicion. Just as he noticed the anomaly, he heard Yanner's voice, and looking up, her long blade was already right before his eyes. Accompanied by screams, a colossal impact occurred. Looking at the sharp blade pierced into the ground before him, Yi-Bei broke into a cold sweat. He shouted in annoyance, what on earth, Yanner, are you joking with me? Do you want your eldest senior sister to become a widow? Du Guyan held the hilt of her blade, looking entirely innocent. Master, you've finally woken up. Yi-Bei pressed in surprise. What on earth happened? Half an hour later, everything was finally explained. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he muttered, so that's how it is. It seems it will be much safer for me to enter the desolate small world to explore the secrets of the golden scale alone in the future. Just then, the Guildmaster stepped forward. We're saved. We're finally saved. I indeed did not misjudge you back then. Yi-Bei was slightly startled, then replied, what happened? The Guildmaster cupped his fists and requested, Brother Yi, do you still remember our agreement back then? You help my sect and I provide treasures. Right now, the Longevity Pavilion exchange is in a matter of life and death, and only you can save us. I have already had people prepare the treasures, so please you must take action to save us. Hearing this, Yi-Bei replied, it is not out of the question, but you must agree to one request of mine. He secretly muttered to himself, it is time to get down to business. Without hesitation, the Guildmaster replied, very well, I will agree to any condition. Looking out at the blue sky through the window, Yi-Bei commanded, I want you to make a trip to the Tianquan Plain immediately. The Guildmaster repeated, the Tianquan Plain? Du Guyan stared at him. Could it be that Master wants to? Yi picked up his teacup and confirmed, "Exactly. I want you to bring all of my disciples to the immortal realm. Is there any problem?" The guildmaster cupped his fists to accept the command. "No problem, absolutely no problem." Yi took a sip of tea and then turned to ask, "Now tell me about your situation." The guildmaster complied. "Yes," he began to explain. "During the 5 years you were missing, the city of deities has undergone earth-shaking changes and countless divine traces have emerged. Everyone's realms have risen to heights unimaginable before in a mere 5 years. But at the same time, an extremely terrifying cult has appeared in the city of deities, the Dark Tower Sect. Their core tenet lay in rejecting equality and establishing a strict caste system." He recalled the woman raising her scepter. "They believed that all things had ranks, and that everything must be sacrificed for the church. They would stop at nothing, even slaughtering the various newly risen geniuses of the city of deities. The Dark Tower Sect was ruled by 2 leaders, and countless forces had been annexed by them within 5 years." The guildmaster described with deep grief and indignation. "They frantically extract spiritual energy using extremely brutal methods, and no one can stand in their way." With sorrow in his eyes, he said, "Now they claim they will attack the sacred land of the city of deities, the Wild Ridge City. If that place falls, the city of deities will plunge into the abyss of destruction." He retrieved a token to introduce. "This is my personal token. Once you arrive at Wild Ridge City, you need only inject spiritual energy into it, and the people there will know everything and welcome you. The situation in Wild Ridge City is complex. I cannot explain it in just a couple of sentences. You will understand once you go." Yi carefully inspected the golden token in his hand. He repeated, "The situation in Wild Ridge City is complex." Shortly after, Yi had arrived at the outskirts of the city. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "A place that can foster a cult of this scale, I'd like to see what makes it so special." A rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. He turned around sharply and saw 2 figures walking over. He pondered in slight surprise. "A blind person," Yellen leaned on her crutches as she grumbled. "It's all because of that cursed Dark Tower Sect destroying our village and causing you such severe injuries." The man on her back merely gave a soft hum in response. She continued to encourage him. "Don't worry, the people of Wild Ridge City are very warm. Once we get there, everyone will definitely do their best to save you. Although you've lost your arm now and your spiritual energy is gone, don't lose heart. You can definitely survive." The man remained silent the entire time. Her crutch had already tapped the edge of a cliff. Yellen suddenly asked in confusion, "Why has it taken so long to walk today yet we still haven't arrived? Could we have lost our way?" He gently guided her. "We haven't taken the wrong path. Just keep walking straight and we will be there." She actually doubted him not at all. "True, although I can't see you can. How could we take the wrong path?" The man's gaze was hidden in the shadows as he muttered. "The cult leader said that the weak deserve to die. I deserve to die, and so does she. I am helping her find release. I am not in the wrong." Hearing this, Yellen panicked. "What are you talking about?" He raised his arm high to sentence himself. "Since there is no point in living, there is nothing to fear in death." With a dark face, he gritted his teeth. "I am not in the wrong, then." He delivered a heavy palm strike to the back of Yellen's neck. Yellen plummeted straight into the abyss, letting out a terrified scream. Having witnessed the entire process, Yi sneered, "Hey, so this is the Dark Tower Sect. Do not commit an evil deed simply because it is small. How interesting. However, a person this seat wishes to save is not someone you can kill just because you want to." Without hesitation, he leaped down the cliff. Yi chased after the falling Yellen at full speed, bending down to catch her around the waist. The sudden touch caused Yellen to scream in terror. "Ah!" The two transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the forest. Covering her face, she blamed herself. "Why did this happen? I clearly saved him." Hearing this, Yi explained with a trace of pity, "You saved someone you shouldn't have. He belongs to the Dark Tower Sect." She repeated in disbelief. "What did you say?" Yi stared at her and confirmed, "He is a member of the Dark Tower Sect." Yellen gradually came to understand. "I saved the murderer who slaughtered my village and almost even brought him back to Wild Ridge City." Yi added, "He wanted to kill you, likely because he knew his identity would be exposed once you returned to Wild Ridge City, so he decided to silence you to keep his secret." She lowered her head in sorrow. "Thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have known what was happening even in death." Yi extended his hand to show his sincerity. "You are from Wild Ridge City, right? This seat will escort you back." She shook her head to decline. "No need." A trace of confusion flickered in Yi eyes as he let out a questioning sound. Clutching her shoulder, Yellen replied, "When he pushed me off the cliff just now, my vital gate was already shattered. I do not have much time left." With that, she retrieved an object. "I went blind because I practiced a cultivation method incorrectly, and now my vital gate has been shattered by someone. My spiritual energy has completely dispersed. I am beyond saving." A fair hand reached out holding a green jade flute. Thank you so much. Even if the person you saved wasn't worthy, I hope you, the savior, find it worthwhile. Take this flute to the Wild Ridge Pavilion. The people inside will treat you well. Yi-Bei examined the jade flute, thinking to himself, so the rumored people of Wild Ridge City are all like this. What a pity. He turned to leave, but still made a promise. I will have the people of the Wild Ridge Pavilion come collect your body. Just then a voice echoed from beside the wall of a tiled house. I want to see your pavilion, master. Yi-Bei stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring the gatekeeper's attempts to block him. A guard barked, things are different now. The pavilion master is not someone you can see just because you want to. Show us your token. He calmly raised a circular golden jade pendant, but a wave of doubt hit him. No reaction. Yi-Bei furrowed his brows in deep thought. His spiritual power was gone, yet his hand still tightly gripped the jade pendant to sense it. Stroking his chin, he reached a conclusion. As expected, it doesn't work. Could it be due to that golden scale? Several guards armed with spears yelled. What do you think you're doing? He responded sincerely. I'm not doing anything. Someone just asked me to come see your pavilion, master. He secretly muttered to himself, I have absolutely no spiritual power right now. If a conflict really breaks out, I will inevitably get the short end of the stick. I have to find a way to bluff them. The guard spoke up impatiently. We already said the pavilion master is not someone you can just see. He spread his hands in compromise. It was Guildmaster Shen of your Longevity Pavilion Exchange who sent me here. Hearing this, the crowd burst into uproarious laughter. Ha ha, kid, at least make your lies believable. You are so young and possess absolutely no spiritual power. How could you possibly have any connection to Guildmaster Shen? A guard advised. Seeing how young you are, you're probably just here to satisfy your curiosity. Leave quickly and we won't hold you accountable. He closed his eyes helplessly. Since that's the case, I won't play along anymore. Yi-Bei shouted at the top of his lungs. I am an envoy sent by the Dark Tower Sect to negotiate. Call your pavilion master out immediately. Or else if the war suddenly escalates, don't blame me. Hearing this, the guards' faces fell dramatically. The leader hurriedly ordered, I will report to the pavilion master about an enemy raid. Keep a close eye on him. If he dares to make a move, kill him on the spot. Understood, Captain. Yes, sir. Under the clear sky of the courtyard, the pavilion master stood behind two guards and asked loudly, Are you the one sent by the Dark Tower Sect? Yi-Bei took out the green flute and explained, That was just an excuse. Guildmaster Shen and that girl asked me to come find you. Staring at the flute, he recognized it as her token. He immediately stepped aside and said solemnly, Little brother, please come inside. Yi-Bei walked past the guards with satisfaction, thinking to himself, wouldn't this have been much easier from the start? Clouds drifted across the blue sky as the two walked and conversed. Since Brother Yi has lost his spiritual power, please rest and recuperate in our pavilion for now. We will surely win the war against the Dark Tower Sect. Yi-Bei replied, Then thank you very much. He handed the token back to the pavilion master. Here, take this back. However, the other party did not accept it. I think it is better if Brother Yi keeps this for himself. This flute does not belong to our Wild Ridge Pavilion. His eyes filled with confusion. What did that mean? The pavilion master explained. Brother Yi probably doesn't know, but this flute is a unique item belonging to a specific clan in Wild Ridge City. He then added, It records the origin story of their clan and even contains the master's memories and incantations. Unless the owner willingly breaks the secret curse in a life or death crisis, it would never fall into someone else's hands. After they had walked for a while, the pavilion master continued, For someone who has just arrived in Wild Ridge City to be gifted such a deeply meaningful item, that is why I believe you were sent by Guildmaster Shen. Yi-Bei recalled Yelin's reminder from not long ago. Take this flute to the Wild Ridge Pavilion. The people inside will treat you well. He realized the truth, so that was what her words meant. The pavilion master turned and advised, Brother Yi, you had better keep the flute safe. Legend has it that it can save your life at a critical moment. Across a red plaque, 4 words were written in a grand sweeping calligraphy, a world shared by all. He stared at the words and read them aloud. The pavilion master then explained, A world shared by all, where everyone works for the common good. This is the ultimate belief of our Wild Ridge City. We must harbor no desire for conflict, nor any notion of hierarchy. In a world shared by all, everyone can achieve their dreams. Here, Yi-Bei's gaze was slightly melancholy. It sounded highly ideal. The pavilion master interrupted his thoughts and announced solemnly, Welcome to our ranks. He hesitated slightly as bursts of laughter echoed beneath the red roof tiles. The pavilion master stopped before a door and introduced, This is the treasure pavilion of our Wild Ridge Pavilion, and also a place of cultivation. As long as you have the ability, you may take anything from here. He then suggested, Please focus on your cultivation here for the next couple of days. Although the matter of the Dark Tower Sect was irritating, it was currently manageable. Yi-Bei expressed his gratitude. Then thank you very much. The pavilion master did not forget to caution him. However, Brother Yi, you must be extremely careful. Do not show your talent. He revealed some crucial information. Recently, the Dark Tower sect had started a trend of assassinating geniuses. Anyone found to possess talent who refused to submit would be brutally slaughtered. Finding this highly intriguing, Yi Bei stroked his chin. This Dark Tower sect indeed acts with sheer malice. Before leaving, the pavilion master said, "Then this Taoist shall not disturb you any longer." "Thank you." Yi Bei stood in the center of the room, which was lined with shelves of all sizes. All the treasures and cultivation methods of Wild Ridge City were stored here, which was indeed impressive. He sighed. "But right now I have absolutely no spiritual power. Unable to take any of these treasures, am I supposed to just stand here and stare?" He took a teal book from the shelf and flipped it open, planning to look at the cultivation methods first. Suddenly, a stream of golden energy surged out, golden spiritual energy coiling through the air. Between the pages, a triangular fragment was shining brightly. Yi Bei's eyes widened in surprise. It was a golden scale. Stroking his chin, he deduced, "This golden scale is a divine object, but it has not been fully refined yet. It was merely forcibly sealed within my body, which is why it collided with my own spiritual power, causing it to vanish." He took out another similar fragment and brought it close to the book to compare. "If I can refine this golden scale, not only can I restore my spiritual power, but my cultivation realm will surely break through." He closed his eyes, channeling his technique to merge the two golden scales in his palm, and golden spiritual energy gradually enveloped his body. Sweat pouring down his face, Yi Bei murmured in a low voice, "Just a little bit more." Pushing his limits, he let the light flood the entire room. He snapped his eyes open, declaring resolutely, "The final step." In an instant, the golden energy within his body erupted wildly. He let out a great roar, his eyes transforming into 2 points of blinding light as his power exploded uncontrollably. Outside, the 2 guards watched in sheer astonishment as a beam of teal light shot from the courtyard straight into the night sky. They discussed excitedly, "Someone has broken through. Our hope of defeating the Dark Tower sect is even greater now." In the distance, 2 figures also witnessed this bizarre phenomenon. The cult leader's gaze was cold, concealing all emotion as he ordered, "Bring this person to me." The black-clothed man behind him replied, "Yes, sir." The golden scale flickered in Yi Bei's palm, yet he was still unsatisfied. Though he had made a breakthrough, it had not been fully refined, and he needed to intensify his efforts. Suddenly, he cast a sharp glance to the side and barked, "Get out here!" A black-clothed man materialized silently behind him, praising, "To be able to detect me so quickly, you are only the second." He extended 2 fingers and announced, "I will give you 2 choices. Either die, or come back with me to the Dark Tower sect." He provoked indifferently, "What if I choose neither?" The opponent charged forward instantly, replying, "Then I can only choose for you." He remained motionless, his eyes merely narrowing slightly. 2 forces collided violently, their palms whipping up a rainbow of light. The opponent's eyes turned blood red as he seized the opportunity to summon countless short swords, launching them at his foe. Yi Bei caught one effortlessly, commenting calmly, "Indeed stronger than average, but unfortunately, this is all the capability you have." He generously offered one more chance. "Kill me, or you will be the one to die." The opponent roared, gathering his power. "Die?" When Yi Bei struck, his face was dark and his gaze exceptionally sharp. As soon as the void great palm print was executed, it completely suppressed the opponent in an instant. Accompanied by a violent explosion, purple spiritual energy scattered in all directions. He withdrew his hand, yet his aura did not dissipate. He said coldly, "I told you I would only give you one chance, but you failed to cherish it." He muttered to himself with intrigue. "The Dark Tower sect, this deity would like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." A massive deep handprint crater was left on the floor. He stepped out of the small building, leapt into the air, and landed soundlessly within a lush green bamboo forest. Standing with his hands behind his back, he called out leisurely, "Since you've arrived, you might as well show yourself." An old man leaning on a staff stepped forward and greeted, "Yi Bei, we finally meet." The 2 stood facing each other, and Yi Bei asked tentatively, "You lured me here on purpose. What are you after?" The old man denied it. "Lured? Ordinary people don't even have the right to receive a sincere invitation from this seat." His eyes sunken and dark, he said in a deep voice, "Let us see if you have the qualification." He raised his staff, which began to emit waves of red spiritual energy. The corners of Yi Bei's lips curled up slightly as he parried, asking, "With so many soul flames, just how many living souls have you refined?" With a wave of his hand, Yi Bei set up a barrier that blocked all incoming attacks. The old man laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I indeed did not misjudge you. To think you could neutralize this seat's soul flame art in a single move." Yi Bei replied indifferently, "Nothing but a petty trick." This pleased the old man even more. This seat likes your strength and your arrogance. Now, this seat sincerely invites you to join the Dark Tower sect." The cult leader raised his hand and asked, "What do you think?" Yi-Bei mocked. "What makes you think this deity would agree to your request?" "With just that old face of yours," the old man explained with displeasure. "Because we are of the same kind," he let out a scoff. "Oh," the old man continued to persuade him. "Yi-Bei, what do you think cultivation is for?" Yi-Bei mocked. "Don't tell me that after wandering around the Wild Ridge Pavilion you actually believe that nonsense about a unified world and equality for all," the cult leader barked back. "That is nothing but garbage spoken by Lin Tianqi. As long as one strives to cultivate, everyone can become a god. Cultivation from the very beginning has existed to establish hierarchy and differentiate people. The strong possess everything, and the weak are destined to be weeded out. If everyone in the immortal and divine realms were equal, then this place would be no better than the mortal realm." A cold light flashed in his eyes. "A strict hierarchy is the true law of this world, and you and I are precisely those standing at the top of the food chain. We are destined to be of the same kind." Yi-Bei nodded in agreement. "What you say is not entirely wrong." Seeing this, the old man pressed further. "Then are you willing to join the Dark Tower sect?" Yi-Bei shook his head. "This deity indeed stands at the top of the food chain." His gaze turned cold. "But as for whether you do, this deity is not so sure." The old man furrowed his brows and roared in anger. "You dare toy with me?" Yi-Bei sneered with disdain. "I despise people like you who spout endless grand theories the most. If you have the ability, then fight. If not, kneel down and surrender." The old man swung his staff violently, charging forward as he roared. "You overconfident fool!" His spiritual power erupted instantly, and countless red chains materialized around him. He manipulated the chains to launch a lethal assault. "Since you refuse to submit, then leave your soul behind." The red chains coiled rapidly around Yi-Bei's body like venomous serpents, binding his hands first and then tying his legs tightly. The old man clenched his fists as if pronouncing a death sentence, leaving his opponent seemingly helpless against the incoming fatal strike on the other side. Shuisheng snapped her eyes open, her blue eyes flickering. She sat up abruptly in bed, panic written all over her face. "Master!" In her pupils the scene of Yi-Bei in danger was reflected, and only one thought filled her mind. "I must save Master." Entering the room with medicine, Du Guyan saw her awake. "Senior sister, you're awake." Shuisheng grabbed her hand urgently. "Master is in danger." Hearing this, Du Guyan was shocked. "Master is in danger? Senior sister, do you mean?" She stared into Shuisheng's eyes and gasped. "Senior sister, your eyes." Within her eyes the scene shifted, reflecting Yi-Bei's figure. Du Guyan pressed her shoulders in confusion. "Senior sister, can you foresee the future?" She replied, "Yes," touching her eyes. Shuisheng recalled the past. "Back then, Master helped me refine the primordial chaos yin-yang leaf. Because my body couldn't withstand the immense spiritual power, I fell into a deep sleep for 5 years. Although I didn't wake up during those 5 years, I gained a complete understanding of everything that happened to everyone. It was the primordial chaos yin-yang leaf that helped me awaken the power of foresight," Du Guyan deduced. "So what senior sister saw in that vision just now was," Shuisheng interrupted. "Master is about to face an unprecedented crisis. Junior sister Yanner, we must go save Master." Hearing this, she turned in a hurry. "I will gather our forces right away." But Shuisheng stopped her. "No," her expression was grim. "We have more important things to do." Meanwhile, the cult leader threw a fist and roared, "Yi-Bei, die!" A spear shot toward him, but he caught it with his bare hands. Electric sparks flickered in his eyes. "With just you." He grabbed the chains the opponent had thrown out and slung them violently into the sky. Yi-Bei slammed a heavy fist into the ground, his formidable power causing the earth to collapse. The cult leader leaped back to dodge, utterly astounded. "What? You didn't even look for the array core, yet you could directly tear through the array with pure spiritual power." His eyes bloodshot, he laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, it seems that black-clothed man was right. Yi-Bei, you really are my fated enemy." Constructing a magic array in midair, he said, "This makes things easy." Yi-Bei materialized instantly behind the old man, catching him completely off guard. "How is this possible?" A pillar of red light shot straight into the heavens. The cult leader summoned a magical artifact. "Good speed, but unfortunately your power is still lacking." Suddenly he sensed something amiss. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Yi-Bei made him shriek. "Oh no!" A cold gleam sliced through the darkness and the cult leader fell to the ground. Glaring at Yi-Bei, he rasped, "Yi-Bei, today I am merely playing with you using a spirit avatar. The next time we meet, you had better watch out." Hearing this, Yi-Bei was startled. A spirit avatar, this technique was identical to that of the black-clothed man. Could his cultivation realm also be above the true immortal realm? The old man vanished without answering, his laughter echoing in the air. "Ha ha ha!" Looking at the devastation before him, Yi-Bei thought to himself, "No, his cultivation realm has not surpassed the true immortal realm. Otherwise he would have ascended long ago. This spirit avatar is a technique cultivated by strengthening soul power." Yi-Bei examined his hands. That is why the spirit avatar is so realistic, making it hard to tell truth from illusion. Since he could master it, it means cultivating a spirit avatar in the true immortal realm is absolutely feasible. He held that triangular fragment in his hand. This golden scale cultivates none other than soul spiritual power. Let me take a look. In a bamboo forest, Yi Bei sat with his eyes closed, cultivating and sensing something. Yi Bei fell into deep thought as he looked at the spirit avatar before him. It is indeed true. As long as one cultivates the soul to the strongest and purest state, one can manifest a spirit avatar without needing a living soul transformation. Learning this put him in an excellent mood. Although he could currently only maintain the physical transformation, he would need to cultivate for a few more days to wield it as naturally as breathing. A golden arrow pierced through the air, and sensing it, Yi Bei slightly tilted his head. Who is it? The golden arrow nailed itself to a nearby green bamboo, exploding with a loud bang. Sidestepping to dodge, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. You court death. From the other side of the forest came waves of hushed whispers. This way up, this way up. Further up is the main road. We're almost out. Senior sister, you stepped on my foot. Shish, keep it down. Hearing these voices, Yi Bei was slightly startled before revealing a mysterious, unfathomable smile. So that's how it is. He suddenly clutched his chest and cried out loudly. Ah, I've been shot by an arrow. Yi Bei collapsed onto the ground with the momentum. I'm down. Instantly, many figures rushed out from the surrounding bamboo thickets, their expressions frantic. Master, 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 what's wrong? Tai Bai sat beside him and scolded. Senior sister Hong Yue, it's all your fault. Using so much force, you actually knocked Master unconscious. Hearing this, Hong Yue could only stammer an apology. I'm sorry, she continued. Master has been asleep for 500 years and has only just awakened. His foundation is still unstable. We shouldn't have struck him so rashly. Tai Bai looked at him with a face full of guilt. It's all my fault for coming up with this terrible idea. At this point, Hong Yue burst into loud tears. Wow, Master, it's all my fault. Tai Bai was also deeply heartbroken. No, it's on me. Another female disciple stepped forward, condensing a small sphere of her own energy. Before, Master would never pass out from such a minor injury. He must be lacking spiritual power right now. I have plenty of spiritual power. Let me transfer some to him. Just as she was about to lean down and kiss his lips, she was violently pushed aside by another disciple. Let me do it, the others also protested. No, let me. Yi Bei gloated silently to himself. It seems raising these dear disciples of mine was not in vain. Wu Shao squeezed between the two. Stop arguing, everyone. We should leave professional matters like this to Xingqian. The other two could only nod in agreement. Hum. Xingqian stood in the back, smiling subtly. Master's ailment can only be cured by eldest senior sister. The two listened with blank faces. Ha? Flushed red, Shuisheng leaned close to his ear and whispered, Master, stop fooling around. How could they possibly hurt you? Yi Bei slightly squinted his eyes at her. As expected, girl Luo knows me best. Seeing him open his eyes, everyone cheered in unison. Master, you're really awake. Standing among his disciples, Yi Bei said with a smile, My disciples, it has been 500 years and our sect has finally reunited. The feminized Longfeng gently wiped away her tears. It has already been 500 years. Master, you have truly been resurrected. Sitting to the side, Ling Wei added, Master, we missed you so much. Hearing this, he wept even harder. Ah! Yi Bei then looked around. Why isn't Xiao Ju here? A disciple who was munching on a chicken leg explained. Master, you might don't know this, but senior sister Xiao Ju entered the city of deities long ago and carved out her own territory. However, a few days ago, some blind fools from the Dark Tower sect ended up injuring someone under her banner. Chewing on a large piece of meat in her mouth, she continued, With senior sister Xiao Ju's fiery temper, she naturally couldn't let it slide. In her rage, she charged straight for the Dark Tower sect. That's why she left before senior sister Shuisheng could find you. Wu Shao also chimed in angrily. How dare anyone bully someone from our sect? They must be tired of living, the disciple corrected her. With senior sister Xiao Ju's strength, it's highly unlikely others would bully her. Rather, she probably went to bully them. The other disciples around also chimed in. Who cares? Anyone who dares mess with us has only one path, death. Master, your disciple begs you to permit everyone to avenge Xiao Ju and eradicate the Dark Tower sect. Please permit your disciple to flatten the Dark Tower sect. Yi Bei agreed without a second thought. Very well. From behind, Shuisheng looked at him with deep worry. Meanwhile, the black-clothed men were screaming in terror. Don't do anything reckless. This is the territory of our Dark Tower sect. If you dare to run wild, the cult leader will never let you off. With a dark face, Xiao Ju stared at them, numerous energy spheres swirling around her. Is the Dark Tower sect some big deal? Do I need to be afraid? With a casual wave of her hand, a colossal sphere of energy roared out. Rather, it's your guts that are quite impressive. Seeing this, one of the black-clothed men showed a look of fear. As the energy sphere closed in, two black-clothed men were forced to dodge in opposite directions. One yelled in anger, This chick's spiritual power is terrifyingly strong. If this continues, we'll be worn to death by her sooner or later." The other agreed. "Exactly. I can see she only excels at long-range attacks, and there is a gap every time she fires her magical beads. Life and death hang on this single instant. Let's join forces and kill her now." "Die?" Xiao Ju stared at them with utter disdain. "Who told you my skills have a cooldown?" She continued to manipulate the energy spheres with perfect composure, realizing things were about to take a turn for the worse. The black-clothed men cried out, "We're doomed." A colossal purple light sphere formed in an instant. Following the explosion, Xiao Ju stared at her palm, muttering with slight displeasure. "To think 2 measly protectors would actually make me use 6 beads. These people of the Dark Tower sect did possess some capability." Suddenly a sly smile appeared on her face. "But since I've already made the trip, it would be rude to go back without giving them some gifts." Immediately after, she unleashed a chain of violent purple explosions. The entire city was instantly reduced to ruins. Clapping her hands against her knees as she panted for breath, Xiao Ju muttered, "That exhausted me, but at least I've finally turned it into this state." Looking around at the empty surroundings, she was utterly bewildered. But is this really the Dark Tower sect's base? Why haven't I seen a single soul even after bombing it for so long? Behind a boulder not far away, a black-clothed man emerged, thinking, "That was close. I almost got wiped out." His accomplice also poked his head out and whispered, "The prey has taken the bait. The plan has begun. Hurry and report to the cult leader." The other replied, "All right." Meanwhile, Xiao Ju sighed. "It would be great if Master were here." In the early morning within another city, several of Yi Bei's disciples were strolling around. "So this is Wild Ridge City, truly worthy of being called a holy city. We've finally arrived." A disciple looked around curiously. "It really is bustling. There is everything you could ever want." On the other side, a little girl bumped into someone. "Ouch!" An elder glared at her, and she trembled as she bowed to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The elder reached his hand out to her. "Come with me." The girl happily held his hand. "Thank you." The two thus walked to the side hand in hand. Witnessing this scene, Yi Bei's disciples couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Back then, Master took us in the exact same way. Unable to hold back his emotions, Tai Bai reached up to wipe away his tears. "Yes, indeed." Suddenly, a bizarre light manifested in the sky, and someone in the city roared, "This is bad. The Dark Tower sect is attacking." In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted within the capital, filled with light and smoke. Suddenly a barrier materialized, protecting the crowd. Someone asked, "Are you all right?" Another replied, "We're fine." Right then, a demon suddenly made an appearance, sending the surrounding people fleeing in panic, screaming, "The Dark Tower sect has breached our defenses. Pavilion Master Lin has been severely injured." Donglu hastily cried out, "Run, quickly!" Meanwhile, someone rushed forward to engage the demon in fierce combat, shouting resolutely through gritted teeth, "As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. Protect Wild Ridge City to the death." Seeing this person, both Tai Bai and Wu Xiao knit their brows in deep resentment, and Wu Xiao cracked her knuckles, saying fiercely, "The Dark Tower sect must be annihilated." Yi Bei simply observed the scene in silence. Suddenly, the demon's power erupted, leaving the surrounding crowd dumbfounded. Condensing a magical sphere crackling with lightning, he mocked arrogantly, "Wild Ridge City, nothing but a bunch of trash." But the moment the words left his mouth, he was sent flying by a heavy, powerful kick from Wu Xiao. She stomped on him repeatedly to vent her anger. "How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you run wild?" Afterward, Tai Bai gently proposed, "Senior and junior sisters, why don't we have a competition to see who can kill the most Dark Tower sect demons? Whoever avenges Wild Ridge City shall be Master's most outstanding disciple." Hearing this, Xiaotong immediately raised her hand in excitement to accept the challenge. "Count me in." Then she casually asked, "Can I ask for an extra basket of chicken legs from Feng Wang's spiritual mountain?" The moment the words left her mouth, Tai Bai knocked her over the head without mercy, grumbling, "What time do you think it is? Yet you're still thinking about food?" Luo Shuishang could only let out a helpless, bitter laugh from the side. Tai Bai seriously laid out the terms. "Xiaotong, if you can take first place, even if we have to search every spiritual mountain, we will bring a basket back for you." Hearing the name of her beloved delicacy, her eyes sparkled as she pressed. "Really?" Xiaotong then brandished a large ladle, wearing an extremely vicious expression as she cheered. "That's wonderful, he he he." Seeing this, several demons were startled. Without wasting a single moment, she swung her weapon, beating those people's heads until they swelled up like giant potatoes. As they wailed in agony, Tai Bai also wore a grim look on the other side. Charging into the enemy lines with his sword, Wu Xiao unleashed a barrage of heavy blows with both fists, leaving the demons utterly powerless to fight back. Xiaotong swung her large ladle like shooing flies, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "This is the ultimate weapon of my culinary path, top tier in both cooking and combat. Using it to beat you guys is practically a bargain for you." The demons fled in panic. Right then, noticing Shuisheng's sorrowful expression, Yi Bei spoke up. "Girl Luo, ever since I saw you, you've seemed to have a lot on your mind. What happened?" She remained silent. Seeing her silence, he pressed further. "What else are you hiding from your master?" She was still deeply worried, not daring to look him in the eye. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Master, I can foresee some fragments of the future." Hearing this, he finally understood, saying with a smile, "So that's why you gathered your other junior sisters and brought them here." Shuisheng looked up at him and replied, "Yes, although your disciple cannot see the full picture, I vaguely foresaw that Master seems to depart and will also lose something highly important." Hearing this, Yi Bei gently rubbed her head, smiling in comfort. "Silly girl, do you really think your master would abandon his 107 disciples to leave you all?" She answered softly. "No," he guided her. "Fate is determined by heaven, not by man. The ability of foresight is meant to help you see what you seek with greater certainty, and then pursue it, not to make you meekly give up on everything." After speaking, Yi Bei gently pinched Shuisheng's cheek. "The way you look right now is nothing like the cold, proud, and decisive girl Luo your master knows." Wincing in slight pain, she replied, "Master, your disciple understands." She then rubbed her cheek as she accepted reality, saying with a smile, "No matter the outcome, and no matter where you go, your disciple will follow you forever." At this moment, a bead flashing with purple light suddenly appeared beside Wu Xiao, who was in the middle of a fierce battle. It slowly floated into the air, and she stopped her actions to stare intently at it. Wu Xiao then cried out, "This is Xiao Ju's 9 lotus bead." Her shout caught the attention of both Tai Bai and Xiao Tong. Looking at it, Shuisheng felt an ominous premonition. This is Xiao Ju's treasure that she never leaves behind. Why would it appear here? Xiao Ju must be in trouble. Wu Xiao slowly walked toward the bead and said, "This is indeed Xiao Ju's life bead." Just as she reached out to grab it, a red shadow flashed past, snatching it away with lightning speed. Gnashing her teeth in rage, she demanded, "Who is it?" "It is none other than this cult leader." An old man levitated in midair, looking down disdainfully. "With just the likes of you, you dare touch this seat's bead?" Yi Bei was highly surprised to run into him here. Seeing the young man below, the cult leader spoke up. "We meet again, Yi Bei." At this moment, Wu Xiao glared at the old man. Her fists clenched tightly as she growled through gritted teeth. "Why is Xiao Ju's life bead in your hands? What did you do to her?" The old man replied flatly, "Nothing much." Before the cult leader could even finish his sentence, she leapt into the air, focusing all her strength into her fists as she demanded, "You actually killed my junior sister?" She then unleashed a violent punch, but the old man swiftly retreated and deployed a barrier. Wu Xiao was somewhat annoyed. "To think he actually blocked my World King fist." She then unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, roaring loudly. "If this is all you've got, you've seriously underestimated me." The old man immediately condensed defensive rings. But under the dense barrage of Wu Xiao's heavy punches, the cult leader's barrier began to crack. The old man praised, "Not bad. You are indeed worthy of being Yi Bei's disciple. Far superior to those idiots I raised with living souls. However, my target is not you." The old man unleashed a powerful attack, blasting Wu Xiao away with an energy sphere as he barked, "Scram, you small fry!" The light sphere shone with a blinding brilliance, seemingly on the verge of exploding. The intense light forced her to knit her brows and raise her arms to block, while Tai Bai and Xiao Tong were also caught in the aftermath. After the explosion, a bottomless crater was left in the ground. Yi Bei shielded Shuisheng in the nick of time, both of their expressions exceptionally grim. The cult leader praised arrogantly, "This seat only used 80% of my spiritual power just now, yet 2 of you are actually still standing. Truly, the youth are to be feared." Hearing this, Yi Bei didn't even bother to respond. Seeing his silence, the old man raised an eyebrow and asked triumphantly, "What, speechless? Did you realize this seat's strength is countless times greater than last time?" The old man snorted coldly. "Last time this seat was merely playing around with you using a spirit avatar, letting you gain an upper hand. Do not think that was my true capability," the cult leader declared. "This is our true showdown." Yi Bei knit his brows and demanded, "Even if it were your true body last time, it would have been impossible for you to possess such immense spiritual power. Just what did you do?" Hearing this, the old man burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! Since you've seen through it, this seat shall stop pretending." Though the cult leader's tone was calm, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "This seat merely devoured the living souls of Lin Tianqi and that little disciple of yours, absorbing their spiritual power." The moment the disciple was mentioned, Yi Bei's face instantly darkened. Holding up the bead, the old man mocked, "This is the gift your little disciple presented to this seat," before the cult leader could say another word. With a shift of his body, Yi Bei lunged toward the old man. Seeing this, an excited smirk flashed across the old man's eyes. In an instant, Yi Bei closed in on the cult leader. His eyes blazed with fury, as if the hatred in his chest was boiling over, and he declared resolutely, "Today you shall surely die." A powerful force shook the sky, yet the cult leader remained completely unaffected. He retreated backward, raising his scepter high. Yi also stepped back to maintain his distance. The old man slammed his scepter heavily against the ground and the surrounding space instantly warped. It just so happens that this seat intends to take your life today as well. Come, let's put it to the test. The old man summoned countless minions who roared as they charged toward Yi. They charged forward in massive hordes. Killing intent blazed in his eyes as he chanted, Chang'an Thunder Method. A golden dragon coiled around Yi. Its roar carried a terrifying power, sweeping across a massive area. The golden dragon unleashed a torrent of thunder and lightning upon the horde of minions, and those monsters manifested from spiritual power were completely unable to withstand it, shattering into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the old man commented, To be able to summon thunder and lightning, your reputation is indeed well deserved, but in this seat's eyes, it is nothing but ordinary. With that, a colossal monster charged straight ahead, opening its massive maw to swallow him whole. Yi's expression grew solemn. Winning against me won't be that easy. The man unleashed the Tao of Shields, while Yi summoned a fierce gale to blow back the minion lax. The cult leader marveled with keen interest. Intriguing. From high in the air, he unleashed the Tao of Swords, swinging out two teal cross-shaped sword beams. This attack almost hit, but the old codger dodged it. Not only that, but Yi also unleashed the Tao of Fire, creating a swirling vortex of flames directly above his head. The old man narrowed his eyes, followed by the ultimate heaven-burning move. As the blow landed, it shook the heavens and earth. The old man took a deep, forceful breath, actually sucking away more than half of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Facing him, the old man couldn't help but praise, Yi, though your spirit is extraordinary, you cannot kill this seat with nothing but these mortal cultivation techniques. Yi knit his brows, remaining silent. The old man continued, Do you know why you came to this world? Surprised, Yi countered with a question. You know of my past, the old man replied smugly, because we are both chosen by the upper realm. It was they who guided you to this world, and they who led you into this city of deities to meet this seat. The old man began to reproach him. This seat originally thought you would choose to stand by my side so we could ascend together to the upper realm, a place where no one has ever set foot. I never expected you to be so foolish as to choose to give up, the old man said with an arrogant look. To tell you the truth, this seat has already reached the peak of the true immortal realm, and I am only one final step away from ascending and breaking through the immortal realm. Hee. This seat knows exactly where you come from and knows the power of your techniques. With your current strength, you are absolutely no match for me. Deciding for him, the old man continued, So this seat will give you two choices. Either surrender your living soul to help me break through or watch your disciples die before your eyes before this seat dispatches you personally. Yi let out a light chuckle, as if he had just heard a joke. Ignoring his attitude, the old man pressed, Well, have you decided? Yi's laughter grew louder, his tone dripping with absolute confidence. Ha. To say nothing of you, I don't even care a straw about that so-called upper realm. His face darkened, and he said solemnly, There is only one ending today. You must die. 3 figures hovered in the middle of the night sky. Master, let me assist you. Seeing this, the cult leader stroked his beard and marveled, A pure immortal body, what an incredible surprise. Then he prepared to control his tentacles. This seat intends to dispose of you all as a gift to myself. Shuisheng glared at him with disgust, utterly repulsed. HMPH. Then as she walked forward, she revealed her plan. Master, you attack from the front, and I will find an opportunity to get close to him. Yi nodded in agreement. Very well. Instantly, she charged at the old man at breakneck speed. Naturally, the old man wasn't about to sit and wait for death. Immediately directing his tentacles to strike at her, the tentacles wrapped around her entire body. Seeing her dark expression, he thought she had surrendered, only for her to snap her eyes open and chant a silent incantation in her heart. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted around her, blasting the tentacles away. The old man reached out to block, but she had already thrown her body directly into him with formidable force. She grit her teeth, exerting every ounce of her strength to force the old man back. 2 world-shaking auras clashed from opposite sides. Even so, the old man still wore a look of disdain. A mediocre technique. Just then, a brilliant flash of light gleamed from Yi's direction. Is that so? Hearing this, the old man's expression changed dramatically, filled with absolute terror. By the time he turned his head to look, it was already too late. Yi conjured a colossal barrier that radiated seemingly endless energy. Fortunately, the old man unleashed his power just in time to block the collision, triggering a violent explosion. The 2 forces gradually dissipated into dust and smoke in front of Shuisheng. Witnessing this, her eyes widened in shock. What happened? Yi knit his brows, a look of displeasure on his face. The cult leader protected himself inside a barrier. This seat told you, your mortal cultivation methods cannot harm me in the slightest. All of your moves have been seen through by me. Then the old man pointed his scepter at the center of the magic array and roared. Now it is my turn to strike. His magic array grew even larger. seemingly absorbing some kind of energy. Yi Bei and Shuisheng were shocked. This is the soul-snatching array. The red light radiating from the array enveloped the village, starting to plunder the souls of all living beings. The people could only beg in utter despair, "Help! Save me!" More and more souls were sucked away, gathering around the old man. Without a second thought, the old man greedily devoured these souls. Shuisheng was deeply worried. "Master, he wants to devour the living souls of everyone in the city. I can't foresee what happens next. I don't know how this will end. I'm worried." But Yi Bei showed no fear, instead growing even more confident. "He wants to devour them. We'll see if he can even stomach them." Then he opened his palm, revealing a glowing secret treasure inside. "A greedy wretch like him is best disposed of right now." Suddenly, the object leapt out of Yi Bei's hand, catching even him by surprise. The object hovered in midair, glowing brightly. He reached out his hand to block the blinding light as his surroundings transformed into a pitch-black space resembling a starry sky. He grew suspicious. "Have I entered the void space again? Could the golden scale have pulled me in?" Then he raised his hand, attempting to shatter the space. A single day in the void space is a year in the outside world. Because of this critical detail, he had to escape as quickly as possible. But when Yi Bei reached out to grab it, it darted away. He couldn't help but be shocked. "What's happening?" It radiated a dazzling golden light. Standing beneath the light, he froze. "Is this the power of the soul?" As Yi Bei absorbed it, his gaze became exceptionally determined. "I know how to defeat the cult leader of the Dark Tower now." Energy surged into his body in a continuous stream. He also gradually began to understand its utility. No matter how profound methods of defense and attack might be, there was always a countermeasure. Only a brave soul who had reached a certain height in the spiritual realm would be fearless. The Dark Tower cult leader's rapid rise in strength was definitely due to refining the living souls of humans. He clenched both fists. He cultivates soul power, and attacking ordinary people is also attacking their souls. Ordinary methods naturally cannot inflict major damage on him. To defeat him, I must rely on the spirit-transforming soul power within this dark space. Yi Bei shone like a brilliant star. Right after, a colossal deity manifested behind him, and he finally broke free. Seizing the opportunity, the cult leader launched an attack. "Yi Bei, your time of death has come." The old man opened his blood-red maw, preparing to swallow him whole. Yi Bei frowned and declared, "Victory will be decided in this single stroke." The old man's power was smashed to pieces by the deity Yi Bei had summoned. Seeing this, the cult leader was too shocked to speak. Yi Bei spoke. "It's time to end this," the old man marveled. "In just a few short days you actually learned spirit transformation." Yi Bei stood calmly in place. "Fortunately I met you that day. Otherwise I really wouldn't have known what your weakness was." Still obstinate, the cult leader tried to fight back. "I don't believe you can defeat me in just a few days." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Bei's heavy fist arrived before him. The old man was blasted far away, triggering a massive tremor. Severely injured, the cult leader struggled to stand. "This is unbelievable. You actually learned spirit transformation?" Yi Bei took it as a given. "Is it that hard?" The old man could only accept reality. Then, radiating the aura of a decisive battle, he prepared for a one-on-one duel. "Then let this be the final showdown." The cult leader's power transformed into a colossal monster towering behind him. It opened its massive maw to gather energy. But the deity summoned by Yi Bei reached out to press down on its head. His gaze was sharp as the colossal deity raised a heavy iron fist, ultimately blasting the monster away. Still fiercely resisting, the old man transformed his energy into two giant hands to capture Yi Bei. "Want to kill me? It's not that simple." The two hands lunged forward, choking the deity's neck. Feeling the shared pain, Yi Bei's face contorted in agony. The cult leader gathered his remaining magic for a final blow. "I can make use of the millions of living souls in Wild Ridge City, but you, Yi Bei, you are only one person." "Yi Bei, you lose," the old man then bellowed. "Take my final strike." Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy surged toward them. Yi Bei's 3 disciples rushed over to assist. Shuisheng said solemnly, "Master, your disciples will help you." In an instant, 2 formidable forces collided, triggering an earth-shaking tremor as the cult leader desperately poured in power to push them back. But the 3 disciples were by no means weaker, gritting their teeth to put up a stubborn resistance. Then, Yi Bei's eyes shone brilliantly as he let out a fierce roar, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that leveled everything around them. It was a long time before the shockwaves finally subsided. As the dust slowly cleared, the disciples spoke up one after another. "We did it. Fortunately, Master was here, otherwise we would have been done for." Where is Master?" Yi Bei saw someone and recognized her. The woman stepped forward and acknowledged, "It is indeed me," she smiled. "Yi Bei, congratulations on passing our trial. You may now accompany me to the upper realm." He was filled with confusion. "The upper realm," she confirmed. "Exactly. The upper realm is the land of the gods and also the longevity secret realm. It is the place all cultivators dream of. You have passed our test." He began to frown, growing somewhat annoyed. "You call it a trial, meaning everything that happened after entering the immortal realm was arranged by you, including Shen Tiankui, Fu Chu, and that bizarre golden scale," she confessed candidly. "Exactly. It was all to temper you. Just like us, you want to become the strongest in the immortal realm. Well, come with us." Hearing this, Yibei's face turned livid as anger flared up in his chest. "Come with you." He rushed forward and gave her a sound thrashing. "I had such a hard time all along the way, and it turns out it was all your doing, yet you still want me to come with you? Dream on." She hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." A few hours later, black and blue all over, she raised her hands to explain. "Venerable Yi, whenever you wish to go to the upper realm, just say the word. I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't invite you up just yet." With that, she vanished in an instant. The 4 disciples wore worried expressions as Shuisheng asked, "Master, what should we do? Are you going to abandon us and go to the upper realm in the future?" Yi Bei replied, "How could I? Train well, all of you. In the future, we will head to the upper realm together, and I will also teach you how to behave." Hearing this answer, the disciples rejoiced. "That's wonderful." Xiaotong puffed out her chest with a face full of joy, preparing to step forward to hug him. Afterward, the master and disciples enjoyed a harmonious moment together, and he was completely immersed in the happiness they brought him. The journey to reclaim the glory of Grandmaster Yi Bei and his chaotic disciples has come to a close for now. This series has been an absolute blast, featuring an incredibly overpowered master and those satisfying face-slapping moments that never missed a beat. The unwavering loyalty and the growth of his 108 disciples have truly left an unforgettable mark. Folks, this video officially ends at chapter 260, which also marks the conclusion of the current season in the original manhwa. While Yi Bei's story pauses here, the world of manhwa still holds countless other legendary journeys waiting for you to discover right here on this channel. If you enjoyed this recap, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications to support Bala Manhwa Recaps. Your support is the ultimate motivation for me to keep grinding and bring you even more epic stories. For now, go ahead and dive into our other playlists to start a brand new adventure. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next series.